Reparations isn't a remedy for racism. Reparations is a debt that's owed from slavery. Reparations is more than a check. But the very first thing it is a check. And that goes to the living descendant survivors of slavery here in what we now call the United States of America. So stop playing with our money and get us our money.
But did you know that Africa is the place where the body of the first man was found? My daddy says that makes it the place where all people originated from. I'm from Africa. You from Africa. You African booty scratcher.
I'm always reaching. We make niggas disappear like that triangle out Bermuda. They can't find his body, but they know that I'm the shooter. I say cut my sentence in half, and I spread a little rumor. Deal? Well, you can look in Oklahoma if you want to find them Sooners.
Whoa. What's that? I just built a budgeting app in Base 44. Guys, Nina just built.
Right now, I do want to pop up this live look over the White House at this hour as President Trump delivered the longest State of the Union address in history last night. That speech lasting about an hour and 48 minutes. Trump warned it would be a lengthy one as there was a lot to discuss in his first official State of the Union of his second term in office. Now, the focal point was the economy and affordability, but the topic of Iran and a nuclear deal also having comments as well.
As president, I will make peace wherever I can, but I will never hesitate to confront threats to America wherever we must. That's why in a breakthrough operation last June, the United States military obliterated Iran's nuclear weapons program with an attack on Iranian soil known as Operation Midnight Hammer. For decades, it had been the policy of the United States never to allow Iran to obtain a nuclear weapon. They've already developed missiles that can threaten Europe and our bases overseas, and they're working to build missiles that will soon reach the United States of America. After Midnight Hammer, they were warned to make no future attempts to rebuild their weapons program, in particular nuclear weapons, yet they continue starting it all over. We wiped it out and they want to start all over again and are at this moment again pursuing their sinister ambitions. We are in negotiations with them. They want to make a deal, but we haven't heard those secret words. We will never have a nuclear weapon.
So this morning, Iran is actually pushing back against President Trump's remarks ahead of tomorrow's talks between the U.S. and Iran once again happening in Geneva. Two Iranian officials calling those remarks, quote, big lies, but also explaining negotiations could lead to an agreement only through, quote, honorable diplomacy. Those comments as the Pentagon builds up its largest force of American warships and aircraft in the Middle East in decades, and that includes 2 aircraft carrier strike groups. President Trump has continuously warned of potential military action against Iran if talks over its nuclear program fall apart. Right now, I want to bring in Javed Ali, Associate Professor of Practice at the University of Michigan's Gerald R. Ford School of Public Policy. He's also worked with the Defense Intelligence Agency, the Department of Homeland Security, and the FBI. Thank you so much, Javed Ali, for being here with us, as always.
Josh, always nice to be with you. Thanks for having me.
Of course. And first off, I want to start by talking overall about what we can expect tomorrow, because we know that those talks are taking place, and this is going to be that third round expected to once again be indirect talks. So when you look at that overall and you think about Geneva being the spot once again, what does that all kind of say?
So, Josh, here we are now about a month, roughly a month into this latest round of negotiations between the U.S. and Iran. As you mentioned, we've had 2 other meetings, the first one in Oman, and you and I talked about that. Then going back about a week. The second meeting in Geneva, we also talked about that then. And tomorrow we're going to have now the third round of meetings in Geneva. The mechanics of these discussions, as we've also talked about in the past, are a little unusual, where both sides aren't actually sitting at the table together. One side comes in, the Omani foreign minister sort of serves as the intermediary, and then the other side comes in, and that Omani foreign minister then passes the discussions from the side that was in the room before. So that's how it's going to play out, I think, tomorrow. But even from the clip that you showed from President Trump's remarks at the State of the Union last night, he's leaving open the possibility of diplomacy to get to a deal. But as we all know, there is this significant U.S. military buildup in the region. And so it seems like the White House is still on this dual track approach of putting pressure on Iran, demonstrably showing the significant U.S. buildup that's now encircling Iran, at least from the air and naval resources, but still having these diplomatic talks. And which of these two tracks will there actually be results? That's the thing that nobody knows the answer to.
We also know that we heard from President Trump as he was speaking, and he's mentioned this several times, but that he has so many options there. We're talking limited strikes, a broader campaign. Can you kind of explain our understanding of really what the difference is there between the two?
So with the significant amount of U.S. military resources in the region, 2 carrier battle groups, and in addition to those, then there's about 200 planes roughly split between both carriers. There's probably several hundred other planes already in the region at the different air bases in Jordan, in Turkey, in Qatar, in the Al Udeid Air Base, which is the biggest U.S. base in the region, and on and on. So there's a significant amount of resources, and then the ships that have their firepower as well, with Tomahawks and other land-based weapons that they can fire. So with all of that capability, I would have to believe over the past month or so, the Pentagon, either through the deliberate National Security Council process or another process, has presented President Trump with a whole menu of options. And as you indicated, some of those options could be more on the lighter side, so not a full-blown campaign that lasts for days or weeks and tries to hit a broad scope of targets, dozens if not hundreds over that period of time. But maybe one of the options is something very limited, very narrow, perhaps something that looks like Midnight Hammer from last June, may not be nuclear facilities, but something like that. And on the other side, there's the heavy option that, as I said, could be very extensive. And that is probably where Iran would retaliate significantly if the U.S. picks that heavy option.
One thing that's interesting is just days ago, we heard that the U.S. is ordering those non-essential embassy staff and families to leave Beirut. Does that tell us anything? Is there anything to read into that as far as the situation with Iran?
So over the past year, with the tension between Iran and Israel, and now Iran and the U.S., we've seen these ordered departures of non-essential personnel from different bases or locations in the region. Going back a month, I think there were non-essential folks who were ordered or asked to leave on military bases. I think Al Udeid and maybe the one in Bahrain. But now we're seeing ordered departure of non-essential personnel from the embassy in Lebanon. And that I would have to believe is based on the potential threat of Hezbollah retaliation against the U.S. embassy or U.S. personnel or U.S. interests in Lebanon in the event of a conflict between Iran and the U.S. And we haven't seen Hezbollah come to Iran's aid yet over the past couple of years, but Israel has also hit Hezbollah really hard going back to September 2024. And maybe that's one of the reasons why. But I have to believe there was either intelligence or just out of an abundance of caution, that decision was made to thin out the presence in Lebanon, because that is in Hezbollah's backyard, and potentially they could, if so ordered or directed, they could try to attack U.S. interests there.
It's also important to note we haven't really heard much about Hamas or Hezbollah in general there. The Houthis, a lot of that discussion has kind of stopped over the past several months. So we'll kind of see how that factors into all of this. But also want to talk about Secretary of State Marco Rubio, because we know that he has a trip planned, as far as we still know, for this weekend to meet with Benjamin Netanyahu, of course, the prime minister there of Israel. So does that tell us anything? Is there anything to read into that trip specifically?
So, based on what comes out of the meeting tomorrow, then Secretary Rubio's trip may help sort of guide us in terms of what the next step is. Now, again, if we hear tomorrow that these talks don't lead to anything productive and they've collapsed and both sides have gotten frustrated with each other, then potentially the trip that Secretary Rubio makes is to then meet with Prime Minister Netanyahu and perhaps the military commanders and the Israeli Defense Forces to plan for the military campaign that might be ordered by President Trump. So that's one possibility. On the other side, if the talks are productive tomorrow, then maybe what Secretary Rubio will do when he goes to Israel is talk about how to keep sort of the diplomatic options open in the region and keep the countries comfortable who don't want to see conflict happen between the U.S. and Israel and Iran, because their interests are going to be affected, and from the possibility of Iranian attacks or the economic and commercial interests they have with Iran. So it could go in two different directions, I think, but we're going to have to wait and see how tomorrow's meeting goes before we have a clear read what Secretary Rubio is going to try to achieve.
My last question for you here. Realistically, do we expect much to come from tomorrow's talks? Because as far as I understand, these are once again going to be indirect. So we're not seeing officials there from the U.S. and from Iran actually meet face to face. They are meeting through mediators. So anything that could actually come out of it.
Well, this is where it gets so hard to know, Josh, kind of the decision making both on the U.S. side and the Iranian side. So how much patience does President Trump and the White House have to let these talks continue if there still aren't the prospect for a realistic deal that satisfies all the U.S. conditions and demands? And that's going to take some hard negotiating to get to. And at the same time, even though the U.S. has built up this significant military presence down in the region, it has also given Iran, on the flip side, more time to prepare. And I would have to believe the Iranians are, in the event of a military campaign by the U.S. and or Israel, there are a whole list of options the Iranians are now preparing for in response to being attacked. And that is where things could get very dicey and escalate quickly out of control. So diplomacy may stall out, but if we get into a military campaign, then both sides are going to probably hit each other or try and hit each other as hard as they can.
All right, Javed Ali, as always, we appreciate your insight here. I know you got to get going, but anything you want to add, anything we missed here before I let you go?
Yeah, it's another tense moment, Josh. I think we're going to have to wait and see how tomorrow goes. But if the talks really do collapse and the White House says, we're not meeting anymore, then I think we are probably in the run-up to seeing the beginnings of a military campaign. And again, it may start off small, or it could, off the bat, go very heavy. It's unclear how that's going to go.
Yeah, we'll definitely keep an eye on it. Again, those talks happening tomorrow over in Geneva, that third round of talks after we saw the talks in Geneva last week. So Javed Ali, thank you so much, as always, for being here with us. We definitely appreciate it.
All right, great. Thanks, Josh.
And I want to take you out to this post here from the State Department. They posted a clip from President Trump's State of the Union. Of course, we played for you some of the comments a bit earlier, but it says, President Trump on Iran. My preference is to solve this problem through diplomacy, but one thing is certain. I will never allow the world's #1 sponsor of terror to have a nuclear weapon. We have to be strong. It's called peace through strength. Again, as I mentioned, those talks set to take place tomorrow in Geneva, once again expected to be indirect talks. We're not talking about the U.S. and Iran sitting face to face and having a discussion. Of course, that could always change, but we'll make sure to keep you updated, as always, here on Live Now from Fox.
Frustrated with the way you currently file your taxes? What if you could track your tax expert's progress?
I want to start with a live image that we do have coming out of Geneva, Switzerland. As you all know, those talks between U.S. and Iranian officials are continuing today with help from mediation from Oman. Now, the U.S. Special Middle East Envoy Steve Witkoff meeting with the Iranian foreign minister in an effort to convince his country to halt its enrichment of uranium, a key step to building a nuclear bomb, and curtail or stop its production of long-range missiles. The Associated Press is covering this extensively. They also say this, that Oman has officially presented Iran's proposals to the U.S. special envoys, which do include Steve Witkoff and also Jared Kushner. The ministry published a photo of the Omani foreign minister with Witkoff and Kushner, signaling indirect talks were underway. The foreign ministry said that those officials went over the U.S. inquiries and requests regarding Iran's nuclear program and the necessary guarantees to achieve a deal. Said the talks were continuing in a constructive way. So again, this is the live image that we have outside of the residence of the Omani mediator there in Geneva. Heavy police presence, and similar to what we've seen throughout the last several weeks, as this is the third round of talks. You also may remember that just a couple of nights ago, President Trump did deliver his State of the Union address to the American public and also to members of Congress. In it, he did touch briefly on the situation with Iran. I want to play out some of those comments for you next.
President, I will make peace wherever I can, but I will never hesitate to confront threats to America wherever we must. That's why in a breakthrough operation last June, the United States military obliterated Iran's nuclear weapons program with an attack on Iranian soil known as Operation Midnight Hammer. For decades, it had been the policy of the United States never to allow Iran to obtain a nuclear weapon. They've already developed missiles that can threaten Europe and our bases overseas, and they're working to build missiles that will soon reach the United States of America. After Midnight Hammer, they were warned to make no future attempts to rebuild their weapons program, in particular nuclear weapons, yet they continue starting it all over. We wiped it out and they want to start all over again, and are at this moment again pursuing their sinister ambitions. We are in negotiations with them. They want to make a deal, but we haven't heard those secret words. We will never have a nuclear weapon.
And as you heard there, that was President Trump discussing the fact that the U.S. is not willing to allow Iran to have that nuclear weapon. Again, those talks and that discussion happening at the State of the Union address Tuesday night. I want to bring us back out to this. It's the live image that we continue to have over in Geneva, Switzerland. A little bit of movement at this time, but it's unclear if we're going to be able to see any of the delegates walking in or out of this residence. We haven't before, but we'll keep this image up on your screen and keep dipping in and out of it just to see what we can watch as those talks are underway. As we continue to follow everything having to do with the U.S. and Iran, I want to bring into the conversation now Jonathan Sayeh. He is the Iran Program Research Analyst at the Foundation for the Defense of Democracies. Jonathan, good morning.
Hi, great to be with you.
Of course, good to have you here. All right, so this is the third round of talks between officials with the U.S. and Iran. For the purpose of just having this go forward in negotiations for this nuclear program, Jonathan, if you had to just say what is the ultimate priority, one goal for Tehran at this moment, what would it be? And how is that priority shaped based off of political pressures in Iran?
So normally I would say their priority is to secure a deal that benefits them. Ideally, they would go back to something like the 2015 JCPOA, that they maintain their ability to enrich uranium. They did not negotiate over ballistic missiles, and they got sanctions relief for it. But I don't know if they see this as a possibility or a possible priority at this point anymore. So realistically, now what they're trying to do is just to stall, deter a potential attack. Of course, we've seen different incentives provided by them, although they have not really scaled back their rhetoric on enrichment capacity. Now they're trying to provide more concessions, such as providing financial incentives for the United States. But of course, Washington has stood on its firm red line about, of course, no enrichment. And we yet to actually find out if Washington is actually pursuing or trying to put ballistic missiles on the negotiation table as well or not.
How unified is Iranian leadership heading into these talks?
Recruiters are charging you 25% per hire, and you're still getting bad candidates. Here's 5 reasons why.
You know, there's two ways of looking at it. On one hand, you talk about the Islamic Republic, of course, comes down to the supreme leader himself. Being the theocracy and being a totalitarian regime that it is, nothing gets approved without the supreme leader's, of course, approval. But that said, you're still talking about parallel institutions. Looking at the regime as a monolith is, to an extent, accurate, but that said, there are different moving parts within the regime. You have the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps that has not been really greenlighting negotiations. On the other hand, you have the quote-unquote reformist facade. That is, of course, the regime's propaganda arm. Every time they want to reach out to the West, they usually try to elevate this camp within the Islamic Republic. So ultimately what we're seeing is, of course, what they think would benefit them the most, which is, of course, deterring an attack and trying to maintain enrichment capacity. So no matter what side of the aisle you look at within the Islamic Republic or any politician, the messaging is consistent. They all find the United States to be the major adversary. They do not want to have nuclear disarmament, and they want to maintain their ballistic missiles because they all want the regime to survive.
I want to turn now to Iranian citizens as a whole. Now they're dealing with, an inflation crisis, economic strain. Jonathan, what would a successful deal realistically change in the day-to-day lives of Iranians, and how soon would they be able to feel that change?
It's debatable whether it would impact their lives at all, because we have to remember when there was a deal in place back in 2015, of course, Iran, quote unquote, got sanctions relief, but we have to keep in mind all key sectors of society are controlled by the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps or affiliated kleptocrats. So an ordinary Iranian on the ground is not going to benefit from any of this unless regime officials want to artificially inject the market with currency just to create an image that the economy is improving. So when it comes to day-to-day, of course, the average Iranian does not benefit because, again, the Islamic Republic is not there to represent Iranian national interests. They're there to defend Islamist interests. That has been established. That's what they claim to do. But more importantly, you're talking about a population that is still grieving. We see protests erupting in the form of funerals. Student protesters continue to take to the streets. So the idea that somehow this population is going to be appeased or satisfied with a potential deal that's not even going to financially benefit them is not accurate anymore. You're talking about people that want this regime gone. They see no way out but through. And the sheer scale of mass killing told the average Iranian that the regime is not there to defend their rights.
And Jonathan, we're going to talk about that 2015 nuclear agreement in just a moment. But before we go on to that, the talks here focused on the nuclear program of Iran. Now, Iran insists that its nuclear program is peaceful, but from a policy standpoint, where is Tehran drawing its red lines on enrichment, inspection, and also those long-term limits, and how are they assessing where to draw those lines?
Well, first of all, we have to see whom in Tehran we're referring to when they say their nuclear program is quote unquote peaceful. There's been contradicting narratives coming from the Islamic Republic. On one hand, they mentioned that, well, for now, we do not find the nuclear weapons program to be quote unquote permissible based on Islam. But they follow that up quickly by saying, well, that can change. The supreme leader has said it. Numerous officials have threatened weaponizations. They've been very clear. Some of these nuclear scientists have been very clear that they do have the capabilities to pursue weaponization. They do have the ambitions. It's just a matter of when they want to go with it. So the idea that somehow they've always been saying that their nuclear program is peaceful, one, that is not true. But more importantly, actions speak louder than words. If their nuclear program was peaceful, number one, they would not be hiding some of their sites. They would not be enriching uranium as one of those sites. And I know we use the term a lot of uranium enrichment, and just to better explain what that means for the audience, that is the first step for weaponization. So as long as you maintain some sort of enrichment capacity, whether it's 3% or 50 or 60%, of course, once you pass the 60 and get into the 90% area, that's when you really move with weaponization. And this is something that Tehran has gotten really close to. So as long as they can maintain that capacity, the jump from 3%, 5, 6, 10, and all the way to 90 is not that crazy anymore. That is why they want to maintain that ability to enrich so they can be able to threaten weaponization Of course, they use this nuclear program as a bargaining chip. It's meant to be a leverage. For it to be peaceful and only be limited to somehow peaceful energy, again, doesn't make sense because the regime has not created any infrastructure in place to benefit its own people. We have no reason to assume that they're all of a sudden, when it comes to nuclear, somehow they're really worried about the welfare of their own people.
Talking a little bit about the welfare of the Iranian people, and you did speak about it briefly, about how, whether something is reached, it's not really clear if Iranians are going to feel any kind of impact. And we've seen this in the past that things may not be changing on the ground for ordinary Iranian civilians. But Jonathan, if these talks continue to stall, what would happen politically within Iran?
So the first step that has really been in place is that the hardline camp, the people that are more affiliated, at least like on the publicly more affiliated with the IRGC and the supreme leader, they've been actually hesitant about talks because, of course, they find America to be the great Satan, and they are under the impression that they have the firepower actually to take America down. That's why they say many of these lawmakers have actually called for a preemptive strike against the United States. So the fact that they're even negotiating right now is in a way being interpreted as a sign of weakness. Again, we're talking about some Islamist factions that don't live in the same paradigms as we do. These are some entities that genuinely want to pursue regional war. They want to bring terrorism to the United States. They're not necessarily rational actors. So how would that impact their lives if the talks will continue to stall? Ultimately comes down to how Washington and Jerusalem were to address this. Because the more these talks stall, the more a potential strike would be legitimized by diplomatic options that were already exhausted. And they're aware of that. They know what happened in May. But the consequences this time are going to be more severe. They understand that the stakes are much higher. They're more illegitimate domestically. Europe, Canada, and Australia also see the IRGC as a terror organization. That means post-regime change, they have nowhere to escape to. So when you look at everything together, you look at the military buildup in the region, they know this time would be different than Operation Midnight Hammer.
I'm glad you mentioned military buildup in the region. I want to take us out to this, a social media post courtesy of Fox News correspondent Trey Yings. He says this: more U.S. jets deployed to the Middle East as Iranian officials signal flexibility in nuclear talks in Switzerland. So, Jonathan, like you said, we are seeing a lot of military signaling from multiple sides on this front. How has that affected Iranian public opinion down on the ground, but also somewhat of what you mentioned here globally?
So people down on the ground have been pleading for an American intervention. It all started when the president called on protesters to occupy key government institution that signaled to them that, of course, help is on the way, as the president noted. And of course, Iranians really finding this regime not to be representative of their own interests. They want to be the ones that define their own destiny. And when we talk about military intervention, we need to remember that the Islamic Republic was the first to deploy that. They were the first to bring in foreign non-Iranian terror proxies to kill protesters in mass. They brought in people from Iraq, from Afghanistan, from Lebanon, just to open fire on Iranian civilians. They leveraged the relationship with Beijing to bring in surveillance tools. So when you look at it, really, this is an arena that the Islamic Republic itself has opened up for foreign intervention, just so that we're clear on that specific note. But once Iranians see this extent of build-up, now they're realizing help might actually be on the way. Of course, many were disheartened to see Washington engaging this regime diplomatically after President Trump said that protesters should expand. But that said, momentum still exists on the ground. And I think all eyes are on Washington now. It really comes down to how this military action is going to signal to the average Iranian. Because Washington doesn't have an appetite for boots on the ground, comes down to effective sequencing for the average Iranian so they know when they have to be where. Should there be a military campaign, we want to ensure that it doesn't deter unrest and it actually provokes further civic movements throughout the country to ensure that Iranians can define their own destiny.
I just want to put this up here. It was a map that kind of shows where all these U.S. naval assets are being placed here in the Middle East. Jonathan, let's go back to that 2015 nuclear agreement between the U.S. and Iran. Talk to us a little bit about the lessons that the Iranian leadership learned from U.S. withdrawal back then, and also how that is influencing the current talks today.
The main angle for Tehran was the fact that just because one administration pursues a deal not in form of a treaty, does not get Congress approval on it, effectively leads to that poor deal being dismantled by the next administration. They know they cannot play the US politics like they thought they could. The idea was that their lobby was investing a lot of money in Washington, trying to portray the regime differently than it was. On the other hand, we saw the Obama administration provide them with more concession policies of appeasement. At the time, I was actually working closely with the State Department, and I do remember how the policies were really different under Biden. Again, every time an administration from the US has been trying to get a deal, we see them have different appeasement policies, and I remember that specifically under the Biden era. So that, again, that is one signal. But more importantly, I think Iranians, also the regime officials there, realize that when they talk about a deal, they have done a poor job explaining why that deal is beneficial for the people on the ground. Because when you look at the protest movements that are taking place, of course, initially triggered by economic decline, but ultimately we talked about how it's overlapping grievances of Iranians, and it's not just economic demand. When you look at all these protests, there was not a single chant against US sanctions. So you have, on one hand, regime officials saying sanctions had no effect on our economy. Average Iranian on the ground does not see sanctions as viable. They see the regime as the main perpetuator of Iran's economic decline. So their messaging internally has been really weak. Now that the US has withdrew from the deal, unfortunately, they cannot have the same ability to play the victim because they continue to say sanctions had no effect on Iran's economy. Comes down to corruption and mismanagement. So when you look at all these different pillars, it tells you, like we said, how Iran views its own people. And the third and most important thing, and the final note on that, is that Iran was still enriching uranium in undeclared location, about 3 or 4. And that's when the IAEA had to step in and find traces of enriched uranium, something that they did not declare. That's another important lesson for them, realizing that if they have discrete locations for uranium enrichment with weaponization ambitions, it's only a matter of time for intelligence services to find that and expose the regime for what it actually is.
All right, you got to stop buying generic Viagra if y'all over 40. You can get 9 pills of 100 milligram generic Viagra.
Jonathan, my final question for you this morning, when we're looking at this in the broader trajectory, do you think these negotiations are more about preventing a crisis in the short term, or is it about getting that new relationship between the US and Iran to a good spot for the long term?
We've learned with our engagement with the Islamic Republic that whether it is sanctions enforcement, whether it's maximum pressure, or whether it's a policy of appeasement trying to get a deal, in neither case we got behavior change from the regime. So no matter what kind of strategy you deploy, if it's a good cop, bad cop scenario where on one hand you have one administration being harsh, while the other one steps in and actually provides sanctions relief, we saw the regime continue to kill its own people. We saw them attack US personnel under Biden as well, as much as they did under Trump. We saw them pursue weaponization despite who was in charge in Washington. So I think US policymakers now know that even if you were to somehow obtain a deal with the regime, it's not going to be long lasting because Iran has never negotiated in good faith. Even under Obama, as soon as the deal was reached, they held ballistic missile drills, sending a message to Europe, Israel, and America that just because we were able to negotiate with you over the nuclear issue doesn't mean the other fronts are resolved, such as terror financing and ballistic missiles. And what everyone's well aware at this point. So the only way that you can actually neutralize this threat without having to postpone it every administration, you step in, you create a deal, you get backlash. That has not been sustainable. The only way that you can actually neutralize it is to ensure that there is a system of governance in Tehran that, one, represents the Iranian national interest, it is legitimate by the Iranian public, and it's willing to coordinate and work with the United States like it has in the past. It is not going to be the number one sponsor of terror in the region, and it's not going to have ballistic missiles that are threatening an entire continent.
Jonathan Sayed, Iran Program Research Analyst at the Foundation for the Defense of Democracies. We always appreciate your time here at Live Now from Fox. We'll see what happens with these talks after today. Take care.
Always a pleasure joining your show. Thank you for having me.
Of course. We are going to step away for a quick commercial break. I just want to showcase one more time this social media post from Fox News correspondent Trey Yingst, who is also following this very closely, in which he says that more U.S. jets deployed to the Middle East as Iranian officials signal flexibility in nuclear talks in Switzerland.
Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 8:34 on the East Coast, 5:34 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'll be here on this Thursday for the next several hours as we break down all of your top stories and live events from across the country and across the world. Right now, on the right-hand side of your screen, you are taking a live look over in Geneva, Switzerland, as we continue to cover everything related to the talks taking place between the U.S. and Iran, as we've now learned that a break has been called amid those indirect talks. All of this, of course, over Iran's nuclear program. Now, those talks in Geneva today have Oman serving as a mediator between the two. And I want to pop up this statement from Oman's foreign minister coming out a short time ago saying, quote, "We've been exchanging creative and positive ideas in Geneva today, and now both U.S. and Iranian negotiators have adjourned for a break. We'll resume later today. We hope to make more progress," end quote. The negotiations come as the Pentagon builds up its largest force of American warships and aircraft in the Middle East in decades, and that includes 2 aircraft carrier strike groups. President Trump has continuously warned of potential military action against Iran if talks over that nuclear program fall apart. We also have this post from Trey Yingst over at Fox News. You can see this right here on your screen as he says, more U.S. jets deployed to the Middle East as Iranian officials signal flexibility in nuclear talks in Switzerland. Again, another live look right here over Geneva, Switzerland, as those talks are currently on a break, but are expected to resume. I do want to bring in Jason M. Brodsky, Policy Director of United Against Nuclear Iran, to talk much more about all of this and what's expected to happen, how it's all going to play out. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us today.
Were you recently injured in a car accident? If so, you need to stop now and immediately call an experienced auto accident attorney. Look at this check.
It's great to be with you. Thank you.
Of course. And first off, want to kind of talk to you about this break situation. What do you make of the fact that they are taking a break during these indirect talks? Not sure quite how long the first part of them lasted, but we're talking about the third round of indirect talks. So what do you make of all of that?
I wouldn't read too much into that. I think it just is pretty much a standard flow of the negotiations. I would say that in these negotiations, the maximum the Iranian regime is prepared to give continues not to meet the minimum the United States is prepared to accept. And I think that there is still a higher likelihood of military action than any kind of breakthrough diplomatically here.
I also wanted to pop up this statement. We read it here in just a few moments ago, but this is coming in from Oman's foreign minister. Popping it up on your screen here, but he says, quote, "We've been exchanging creative and positive ideas in Geneva today, and now both U.S. and Iranian negotiators have adjourned for a break. We'll resume later today. We hope to make more progress." Now, the part, of course, that stands out is we've been exchanging creative and positive ideas in Geneva. Does that indicate that things are going well, or is that just kind of a basic statement that you'd expect?
Again, I wouldn't read too much into these kinds of positive readouts from the Omani foreign minister. The Omanis have an interest in making it seem like this process is worth the effort. I don't think that it is not possible to have a deal where the mediator wants a deal more than the two parties themselves. And so I think the Omanis want to put a positive spin on the talks, despite the fact that there are very significant gaps between both sides in this negotiation.
When we talk about what happens next, we know that President Trump has been very direct about what could happen here if Iran doesn't agree to a deal. Now, last week, 1 week ago today, actually, he gave them 10 to 15 days to agree to any kind of nuclear deal, or there would be some punishment, some consequences take place. There's also been discussion about a limited strike or a larger operation in general. Do we know what the difference is, what a limited strike would really look like?
Well, I think a limited strike would be strikes on discrete military targets in Iran without a broader regime collapse goal. Here, a larger operation would be a strike that's aimed to precipitate the collapse of the Iranian regime. And there are many targets to choose from in the Islamic Republic, and a larger strike could have a variety of such targets, such as leadership decapitations, taking out command and control facilities, Iranian government facilities, and Iranian government targets. So, limited strikes are, meant to be carefully calibrated to send a message while avoiding escalation. But a more extensive operation would signal that regime collapse is the goal.
Are we seeing any indication of talking about the protests that happened all over Iran back in January? It seems like we're seeing videos circulate again of potentially college students, things of that nature. Is that any kind of indication that we could see more of those protests against the regime pop up in the coming weeks? Or is that just kind of a scattered situation right now that's happening in some areas and not others?
Well, I think that the drivers for protests among Iranians have not changed. In fact, they've only gotten worse. The economy is reeling. Socially, there is great unrest. There's an unbridgeable chasm between state and society. The Iranian people protesting want the Islamic Republic gone. And a deal is not going to change those sentiments. The Iranian people are not chanting for a deal. They're chanting for the ouster of the Islamic Republic. And so their hate towards the Iranian system, towards the Islamic Republic, will not be going away, irrespective of what happens in Geneva.
One thing that we've heard from President Trump repeatedly is that if executions of protesters, anyone else there, continue as a result of standing up to the regime, that is when the U.S. could strike as well. Do we know if those executions, and I believe you and I have talked about this a few times, but do we know if those executions are still taking place or if they have actually been halted over the past couple months?
Iranians have continued to be sentenced to death. There have been accounts of secret executions taking place outside of the public realm, and that gives the Iranian regime a level of deniability. But there has been reporting that has been unmasking some of those executions that have taken place. And I think the Iranian regime fed disinformation to the U.S. government that they were halting all of these executions. And we have to be careful about all the information that the Iranian regime is giving to the United States government, because they have an interest in injecting disinformation into U.S. policymaking processes to avert a military strike. And so I think that that's what we saw a few weeks ago when we had messages from the Iranian regime saying that there would be no, quote, hangings. But while there may not have been any public hangings, there could have been executions by other means. And there have been, according to public reports that have emerged since that time.
And my last question for you always, what do we need to be watching for here as the talks will resume from that break? At least we're told by the Omani foreign minister that they will. And then over the next several hours and days, what do we specifically need to watch for to see how all of this continues?
Well, I think that all of the signals that I have been seeing indicate that the U.S. is preparing to strike the Islamic Republic. This Geneva process is reminiscent of the Geneva Peace Conference in 1991, on the eve of the U.S. launching a military operation to check Saddam Hussein's invasion of Kuwait in 1991. And that was the last chance ultimatum to the Saddam Hussein regime, and war started very quickly after. So this Geneva process that we're seeing in 2026 is reminiscent of that 1991 scenario. And I think that we're going to be seeing really a steady drumbeat towards a potential U.S. military operation here. I do not think that diplomacy with the Islamic Republic works, durable diplomacy, that is. And the U.S. wants, what the U.S. is aiming for is this engagement is supposed supposed to be the floor and not the ceiling of its engagement with the Islamic Republic, but the Islamic Republic seeks this to be the ceiling and not the floor of its engagement with the U.S. And as long as we have that continuous mismatch in expectations, it's fanciful to suggest or to expect that any diplomacy is going to be durable between the United States and the Islamic Republic.
Jason Brodsky, thank you so much for taking the time to join us here and helping to break it down. Of course, we're looking at this photo provided by the New York Post showing Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff. Of course, those discussions expected to continue as the day progresses here. Anything we missed? Anything that you want to make sure to add before I let you go?
No, I think that we hit it all. I would say that the United States has been trying to engage in this diplomatic process to legitimize politically what will be needed, and that's likely a military strike. And so that's where all directions are headed at the moment.
And of course, we'll pay attention and see how it plays out. Thank you so much for being here with us as always. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
And I want to pop this up on your screen once again, a live look over in Geneva, Switzerland. We are following everything related to all of this. And as I read to you a short time ago, we heard from Oman's foreign minister just about an hour ago on social media as he said, quote, "We've been exchanging creative and positive ideas in Geneva today, and now both U.S. and Iranian negotiators have adjourned for a break. We'll resume later today. We hope to make more progress." As we get updates from Witkoff and Kushner coming in to our newsroom, as well as officials with Oman, and likely we'll hear from Iran's foreign minister as well, we'll bring those to you here on Live Now from Fox. Right now, we are going to head to a quick break, but so much more live news on the other side.
You know, with AI,
you can create any character you want in seconds.
This used to require huge Hollywood.
But next up, we want to talk about now the very latest in the Middle East crisis. Tensions with Iran continue. You know, it seemed like last week, going into the weekend, that there could be some military action from the U.S. That didn't happen to be the case, but now we wait and see if this weekend could possibly be another round of waiting to see if that is going to happen. So right now, for more on this, Fox News correspondent Jennifer Griffin joining us here with a breakdown of the talks that are continuing with Iran in this tension.
Well, Mike, those talks are over tonight in Geneva. We've heard from the Oman's foreign minister. He painted the talks as positive. We don't have any word yet from the U.S. delegation what their characterization of the talks with the Iranians would be. They met twice today for about 3 hours. And the Omani foreign minister says that there's an agreement to meet again next week, perhaps even with the IAEA in Vienna. They are meeting from Monday to Wednesday, March 2nd to 4th of next week. We also know that Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, is supposed to travel to Israel on Monday, and the Gerald R. Ford Aircraft Carrier Strike Group is supposed to go to Haifa, according to the Jerusalem Post, on Monday. But again, all of this is really the decision-making at this point is still at the White House. President Trump met with his security team today. He has a meeting in about 30 minutes, another private meeting, I think, to hear the results of those talks. The military option is still very much on the table. We've seen the Gerald R. Ford Aircraft Carrier Strike Group leave Suda Bay in Crete today, heading eastward toward Israel. We also have seen more F-22 squadrons moving into the region, the buildup of air refueling tankers, the bridge, the number of F-35s that have been moved into the region. There is a large armada, as the president has said, in the Middle East right now, the largest air and naval set of assets that we've seen in the past 23 years. So right now, very, very tense moments and a lot weighing on those talks, all eyes on those talks in Geneva and what the U.S. delegation comes back to the White House and tells them occurred during those talks, and whether the president will have the patience to wait another few days or another week while they continue these negotiations, or whether he feels that the Iranians are stringing him along.
Yeah, we'll wait and see if that patient continues to wear a little bit thin for President Trump. What have you been hearing as what this strike could look like if so the president decides to do that? I mean, would we see a more elaborate strike than we did last summer when the situation happened there in Iran?
I think you would. I mean, what we saw last summer, remember, was 12 days where the Israelis basically took out the air defenses and cleared the way for the U.S. to then come in those final 2 days and strike Iran's nuclear facilities, basically 3 sites, very targeted strikes using the B-2 bombers and other aircraft and warplanes. But those 3 sites, what's notable is that they are still part of these negotiations. So last summer, we were told that they were completely obliterated. Well, it seems not quite so obliterated because there is concerns that the U.S. and the IAEA and Israel don't know where the highly enriched uranium were that the Iranians had, that they believed were buried deep into those mountainsides and crushed by those bombs. But it is not clear at this point whether the Iranians may have moved some of that highly enriched uranium. There's about 400 kilograms of the highly enriched uranium that's unaccounted for. So I think you would likely see a return to striking those 3 sites. The problem with Isfahan, for instance, is that the tunnels there go deep into a mountain, and even the strongest GBU-47, the bunker buster bombs that are dropped by the B-2s, they cannot reach into those tunnels. And it is clear that the Iranians have returned to those sites in the last 6 months, 9 months, and they have been boring into those tunnels. And there are other nuclear sites that could be targeted. And then you also, given the buildup and what we're seeing, it's hard to imagine that the U.S. and Israel would not also strike at IRGC targets, particularly in the wake of the president's warning that help is on its way, following the brutal crackdown on the protesters that led to, some say, 32,000 Iranians dead in December and January. So we've heard very mixed messages from the White House, from the president, from the Secretary of State, and the vice president in the last 2 days. At first, we were told that these talks were only going to focus on the nuclear program, Iran's nuclear program. But then we heard Marco Rubio yesterday talking about Iran's ballistic missiles. That's something that Israel has been concerned about. And then you heard Steve Witkoff, one of the key negotiators for the U.S., talk about how Iran could get a bomb within a week. Many people think he may have been exaggerating or misrepresenting or may have misspoken about how quickly Iran could actually get a bomb. But certainly the concern is that the Iranians have not given up their nuclear ambitions. They don't know where the highly enriched uranium is, and they need access to those sites in order to be sure that the Iranians do not get a nuclear weapon.
Any way you look at it, very tense stuff that is going on right now as these talks do continue. Jennifer, thanks so much for giving us the updates. We always appreciate it here on Live Now.
Thank you, Mike.
Imagine being able to build anything just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
Okay, one thing that we've been tracking closely in recent weeks is the negotiations between the U.S. and Iran to ramp down Iran's nuclear program. Today, the U.S. and Iran held hours of indirect negotiations over the nuclear program, but walked away without a deal. Oman mediating the talks in Geneva, and their foreign minister saying that there had been significant progress in the negotiation, but didn't elaborate beyond that. Just before the talks ended, the AP says that Iranian state television reported that Tehran was determined to continue enriching uranium, rejecting proposals to transfer it abroad and seeking to lift and sought the lifting of international sanctions, indicating that Iran basically is not prepared to meet President Trump's demands. That, of course, leaves the potential of U.S. military action on the table. Standing by is retired Marine intelligence officer and host of the Strat podcast, Hal Kempfer. Hal, we were tracking this headline right before we came on TV. This just coming in from the Washington Post, saying Vice President J.D. Vance says while strikes against Iran are being considered by the president, there is, quote, no chance that they'd result in the U.S. being involved in a drawn-out war. The vice president saying, quote, I think we all prefer the diplomatic option. How likely is the diplomatic option feeling at this point, Hal, given how negotiations are going?
Austin, not very. Basically what happened, and that was what you just talked about, was that Iran retrenched itself. Basically says, no, we're going to keep enriching uranium and frankly, lift all the sanctions. And this follows on something that just occurred yesterday, which was the U.S. put additional sanctions on 30 more Iranian persons and entities to try and tighten up our regime of sanctions against them, put more pressure on them during the negotiations. But Iran kind of gets up to the edge and then backs off. And right now, as I understand it, we're just talking about the uranium enrichment and stopping any possible development towards a nuclear weapon. We haven't even gone into the other issues that President Trump has raised, particularly ballistic missiles. And of course, we want to go down the line, talking about all the support to the proxies who have conducted violent terrorism throughout the region. So there's a lot more to discuss. And frankly, in the background, I'm hearing the tick, tick, tick of that 10 days that he talked about. And the last time we did this, we were in talks with the Iranians. And you may recall that we actually struck those 3 nuclear or uranium enrichment sites while they were scheduled to do additional talks. Of course, those talks got canceled after we did that. But that was, I kind of remember that was sort of the tactic that the Trump White House took at least last June.
That happened in June, and it was the 12-day war that prompted the U.S. to carry out those strikes against Isfahan, Fordow, and Natanz. Back then, again, it was during the 12-day war, Israel and Iran, they were both firing directly at each other. Now we've got this massive U.S. military buildup in the Middle East. What's the difference between the amount of resources the U.S. had in the region last June versus today with the USS Gerald R. Ford still en route?
We have a lot more. That's the difference. We are actually prepared to do a lot more this time. The Gerald R. Ford is literally hours away from being on station where their aircraft could potentially reach northern and potentially into central Iran. We have the Abraham Lincoln, probably somewhere in the Arabian Sea area, that is able to hit all the places south, all the southern coast, Bandar Abbas, up close to the Strait of Hormuz. And then you have Israel with all of its capabilities. And don't forget that Israel didn't just achieve air superiority over Iran, they had air supremacy. They basically were running anywhere they wanted, unobstructed, unhindered throughout Iran, bombing targets at will. That was what really, I think, shook the Iranian people, was the realization that this much vaunted air defense capability that the regime had talked about was absolutely defenseless against the Israelis. And of course, on top of that was the B-2 bombers and the Tomahawk missile attacks with the U.S. But really, I think psychologically, the big thing was the Israelis and what they were doing all over Iran. And of course, also their covert operational capability within Iran, in addition to the air capability that the Israelis had. Combined, it really shook the regime, and it shook the confidence of the people in the regime. And now you have the U.S. there in addition. There's the potential for a phenomenal amount of firepower being brought down. The problem is they have thousands of ballistic missiles. They have a tremendous retaliatory capability. We're moving non-critical personnel out of some of our bases, Bahrain being specifically the one. Fifth Fleet has gone to sea, from what I understand. They are now operational. They're no longer tied up, alongside the piers. So they're out there ready to respond with whatever's being done. But we have a number of bases that are vulnerable. Even though we have a lot of air defense capabilities, we recognize this will not be like last June. This will not, as the old phrase from the Roman Empire, not like yesterday. Well, I think that very much echoes in what we're seeing now.
President Trump, as you've alluded to, has said this is not only a nuclear discussion that they want to talk about the ballistic missile issue, the proxy issue. And one question that I get often is, these are negotiations. There's 2 sides to these negotiations. We know what the U.S. wants. What does Iran want?
Iran wants the sanctions lifted. If the sanctions were pulled, if we were to pull all the sanctions off, the economy could kind of bounce back to a certain extent. And for the regime, they look at that and say, well, that might give us another 10, 20 more years in power. So they really want to see the sanctions released. The other problem, though, is if they give up on the uranium enrichment, particularly in the current political environment, I think they're afraid that that'll be perceived that they have given up on some of the goals of the regime in general, that, the idea of what the regime represents, this Islamic revolution concept, And so they're very much afraid that if they give up too much, that whatever remaining status they have in the eyes of the Iranian people will diminish greatly, simply because they've negotiated the one thing away that they kind of feel that they stand for.
Imagine going into 2026 knowing that every hiring need, every replacement, every growth role was already handled.
So I was reading the statements coming from the Omanis today and from the Iranian foreign minister. The Iranian foreign minister told state TV, I'll read a part of this, quote, "One of our most intense and longest rounds of negotiations," is what he's calling this week's negotiations so far. He also said what needs to happen has been clearly spelled out from their side. Again, speaking about the sanctions, Hal. What's the most likely path forward here? And really, if you can, lay out to people what the timeline is. We've been talking endlessly about indirect negotiations, and I should make that plainly clear as well. These are not Iranian officials and U.S. officials meeting face to face. They have a mediator there because, do I have this right? They're in separate rooms. They're not even talking to one another.
They have the Omanis are basically acting as the interlocutor, if you will, between the two groups. Although with that said, and you may have seen a picture out there, there have been like brief moments where they physically met. They didn't negotiate, but they did physically meet. So it wasn't like they kept them on separate parts of the building the whole time. They just didn't do that as a negotiation piece. There's pros and cons with the way they're doing it. I think part of it is that whatever they talk about there, they have to go back and talk to their, we have to talk, our team has to talk to the White House. Their team has to talk to Iran. So they're probably, neither side is really fully empowered to do the sort of decision making on the spot that would be necessary for effective face-to-face negotiation. So there is a reason for that. But with that said, this thing closed. Everybody, the Iranians said, "Oh, it was very positive." We know what we need to do. And these are all the type of words that you use when you don't want to say that nothing came out of this, and that we're going to try and do more diplomacy again. And they're supposed to meet again coming up. The question is, though, what's going to happen first? They're coming up again. You saw this thing where they came out and said, we're going to keep the uranium enrichment. That is a major red flag to say that right after these negotiations conclude, to turn around and put that up there. And so, frankly, I think the White House is going to look at this, and it's going to be a matter of timing of when everything's in place, when the Gerald R. Ford is in the proper location where it can do strikes in accordance with whatever plan. And you can be assured we have a rather extensive plan somewhere for how we're going to do this. That will all be in place. And if the Iranians are still dragging their feet or putting out more of this messaging that says they're not ready to really come to terms, then I think you could see possible military action. And I don't know what's going to come first, the next meeting or military action. It's going to be close.
Does the Gerald R. Ford need to be in position before military action could happen?
No, but it would be very desirable to have the Gerald R. Ford in position before that. Now, you and I know that the Gerald R. Ford has some internal issues they have to do to keep up op tempo. I don't want to get too graphic here, but they've had some serious plumbing issues within the ship. So they're trying to work that out. And believe me, if you've ever been on a ship with plumbing issues, you know that gets to be a pretty important issue. So they're probably working on that. They're doing a number of other things to get them up to speed. And one of the things that doesn't get as much press, we always talk about the aircraft carriers, and I don't want to take away from that, but we have flown in a phenomenal amount of aircraft that satellite photos are showing stationed at various bases, like in Jordan, around the area, that are capable of doing strikes. This is well above and beyond what we had in place last June. So if something happens, I think we're looking, certainly we want to diminish. First off, we want to suppress their air defenses, but then we want to diminish their retaliatory capability. All of that suggests, if I may use a dated term, a bit of shock and awe in terms of going in there fast with everything, hitting them really hard initially in order to set back their ability to retaliate after that, that first initial strike, or I should say series of strikes.
Hal Kemper is a retired Marine intelligence officer and the host of the Strat podcast. By the way, they've had some issues with the toilets on board the USS Gerald R. Ford. I believe they were working on some of those issues in Greece last I checked. Hal will have to be checking in soon. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Austin.
We've had like 1,000 meetings about this website refresh. I'm not going to be able to get everything straight before the next check-in.
You're watching live now from Fox. Welcome back. We do want to turn now to some breaking news that came in just a short time ago here. This is a U.S. Embassy Jerusalem post. It reads, on February 27, 2026, the Department of State authorized the departure of non-emergency U.S. government personnel and family members of U.S. government personnel from Mission Israel due to safety risks. In response to security incidents and without advance notice, the U.S. Embassy may further restrict or prohibit U.S. government employees and their family members from traveling to certain areas of Israel, the Old City of Jerusalem, and the West Bank. Persons may wish to consider leaving Israel while commercial flights are available. Once again, this just coming in here a short time ago as the U.S. issues this evacuation advisory in Israel for non-emergency government staff. Now, this coming after Iran and the United States held hours of indirect negotiations just yesterday over Tehran's nuclear program, but walked away without a deal, leaving the danger of another Mideast war on the table as the U.S. has gathered a massive fleet of aircraft and warships in the region. Oman's foreign minister, who mediated the talks in Geneva, said there had been significant progress in the negotiation without elaborating. But just before those talks ended, Iranian state television reported that Tehran was determined to continue enriching uranium, rejected proposals to transfer it abroad, and sought the lifting of international sanctions, indicating it was not prepared to meet President Trump's demands. Trump wants a deal to constrain Iran's nuclear program. Iran also hopes to avert war, but maintains it has the right to enrich uranium and does not want to discuss other issues like its long-range missile program or support for armed groups like Hamas and Hezbollah. We do know that technical talks involving lower-level representatives would continue next week in Vienna, which is the home of the International Atomic Energy Agency. The United Nations atomic watchdog likely would be critical in any deal. To share more on all of this, I do want to turn to one of our Fox News correspondents, Trey Yingst. He has more.
The USS Gerald R. Ford leaving Greece for Middle Eastern waters as the U.S. and Iran tried to reach a deal during a third round of nuclear talks in Switzerland. Iran's foreign ministry indicated progress had been made, saying the two sides discussed proposals over Tehran's nuclear program and sanctions.
Talks held today were very serious. We hope that we can continue the talks over the removal of sanctions and nuclear issues with practical proposals and solutions.
But so far, Iran has refused to talk about its missile program or its support for proxy groups. Last night, Secretary of State Marco Rubio said he has high hopes for diplomacy, but also emphasized the reality when it comes to the Iranian regime.
After their nuclear program was obliterated, they were told not to try to restart it. They're not enriching right now, but they're trying to get to the point where they ultimately can.
In an effort to pressure Tehran into a deal, the U.S. is continuing its military buildup in the region, with about a dozen F-22 fighter jets arriving at an Israeli airbase for the first time yesterday, though Democrats are warning the Trump administration that any military action must have congressional approval.
Confronting Iran and halting its nuclear ambitions requires a strategy, clarity, transparency. But thus far, we're getting none of that from the administration.
If the U.S. strikes, Iran has said that American military bases in the region would be considered legitimate targets. In Tel Aviv, Trey Yingst, Fox News.
And you're taking a live look there out of Jerusalem. Now, you may remember just a short time ago, President Trump had given that 10 to 15-day window to Iran to reach a deal still not reached here as of now, after those talks there yesterday. And now we do have the U.S. Embassy Jerusalem sharing this, issuing this evacuation advisory in Israel for non-emergency government staff.
What does it really take to stop a motivated, violent criminal dead in his tracks?
Right now, I do want to head to some of the other big stories that we are covering here at this hour. Take a live look over the White House in D.C. as we know that a third round of indirect talks between the U.S. and Iran on Iran's nuclear program ended yesterday with no deal reached. And Iran's foreign minister says the talks are planned to resume on Monday. Today, the U.S. State Department authorized the departure from Israel of non-emergency U.S. government personnel and their family. The advisory explains that people should consider leaving Israel while commercial flights are still available. Thursday's talks came as the Pentagon builds up its largest force of American warships and aircraft in the Middle East in decades. That includes 2 aircraft carrier strike groups. President Trump has continuously warned of potential military action against Iran if talks over its nuclear program fall apart. Trump addressed it all during his State of the Union address this week, with 2 Iranian officials responding, calling his claims, quote, big lies. All right, so as always, a lot to discuss here. I do want to bring in Jonathan Ruhi, GINSA's Fellow for American Strategy. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us here and helping to break it all down.
Thank you so much for having me. It's my pleasure.
Of course. And first off, I wanted to ask you about this alert from the State Department regarding U.S. government personnel who are considered non-essential being evacuated, so to speak, from Israel. What do we read into this? What does this really mean for the situation as a whole?
So I think this is one more data point, and we have a few more with each passing day, that reinforces that Trump is indeed serious about having a military option, a plan B, if Iran continues to shuffle its feet and fail to negotiate on the nuclear program in earnest. Now, we've seen similar things in other countries in the Middle East by U.S. embassies in the several years since October 7th amid heightened tensions. But I think certainly this, again, sort of ratchets up that signal to the Iranians and also to our Israeli partners that the U.S. is probably getting more serious about this. I would just say, you mentioned a key consideration is the availability of commercial flights out of Israel. And we've certainly seen non-Israeli commercial airlines be much more willing to suspend those flights than perhaps the situation may dictate, and certainly that Israel's own national security calculus may reflect.
With the talks potentially continuing next week, again, we're hearing from Iran's foreign minister. We've heard from other officials that the talks could resume as early as Monday. Is there any indication that a deal could be reached anytime soon? Because again, yesterday you had that 3rd round of talks. We heard from both sides that they were potentially optimistic, but by the end of it there, no deal reached.
So I don't think we're significantly or meaningfully closer to a deal, which is sort of how the Iranians want to play this. I give the Trump administration credit for so far sticking to the general thrust of their demands, which is Iran has to give up its nuclear infrastructure. Iran will say, we don't have a nuclear weapons program, even though that's a bald-faced lie. And therefore, we don't have anything to give up permanently or completely. We'll negotiate over minor details about the program. One noticeable detail is that the delegations reportedly included technical experts on nuclear and sanctions issues, which does not mean a deal is imminent, but may mean forward progress as far as the Iranians are concerned, because that means we could drag out the talks with very detailed, time-consuming, elaborate back and forth, which is exactly what the Iranians want right now. They want to play for time.
All right, so what do we kind of watch for at this point? I always ask that toward the end, but I wanted to kind of get into it now because all of this continues to develop. We get updates. We see President Trump make a comment. We see Iran's foreign minister make a comment. Then Iran's supreme leader will post something on social media. So what are we watching for, especially into the weekend?
So I think a couple things on the negotiating front. I don't think we're going to see much new because, again, those are sort of in some form of purgatory. I would note that a key U.S. move most recently has been to send our F-22 stealth fighters to Ovda base. It's an air base in Israel. My organization has done a lot of work on this. And as we say, that is effectively a 3rd aircraft carrier for the United States in the region, even though it's only a dozen aircraft, and there's also refueling aircraft in Israel as well. Those forces in Israel can be used for offensive operations against Iran, which is not true for any of our other bases in the rest of the region. Those have restrictions on them against that sort of thing. So I think really the U.S. is in a forward deployed posture where, essentially like we saw with Operation Midnight Hammer, on the strikes on Iran's nuclear program last year, or the Israeli attacks on Iran last year, the U.S. could sort of go from a running start at this point because of the size of the forces in the region that you mentioned, because of how ready and postured they are. So, as someone who watches this very closely, I could easily imagine waking up in the middle of the night to see that operations against Iran have begun.
And it's interesting to note, this is actually a post from Lucas Tomlinson with Fox News talking about what we were discussing earlier as it relates to the alert that was issued by the State Department. He says a similar evacuation was ordered 8 days before Operation Midnight Hammer. So just something to kind of keep in mind there. Now, according to Iranian officials, the talks themselves between Iran and the U.S. are actually set to take place in Vienna. We've seen several different locations here. What is the significance there of holding these talks in Vienna?
So there's a recurring theme with these talks. The first round was supposed to happen in a Middle Eastern country that's a partner of the United States. Iran got them moved to Oman. Oman plays an active role in trying to be a neutral intermediary between the United States and Iran. Similar with Geneva, obviously in neutral Switzerland. Vienna plays a similar role. Iran likes the signal this sends, which is we're on the same plane with the United States. We will not be bullied. These are truly negotiations among equals. And also, one thing that Iran has continued to successfully insist on, and which helps drag out the talks and serve Iran's goals so they go nowhere, is that there's always a neutral intermediary between them, whether it's the Omanis or someone else. Iran has always successfully insisted these are indirect talks. Basically, we do not, it is not within our respect to meet directly with the American negotiators.
If you've written a book and want to publish it to over 3 billion potential readers, now is your chance. Spines offers a new premium service that any writer could only dream of, publishing all across.
As we kind of watch all of this play out, we are keeping a very close eye on the situation that is developing there. We're watching, as I mentioned, we hear comments from just about everyone, President Trump, the leaders there over in Iran. What do you make of that military presence that we're seeing in the Middle East? Because I mentioned this off the top, but that is the largest American military presence in that region in decades.
So it's very interesting. Trump issued a red line against the Iranian regime about putting down protests at the start of the year. And at the time, he discovered he did not have enough ready military options in the region, given the need to deal with Venezuela and also the constant need to have a presence in the Pacific. He has remarkably overcorrected for that deficit and is now trying to, in a way we've never seen the U.S. do before in 4 previous rounds of negotiations with the Iranians, make them seriously realize that the U.S. has a credible military alternative to endless negotiations. Iran is going to see how much they can get out of that, try to call America's bluff. Iran also has a higher risk calculus because the regime feels its back is more to the wall after the protests and Trump's threats to intervene there. But really, I've studied this for a long time. Iran, rightfully, before this, never had a reason to think the United States would actually literally pull the trigger if the Iranians keep dragging their feet. Iran's going to keep testing that as long as they can. But I think this time, they may actually see the U.S. can go straight from talking with the Iranians to executing a military option.
Could this be the end of the Iranian regime as a whole? Are we watching that kind of play out?
They are weaker than they have ever been before. The protests certainly showed that, both in the breadth of the protests and the grievances they had. The Iranian regime cannot fix the protesters' grievances. It's too corrupt, it's too brutal, it's too inefficient. So these protests will continue to happen. Also, the regime wants the Iranian people to see the war last year with the United States and Israel as a success. The people, by and large, do not. It exposed how weak the regime truly is. So this regime will certainly collapse at some point, and it does not require regime change by the United States to do that. This is not an Iraq-style conundrum or solution. The only question is when, not if. And also the question is how. Can the U.S. do what we did successfully under Ronald Reagan to collapse the Soviet Union, which is support forces inside Iran to help the people overthrow their regime? That's a more realistic possibility now than even a year ago.
All right, Jonathan, thank you so much for taking the time to join us. As I mentioned, we're going to watch how all of this plays out into the weekend and next week, of course, with those talks set for Monday, according to Iran's foreign minister. Anything we missed, anything that you want to make sure to add here before I let you go?
I would just underscore the point that for decades, there's been a consensus informally in Washington for sure that the Iranian regime is here to stay. We have to deal with it whether we like it or not. And then the only question is, well, how specifically do we deal with it? Is it sanctions? Is it diplomacy? Is it a mix of the two? I think I would encourage everyone to stop thinking in those terms. We really are in a different paradigm now, which is, this regime is tottering. It's fearful. That means it may be more likely to lash out for sure and also dig its heels in. But that should not dawn to the U.S. or its partners. Things really are coming to a head now in a way they never have before in this decades-long standoff with the Iranian regime.
Jonathan Ruhi, GINSA's Fellow for American Strategy. Thank you again for being here with us. We definitely appreciate it.
Thank you as always for having me. My pleasure.
We have got to the point where literally anybody can build a fully working app without knowing how to code. This is Base 44.
No, I'm not. I'm not happy with the fact that they're not willing to give us what we have to have. So I'm not thrilled with that. We'll see what happens. We're talking later. We'll have some additional talks today. But no, I'm not happy with the way they're going.
Are you concerned at all about President Bill Clinton being deposed and that sets precedent for you and your family?
I don't like seeing him deposed, but, they certainly went after me a lot more than that. I don't like seeing him. Look, I like him, and I don't like seeing him deposed.
Howard Lutnick. What's your reaction to that?
Well, Howard would go in and do whatever he has to say. He's a very innocent guy. He's doing a good job.
Mr. President, you said some employees from Iraq now in Iraq. What's your message to the Iraqi leadership?
Well, I get along very well with the Iraqi leadership. Thank you.
Governor Brittner posted on social media that they're planning to steal the 2026 midterm elections. In fact, he says the plan is already underway. How do you respond to Governor Pritzker?
Well, he's got to focus on crime in his state. The crime in his state's doing very badly. If we went and took care of it, we would do just like Washington, D.C. We have no crime. Memphis, it's down 82%. Louisiana, you take a look at Louisiana. What he should really do is focus on crime in his state because there's too much of it. No, I haven't.
What will be next move if negotiations let down this era?
Well, we haven't made a final decision. We're not exactly happy with the way they're negotiating. They cannot have nuclear weapons, and we're not thrilled with the way they're negotiating. So we'll see how it all works. The Cuban government is talking with us, and they're in a big deal of trouble, as you know. They have no money, they have no anything right now. But they're talking with us, and maybe we'll have a friendly takeover of Cuba. We could very well end up having a friendly takeover of Cuba.
What about the protest?
After many, many years, we've had a lot of years of dealing with Cuba. I've been hearing about Cuba since I'm a little boy, but they're in big trouble, and we could very well, something good, I think very positive for the people that were expelled or worse from Cuba that live here. We have people living here that want to go back to Cuba, and they're very happy with what's going on.
The last news of Epstein files.
What about that? I don't know anything about the Epstein files. I've been fully exonerated. Yeah.
You've been briefed on for Iran. Is there a risk that strike could turn into a long, drawn-out conflict in the Middle East?
I guess you could say there's always a risk. When there's war, there's a risk in anything, both good and bad. We've had tremendous luck with myself, Soleimani, al-Baghdadi. Everything's worked out, and then we do the Midnight Hammer and so many others. Everything's worked out, and we want to keep it that way. But We're going to see. Look, it'd be wonderful if they negotiate really in good conscience, good faith and conscience, but they are not getting there. So far, Peter, they're not getting there.
Has your team told you that if you use the military now, that there will be regime change right away?
No, nobody's told me that. You don't know. I mean, nobody knows that. There might be and there might not be. It'd be nice if we could do it without, but sometimes you have to do it with. When you looked at look, we have the greatest military anywhere in the world. There's nothing close. I'd love not to use it, but sometimes you have to.
To be clear.
Cuba's doing very badly. They're failing. Cuba right now is, to put it mildly, a failing nation. And I've been hearing about Cuba. I said before, since I'm a little boy, I've been hearing about Cuba, and everybody wanted to change. And I can see that happening. Marco Rubio is dealing on it, and at a very high level. And, you know, they have no money, they have no oil, they have no food. And it's really right now a nation in deep trouble, and they want our help. We'd like to see the war end. And I would like to see it end fast.
Sir, are you
25,000 people died last month. It's crazy. To have that war is absolutely, it's a shame.
Sir, are you considering a national emergency? Around the midterm election? There's been reporting that there's an executive order, proposed executive order about this. Are you looking at that? Are you considering that? What about
All right, you're watching live now. I'm Austin Westfall. We continue to track the latest in Iran, the military buildup continuing, and the U.S. expanding its options as the USS Gerald R. Ford arrives to the Middle East. President Trump telling reporters today that he is, quote, not happy with the way Iran is negotiating, saying they're not willing to give us what we have to have. The president also told reporters that he had yet to make a final decision on striking Iran, something that many are speculating could occur in the near future. Here's what Trump said earlier today in Texas.
Well, they should make a deal, but they don't want to quite go far enough, and it's too bad. Look, we've been playing with them for 47 years, and that's a long time. They've been blowing the legs off our people, blowing the face off our people, the arms. They've been knocking out ships one by one. And every month there's something else. So you can't put up with it too long. We're not happy with the negotiation. They just don't want to. They don't want to say the key words. We're not going to have a nuclear weapon. They have to say we're not going to have a nuclear weapon, and they just can't quite get there. They want to enrich a little bit. You don't have to enrich when you have that much oil. So I'm not happy with the negotiation. Well,
So President Trump saying that earlier today. We will let you know if we hear more from the White House or from Secretary of State Marco Rubio as the weekend progresses. Standing by right now is retired Marine Intelligence Officer and host of the Strap podcast, Hal Kemper. Hal, we put the call out to the viewers to send in their questions about this situation. A lot of people are curious about where this goes from here. and about some of the decision-making going on behind the scenes. Warren is in Michigan. He says, is Trump close to striking Iran? I feel this weekend it's going to happen. What do you think, Hal? What's the likelihood we do see something this weekend?
I think there's a high likelihood that we could see some sort of military action beginning as early as this weekend, definitely within probably this week, unless something dramatic happens on the diplomatic front, which I can't see right now. Right now, what you're hearing is the language from the president indicating he's very frustrated with the response he's getting from the Iranians and kind of setting the predicate, if you will, for why we would be striking and making that pretty clear. Now, I should probably point out at various times, officials from Iran have said that they do not intend to get a nuclear weapon. But then as soon as they say that, we find out that they're quietly enriching uranium up to near weapons grade capabilities. And they're doing a lot of other things, which indicate that whatever they say really can't be taken at face value. So it's more than just the words. They actually have to demonstrate that they're really not going to do that. And that would be a fairly significant negotiation, and that just doesn't seem to be in the cards.
So you and I have been tracking the movements of the USS Gerald R. Ford in recent weeks. It was in the Caribbean. The U.S. had placed it there in anticipation of the operation that eventually nabbed Nicolas Maduro, and then it was reassigned to the Middle East. It did arrive just off the coast of Israel. Earlier today, I was seeing some video from Reuters showing it arriving. Now that the carrier is in the Middle East, Hal, is it going to stay near Israel? Do we have any level of clarity on if it's going to park itself there? And if so, does the aircraft carrier function as sort of a tripwire, if you will, ensuring that any potential retaliation that might be aimed at Israel would also inevitably involve American forces because the aircraft carrier's proximity?
Well, potentially. One of the reasons you'd have naval forces in the eastern Mediterranean near Israel would also be to augment the air defense capability of the Iron Dome if or when Israel was to come under attack from ballistic missiles and drones coming in from Iran. So that would be another reason. But the carrier is in the theater of operations. It is not as close as it could be. And that kind of goes to the question of, would they move this any closer? If they did, they'd have to move it away to the west, take it through the Suez Canal, and then take it out the Red Sea through the Bab el-Mandeb Strait and to the Gulf of Aden. That would have it skirting right around the Houthi territories of Yemen. And of course, the Houthis would certainly probably try to take it under fire with anti-ship missiles and drones and everything else. So there might be a very good reason why they just as soon keep it where it's at. They can launch aircraft. The aircraft may have to have some sort of tanker assist, depending on how far they go into Iran, if they are used for strike aircraft in Iran, which I assume they would be. But that's all. What is the campaign? And certainly they would be in a position to do a lot of things in northern Iran and kind of into central Iran. They're a little bit far out to do anything into southern Iran, though.
Let's get to this question from...
Are you having trouble trying to keep up with your professor? You've got to try Otter. Here's how it works. Let's say I'm in class. I just hit record, and as you can see, everything I'm saying is turning into a transcript as I talk in real time. Because Otter is transcribing everything, I can actually listen to the professor rather than trying to type everything down, or I can zone out for a minute. I know that nothing is going to be missed, and I will be able to refer back to this transcript. If you're attending by Zoom, Otter will even capture any slides that were shared during the lecture. Imagine being able to refer back to perfect notes from all your classes for the whole semester. By the way, everything I'm showing you is free. Here's the best part. So after your class is over, you'll receive an AI-generated summary. It contains a summary of what was discussed and timestamps for the different topics shared. There's also a chatbot where you can ask questions about the lecture. For example, you could say, give me a 10-question multiple choice quiz and hide the answers. This will prompt Otter Chat to create a quiz for you based on the lecture. You could also ask, did the professor mention what will be on the test? Otter will search through the transcript and find any time the professor might have mentioned what would be on the exam. As someone who used to spend a lot of time writing and searching through notes, Otter has been a game changer, and I hope you'll check it out too. Give it a try. It's free.
Tom is in the Valley of the Sun. If the first mission was so successful, and let me just take people back to June of 2025, the U.S. did directly strike Iran in June of last year. It was during the 12-day war. They struck 3 nuclear areas that included that Fordow site that so many people were talking about, Natanz and Isfahan as well. Tom in Phoenix says, if the first mission was so successful, why are we poised to strike again, Hal?
Well, I was expecting that particular question. Yes, and we did use the term obliterated those sites. Now, with that said, it doesn't appear that those particular sites that we hit have really been, certainly not put in operation. They haven't been able to do a lot with them. They were seriously destroyed, devastated, if you will. And there might be some stuff in there that could be recovered, but it'd be very, very difficult, very dangerous to recover those radioactive materials that might be trapped underground. So in that regard, that was a very successful strike. Now, did that knock out the entire capability of Iran to potentially pursue nuclear weapons through some other means, maybe using another facility to enrich or doing something like that? No, it did not. It just hit those 3 sites. And it certainly didn't do anything to really knock out the ballistic missile or drone program because, well, frankly, that wasn't at those 3 sites. So it's a little bit of, yes, and I can understand, we hear the phrase weapons of mass destruction, nuclear weapons being brought up. And then, of course, we go back to, well, didn't we just do something about that? It is, yes, the same rationale as to why we're striking. But this is to hit those things that we didn't hit last time.
So we've been kind of just tracking the movements of the aircraft carrier, and I have a lot of questions about the USS Gerald R. Ford, Hal. You don't typically park a $13 billion carrier in the potential path of enemy missiles, and they are parking this thing not right next to Israel, but certainly the last time Iran did choose to go after Israel, they sent a barrage of ballistic missiles toward Israel, and now the aircraft carrier is in the general vicinity. If this carrier is there, how vulnerable is a carrier strike group to modern Iranian anti-ship missiles and to things like drone swarms?
Well, I'm not sure that the Iranians really have an anti-ship capability or a maritime domain awareness capability in the Eastern Mediterranean. I mean, it's possible they could have, for example, maybe they got a submarine up there or something, but they don't really have a naval presence in the Mediterranean to speak of. Now, Hezbollah is sitting in Lebanon. They potentially could do something, but if Hezbollah weighs in, and they've kind of shown some actual reluctance recently to actually weigh in on this, because they know if they do, you're going to see a full onslaught of strikes coming from Israel into southern Lebanon, hitting Hezbollah sites. So they seem to be hedging it a little bit. So in all that regard, and of course with the drones, there's a lot of other things going involved. It's not a bad position to have it where it's located. It's certainly close enough where it can do strike missions as necessary to support anything we're doing with the campaign in Iran. And it's far enough away that it's not putting itself directly into harm's way. Ironically, the Abraham Lincoln carrier strike group, which is probably, certainly in the Arabian Sea area south of Iran, it may actually be a little more vulnerable to potential missiles and things like that. But I would say with the defensive capabilities of a carrier task force, I don't see either of these carriers actually being that vulnerable to anything that Iran's going to throw at them.
Get to this question. RJ saying, why does the U.S. feel it needs to lead in this initiative? European countries are geographically closer and are more at risk of nuclear incidents. How?
Well, certainly I think the U.S. position would be like, yeah, and the Europeans should step up and be doing more towards this. But the U.S. has taken a leadership position. We are the most powerful country in the world, and we have said when we saw a variety of things happening, but particularly when we saw the protests in Iran and the slaughter of protesters in Iran by the regime, President Trump came out and said, we're going to do something about that. And that's not our primary reason that we're stating now, but that is one of the reasons that we've stated that we're doing things. The Europeans, ironically, condemn these things. They will say a lot of stuff, but they don't necessarily put military forces into those areas. The other thing I would also point out is that the Europeans, they're still, even though you have the European Union, you still have a lot of disparate countries that operate as separate countries with their own separate naval forces and air forces and everything like that. So they don't have the unity of command, if you will, to coalesce the type of forces, nor do they have the numbers that we have or the type that we have of forces that could replicate what the U.S. is doing right now.
Another question coming in from Joey. Joey asks, will we possibly see a regime change similar to what President Trump did in Venezuela and Iran? You and I have talked about this before, Hal. Let's talk about the complexity of a mission like the one that nabbed Maduro. How would something like that, and how would the logistics of something like that compare if we're talking about Khomeini in Iran?
Well, first off, Maduro was very close. He was in a compound, very close to the coast. There were just a lot of things. It just wasn't nearly as complicated to go after Maduro. Not to say it wasn't a complex mission, but it wasn't as complicated to go after Maduro as it would be to do something in Tehran. Tehran is way inside the country. It's over the Argos Mountains. There's just some serious geography you have to contend with just to get over there and to get out of there. That's the same problem we had, if you want to go way back when we had the failed rescue attempt of the U.S. Embassy personnel back in '79 when we tried to do that. The geography was just daunting, and obviously that didn't work out well. The geography still is what it is. Now we can do airstrikes, we can do a lot of things, but to go in there and to take Khomeini, theoretically possible, very difficult to actually pull off. Even to try and strike and ensure that you actually got Khomeini is very difficult because of where he might be deep underground and whatever deep underground place he might be hiding. But there is one thing I would say. There is a distinct possibility that what we do could cause others, kind of like, not exactly like what we saw in Venezuela, but could cause others close to the regime, but not part of that theocratic element like Khomeini and those around him to step in and probably take over. That's a distinct possibility. That's one of the scenarios that they're looking at, is that those close to Khomeini but not actually tied to the theocratic element itself could step in and try to take the regime. And in that case, the end state might look a little bit like what we saw in Venezuela, where his vice president ended up taking over the presidency when Maduro was gone. And so it wasn't a complete regime change. It was just they took out one element of the regime. In that case, Maduro. In this case, it'd be Khomeini and the Supreme Council. It's very possible.
Brian, with this, he's in West Virginia. He says, Hal, how does our leadership ensure this does not turn into a decades-long engagement?
That's a great question. I would say with great care. You have to be very careful. I think what they're planning now, first off, we're not doing a ground operation. There are no huge ground forces like you saw in 2003 with Iraqi Freedom, or like you saw in '91 with Desert Storm. You're not seeing anything like that. There is no plan to go in there and actually hold the ground and to do something like that. This is one where we would shape the operation through airstrikes and maybe some special operations type of things, but it wouldn't be boots on the ground actually holding a terrain. When you put boots on the ground and you actually control the terrain, that's when we traditionally have been bogged down in these very, very long engagements that take decades. Sometimes even then we can't extricate all of our forces completely. So in that regard, probably weeks is what we're looking at. Hopefully not months. You may have seen that Vice President Vance today or yesterday had talked about that this should not be prolonged, I don't know if you use the term prolonged or long-lasting campaign or military operation. Of course, the question is, how do you define that in terms of a prolonged campaign? What does that really mean? But I'm hearing it's going to be weeks, won't be hours, probably won't be days, but maybe weeks.
Yeah, VP Vance was quoted yesterday as saying there is no chance that the U.S. will be in a drawn-out war in the Middle East. That was the way he phrased it. Final question for you, and we will get to more audience questions with Alon coming up in about a half hour's time. My final question for you, Hal, is what are the indicators that something's about to happen? A lot of people on social media, they really use these open source intelligence channels, and there's a lot of different ways, and some people get really creative with trying to figure out how a potential major operation may be imminent. There's even things like you maybe have seen the Twitter account that tracks how busy pizza locations and restaurants are by the Pentagon at midnight.
That's a famous one.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's been around for a long time. It used to be that the Soviets, I think that's how far back it goes, that the Soviets would count how many Domino's pizza delivery guys would show up at the Pentagon. That told them if we were getting ready to do something. There's a lot of indicators out there. There's a lot of commercial imagery out there that's been used. Bellingcat, if you're familiar with that organization, does a lot of open source intelligence. They would look at a lot of things. But, some of the things that would be indicators and some of the things we've kind of heard, obviously the evacuation. We've told Americans and embassy personnel in Israel, we said today's a really good day to get out of here while you can still get a seat on a plane. That's an indicator. You saw that the British told their personnel in Iran to get out. The Italians told their citizens in Iran to get out. We've been evacuating what we call non-critical personnel from some of our bases in the Persian Gulf. All those are indicators. But one of the big things you look for is what we call a NOTAM, which is a notice to aviation.
EVE Online is a vast
to pilots essentially telling them to don't fly in this area. If you see that, and I say this because you've got Dubai, you've got Qatar, these are major international air travel hubs. And if you remember last June, when the missiles started flying, you saw all the aviation shifting and you saw some of the aviation getting shut down. That's one of the biggest indicators that something's going to happen is when they put that out, because both sides, but particularly our side and certainly our Gulf allies and everybody else, we do not want to see a mishap with a civilian aircraft, with a civilian airliner. So that will be one of the biggest indicators that things are getting pretty close. Now, will that be exactly when it happens? You got to remember, this is war. War involves a certain amount of strategic deception and operational deception. So, remember last time they said they were moving the B-2 bombers over to Guam, and I kind of scratched my head and I go, I don't know why you're doing that. You're not saving a lot. As it turns out, they flew west, turned right around, flew east, and that's where they hit the 3 nuclear sites in Iran. So keep in mind, everything that we can think of as a indicator is something that the Pentagon has to plan to overcome as an indicator in order to deceive the Iranians when we would actually do something.
Hal Kemper is a retired Marine intelligence officer and the host of the Strat podcast. You can listen to Strat anywhere podcasts are available. Hal and I are back to doing our normal Saturday afternoon thing tomorrow at around 2 p.m. Pacific time, 5 p.m. Eastern time. We'll see you then.
All right. See you then.
Before we go to commercial, I want to read out Secretary Rubio's statement he made today. It's a little bit lengthy. I want to read it in full. Today, I'm designating Iran as a state sponsor of wrongful detention. When the Iranian regime seized power 47 years ago, Ayatollah Khomeini consolidated his control of power by endorsing the hostage-taking of U.S. embassy staff. For decades, Iran has continued to cruelly detain innocent Americans, as well as citizens of other nations, to use as political leverage against other states. This abhorrent practice must end. President Trump issued an executive order to protect U.S. nationals from wrongful detention abroad last fall, and Congress subsequently enacted the Countering Wrongful Detention Act of 2025, authorizing the Department to designate Iran as a state sponsor of wrongful detention. If Iran does not stop, we will be forced to consider additional measures, including a potential geographic travel restriction on the use of U.S. passports to, through, or from Iran. The Iranian regime must stop taking hostages and release all Americans unjustly detained in Iran, steps that could end this designation and associated actions. We encourage it to do so. No American should travel to Iran for any reason. And then the last sentence, something that Hal alluded to. We reiterate our call for Americans who are currently in Iran to leave immediately.
Whoa.
What's that?
I just built a budgeting app in Base 44.
Guys, Nina just built an app.
Impossible. A short time ago, the United States military began major combat operations in Iran. Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime, a vicious group of very hard, terrible people. Its menacing activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world. For 47 years, the Iranian regime has chanted death to America and waged an unending campaign of bloodshed and mass murder, targeting the United States, our troops, and the innocent people in many, many countries. Among the regime's very first acts was to back a violent takeover of the U.S. Embassy in Tehran, holding dozens of American hostages for 444 days. In 1983, Iran's proxies carried out the Marine barracks bombing in Beirut that killed 241 American military personnel. In 2000, they knew and were probably involved with the attack on the USS Cole. Many died. Iranian forces killed and maimed hundreds of American service members in Iraq. The regime's proxies have continued to launch countless attacks against American forces stationed in the Middle East in recent years, as well as U.S. naval and commercial vessels in international shipping lanes. It's been mass terror, and we're not going to put up with it any longer. From Lebanon to Yemen and Syria to Iraq, the regime has armed, trained, and funded terrorist militias that have soaked the earth with blood and guts. And it was Iran's proxy, Hamas, that launched the monstrous October 7th attacks on Israel, slaughtering more than 1,000 innocent people, including 46 Americans, while taking 12 of our citizens hostage. It was brutal, something like the world has never seen before. Iran is the world's #1 state sponsor of terror and just recently killed tens of thousands of its own citizens on the street as they protested. It has always been the policy of the United States, in particular, my administration, that this terrorist regime can never have a nuclear weapon. I'll say it again. They can never have a nuclear weapon. That is why in Operation Midnight Hammer last June, we obliterated the regime's nuclear program at Fordow, Natanz, and Isfahan. After that attack, we warned them never to resume their malicious pursuit of nuclear weapons, and we sought repeatedly to make a deal. We tried. They wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. Again, they wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. They didn't know what was happening. They just wanted to practice evil. But Iran refused, just as it has for decades and decades. They've rejected every opportunity to renounce their nuclear ambitions, and we can't take it anymore. Instead, they attempted to rebuild their nuclear program and to continue developing long-range missiles that can now threaten our very good friends and allies in Europe, our troops stationed overseas, and could soon reach the American homeland. Just imagine how emboldened this regime would be if they ever had and actually were armed with nuclear weapons as a means to deliver their message. For these reasons, the United States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national security interests. We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated. We're going to annihilate their Navy. We're going to ensure that the region's terrorist proxies can no longer destabilize the region or the world and attack our forces, and no longer use their IEDs or roadside bombs, as they are sometimes called, to so gravely wound and kill thousands and thousands of people, including many Americans. And we will ensure that Iran does not obtain a nuclear weapon. It's a very simple message. They will never have a nuclear weapon. This regime will soon learn that no one should challenge the strength and might of the United States Armed Forces. I built and rebuilt our military in my first administration, and there is no military on earth even close to its power, strength, or sophistication. My administration has taken every possible step to minimize the risk to U.S. personnel in the region. Even so, and I do not make this statement lightly, the Iranian regime seeks to kill. The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties. That often happens in war. But we're doing this not for now. We're doing this for the future, and it is a noble mission. We pray for every service member as they selflessly risk their lives to ensure that Americans and our children will never be threatened by a nuclear-armed Iran. We ask God to protect all of our heroes in harm's way, and we trust that with his help, the men and women of the armed forces will prevail. We have the greatest in the world, and they will prevail. To the members of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, the armed forces, and all of the police, I say tonight that you must lay down your weapons and have complete immunity, or in the alternative, face certain death. So lay down your arms. You will be treated fairly with total immunity, or you will face certain death. Finally, to the great, proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations. For many years, you have asked for America's help, but you never got it. No president was willing to do what I am willing to do tonight. Now you have a president who is giving you what you want. So let's see how you respond. America is backing you with overwhelming strength and devastating force. Now is the time to seize control of your destiny and to unleash the prosperous and glorious future that is close within your reach. This is the moment for action. Do not let it pass. May God bless the brave men and women of America's armed forces. May God bless the United States of America. May God bless you all. Thank you.
For anyone who's the victim of a recent car accident, listen up. I'm going to take on 3 of the biggest myths I...
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Shauna Kalafi, and we are continuing to follow this breaking news out of the Middle East tonight. The U.S. and Israel launching a coordinated attack on Iran. Several strikes have been reported across the country. And we also have this from Fox correspondent Trey Yingst, who is located inside of Israel. He says multiple explosions heard in Tel Aviv, a few interceptions, and a live look at Tel Aviv right now. It is now daytime in the Middle East there, just about 1 p.m. in Iran approaching. So this attack happening in the daylight hours. Again, multiple strikes reported across Iran. and the U.S. and Israel launching this attack in coordination. We've heard from President Trump since this happened. We also got a statement from Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. For more on this very developing situation, we want to bring in research analyst at the Foundation for Defense of Democracies, Jonathan Sayeh. He is focused on Iranian domestic affairs and the Islamic Republic's regional influence. So there's still a lot of information coming in by the moment here, and still a lot of questions that we're waiting to hear. So can you give us the basics of what we know at this point, and what the implications could be, not just for Iran and Israel, the US, but regionally throughout the Middle East?
Hi, and it's great to be with you. We're truly witnessing history right now. It is unprecedented to have this extent of an attack led by the United States against the Islamic Republic, at least overtly. So what we do know so far is that the president himself put out a statement, and the statement itself, I think, is indicative of how Washington views this conflict. Of course, the first remarks were addressed to the American people, laying out the foundations as to why the Islamic Republic has been a threat to the United States for the past about half a century, talking about nuclear and, of course, the ballistic missile ranges. But the ending was very significant. The final really sentences of the remark was talking to the Iranian people, highlighting that their time is now or never, and that is really crucial messaging. So when you look at what's happening on the ground, as the president noted, the first wave is going to be military targets, and after that, we're going to probably see a more crackdown on the repression apparatus that would allow Iran's civil society to breathe. This is mirroring to an extent the 12-day war, that it was happening in sequences, but it appears that the communication to the Iranian people, it's much more clear. It is leveraging the opposition leader, the Crown Prince, who's been in touch with Iranians. And of course, really, you're hearing remarks coming from both Washington and Jerusalem and the exiled prince, if you're an Iranian in Iran. So very unprecedented on all fronts.
And we just got these new images into our newsroom of smoke rising over Iran following these strikes. So this is a new video that we just got in. So we know that there were a number of targets here, several strikes reported across Iran, but we know that the first strike reportedly was near the offices of the supreme leader, the Ayatollah. And he hasn't been seen for a while now. What is the probability that he was inside the offices at the time? That is still one of the questions that we're waiting to be answered. And would he remain so close to his offices with, of course, many people predicting that these strikes could happen at any moment?
It is very notable for the strikes to actually take place at the beginning of the week. I think a lot of Iranians, both regime officials and ordinary people, thought, should there be an attack, it would be around Friday evening, like it was during the 12-day war. But this time around, it was after sunlight. So maybe it caught them off guard to an extent. But when we're talking about striking Khamenei, it is not strictly about taking him out immediately. So once Iranians see there's smoke coming from his compound, that signal is enough to remind every person in Tehran that is a population of about 15 million people. It's the heartbeat of Iran, effectively. That sends a message that help is on the way. And really, it's really about portraying that image. As to where he is right now, we don't know. Of course, he has a few different bunkers, but time is limited. Of course, Israelis and American intelligence services will ultimately be able to identify where he is. But when we talk about the prospects of a democratic transition in the Iranian really history right now, as we talk about what's happening, Khamenei, the supreme leader, is only one of the few pillars. If you really want to bring about change, of course, he's the symbol of the regime. He's the head of the Islamic Republic. But unlike the situation like Gaddafi in Libya or Saddam Hussein, this regime has different institutions that are keeping it afloat. And of course, the supreme leader is the main one. So you're also thinking about the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, something that the president specifically addressed during his initial remarks, saying that you have to join the people or face the consequences.
Recruiters are charging you 25% per hire, and you're still getting bad candidates. Here's 5 reasons why
And we're also getting a statement from the exiled Crown Prince, Reza Pahlavi. He put out a pretty lengthy statement on social media. So we want to read that out in full right now, and we'll get your reaction to that. Of course, President Trump, as well as Netanyahu, while talking about nuclear capabilities and those failed negotiations, they also addressed the Iranian people, saying this is your chance to take your government back, take it back from the Islamic regime. Of course, before that, the Pahlavis were in power. So this is Reza Pahlavi, the exiled Crown Prince, with the statement on social media in the last hour or so. He says, "My dear compatriots, the moments of destiny lie ahead of us. The aid that the President of the United States promised to the brave people of Iran has now arrived. This is a humanitarian intervention, and its target is the Islamic Republic, its repressive apparatus, and its machinery of slaughter, not the country and great nation of Iran. But even with the arrival of this aid, the final victory will still be forged by our hands. It is we, the people of Iran, who will finish the job in this final battle. The time to return to the streets is near." Now that the Islamic Republic is collapsing, my message to the country's military, police, and security forces is clear. You have sworn an oath to protect Iran and the Iranian people, not the Islamic Republic and its leaders. Your duty is to defend the people, not a regime that has taken our homeland hostage through repression and crime. Join the people and help bring about a stable and secure transition. Otherwise, you will go down with Khamenei's sinking ship and his regime. And my message to the President of the United States, President Trump, is this: the noble people of Iran, despite the savage repression and massacres of this regime, stood firm with courage for nearly 2 months. I now ask you to exercise the utmost caution to preserve the lives of civilians and my compatriots. The people of Iran are our natural allies and those of the free world, and they will never forget your support in the most difficult period in contemporary Iranian history. And to you, my dear compatriots in Iran, in these sensitive hours and days, more than ever, we must stay focused on our ultimate goal, reclaiming Iran. I ask you to remain in your homes for now and preserve your safety and security. Stay vigilant and ready so that at the appropriate time, which I will announce to you precisely, we can return to the streets for the final action. Follow my messages through social media and satellite media. If there are disruptions to the internet and satellite, I will stay in touch with you via radio waves. So Reza Pahlavi, the exiled Crown Prince of Iran, putting out that statement on social media following these strikes on Iran from the US and Israel. He says when the time is right, that he will tell the Iranian people to return to the streets, reclaim their power from the Islamic regime. And Pahlavi has said that he wants to play a role in a transition back to democracy for Iran. Give us your takeaways from the statement from Pahlavi and what kind of role he will play in a possible regime change that some are saying that this could lead to in Iran.
The statements coming from the Crown Prince, of course, were truly, really powerful. And of course, they resonate with more than 90 million Iranians inside the country. So we have to remember, when he actually assumed leadership of Iran's opposition, something he's done for years, but he really more proactively issued a statement about a month ago calling on protests to take place and expand. And that's when we saw the highest demonstrations against the Islamic Republic in Iran's history. That's crucial. Of course, there's no reliable polling coming from Iran. And given that the elections are neither free or fair, this is the only way that we can gauge what Iranians want on the ground. And of course, once he called on people to take to the streets, we saw millions come out. We saw the most brutal crackdown. And that was really posed an existential threat to the regime. We saw them waving the pre-1979 flag that depicts the sun and the lion, an ancient Iranian symbol. We saw Iranians chant his name, that this is the final battle, Pahlavi will return. And as to how we got here, Iranians exhausted every other option. I remember in 2009 when I was in Iran and we were protesting, the idea then was we can somehow get reform through the system. As that went on and that got crushed, we saw under Rouhani trying to pursue a JCPOA that didn't go anywhere either. And now really Iranians are looking at the past for their future. It's not just nostalgia. The idea is that this could be a framework for Iranians to build upon, to reclaim their country and reclaim their national identity. And I think what Pahlavi has said time and time again is really crucial, that he wants to lead a transition. He has a plan in place that would ensure that, of course, Iran stays unified, because we do not want to see fractures that could lead to further instability. He does have a day after plan, and it's really important for us to keep a close eye to what he says and signals to Iranians. I think his remarks very, very critical, saying that time is coming, but not quite yet. You need to stay safe until the major military strikes are over. Then you will know when it's time to go out.
How much would it cost to publish your book, translate it into your readers' native languages, and deliver it all across the globe, potentially reaching billions of readers? Not long ago, that would have cost you between $50,000 to $100,000.
And we've seen those warnings coming into other countries in the region. Of course, Israel and Netanyahu putting out warnings to people there. We've also heard it reported that there's been explosions heard in Tel Aviv. And we also saw Qatar putting out warnings to their citizens as well to shelter and be prepared for possible retaliation. What could be the more widespread impact of this for the Middle East? What can we expect maybe in the coming hours or days as things are changing pretty rapidly there?
We are already seeing retaliation from the Islamic Republic. And it's very important for us to, at this point, distinguish between Iranians and the Islamic Republic officials. So moving forward, when you hear these two terms, they're no longer synonymous, and Iranians made that clear. So the retaliation coming from the regime right now, of course, is targeting the U.S. fleet, is going to realistically target U.S. bases in the region. And as I look at my phone, actually, I see more and more notifications coming about shelter in place for Israelis. There's numerous missiles being launched towards that direction. And this is something that we've seen before during the 12-day war. So when you look at the Islamic Republic's missile capabilities, sometimes the debate is whether it's about quantity versus quality, but it's not that simple either. Because when you look at the first stages of the war, during the 12-day war, we saw about up to 200 missiles get launched at Israel, and almost none of them struck targets. That said, as the war went on, we saw the numbers decrease, but somehow the accuracy increased. So we get to really narrow down exactly, of course, which missiles we're talking about. Some might be cruise. They might be supplemented with drone storms. This is something that the Islamic Republic has threatened before. Another really concerning threat issued by the regime is actually going after U.S. embassies. This is something they've done, of course, inside Iran. This is something they've done in Iraq, which is why the United States eliminated General Soleimani at the time. But the more concerning one would be if the regime were to tap in its terror network, whether it's in Europe or in America. Unfortunately, they do have an extensive reach of ideological affiliates and gangs throughout the West. So that might be also the case, because now the regime is in full crisis scenario. This is for them also a battle of no return. For them also, it's now or never. So of course, given the jihadi and Islamist mindset that they have, realistically, they're going to pursue the wildest cards that we may not have even seen before. There's a likely chance that they might even tap to an arsenal that we haven't heard of. We know they used chemical weapons against their own people. That is another, of course, unfortunate possibility. But as we look at all these options, again, time is limited, and the Islamic Republic officials know it's now time for them to decide if they really want to pursue this war, or many of them are going to defect and join the people.
And this is that video again, just in the hours after the U.S. and Israel struck Iran. This is the images of smoke rising above Tehran, and we know there were multiple strikes reported across the country. I want to ask you one more thing here, Jonathan. So Netanyahu and Israel is putting a name to this operation. They're calling it Operation Roaring Lion. Of course, the pre-revolutionary flag of Iran had a lion in place of the Islamic symbol that it has now. What is the significance of this name for people that might not be too familiar with the history of the Islamic Republic's takeover of Iran?
Of course. So as we noted earlier, the lion and the sun, primarily the lion, has been an ancient symbol of Iranian identity. You know, Iran's history goes back about 2,500 years. It's one of the very few countries that it's so ancient that it doesn't even have a quote-unquote foundation date. Because of that, you see a lot of symbolism, prehistoric effective symbolism, and the sun and the lion are one of the major ones. In this particular case, we saw Israelis actually named their 12-day war operation something similar. But what's interesting is that, of course, Israelis have also really used a lion to resemble their identity as well. So I think the way to look at this is that signals a really brotherhood and alliance with the Iranian people. That has something that Israel's been advocating and promoting publicly. If you look at the 12-day war, there was no mention of leveraging separatist groups. It was all about a unified nationalist Iran. So really, they understand the Iranian context better than anyone in the Middle East. We're talking about the Israelis. And it's great to see that America is now increasingly more aligned on that. And that is because Iranians have publicly stated that, one, they do not see this regime as legitimate. We have to remember, only a few weeks ago, the Islamic Republic authorities killed about 40,000 unarmed Iranians within a couple of days. So the sheer brutality of that massacre tells you that, of course, they're not here to defend Iranians. And Iranians know that. They've publicly stated that. And they've also expressed that they want normalization with Israel. That is something that, oddly enough, polls also support. Even though, like, many polls are unreliable, they're still consistent on one front, that Iranians want normalization with Israel. As if you're an Iranian on the ground and you look at the Middle East, Israel's the only country that has the same incentive and threat as you, which is the Islamic Republic. When Iranians saw what happened on October 7th, in a very horrible and brutal way, it resonated with them, because those are the crimes that the Islamic Republic has carried out against the Iranians as it funds Hamas against, of course, Israelis. So when you're an Iranian, you look at Saudi Arabia, you look at Qatar, you look at Oman, your neighboring countries for the longest time were the ones that were aiding or enabling the Islamic Republic, while Israel has stood by your side. And that's something that's going to be written in history for Iranians.
All right. Thank you so much, Jonathan, for your input here. We really appreciate it, as the U.S. and Israel launching military strikes on Iran. Now explosions being heard in Israel, also other countries in the region bracing for possible retaliation. We are going to continue to follow any updates that come here. Right now, I'm going to show you a live look over Tel Aviv.
And you are taking a live look over Tel Aviv here at this hour. A big thank you to my colleague, Shana Kalafi, who has been here with you for the last several hours following all of the latest developments coming into our newsroom. My name is Josh Breslow, and I will be here for the next several hours to do exactly the same. As you can see right here, we do have several different live images on the right-hand side of your screen coming in from Israel. There is Tel Aviv on top, Haifa, as well as Jerusalem. As we know, a nationwide alert has been issued for that area. Now, if you're not familiar with how all of this is played out, I want to take you to this live look once again over Tel Aviv as we go over just some of what we know so far. Now, this is the latest on Operation Epic Fury, as the U.S. and Israel have launched a joint military campaign against Iran. The strikes happened just hours ago overnight. Now, we heard an 8-minute statement from President Trump about the mission itself. He posted that message on Truth Social, and we'll play it for you here in just a second. However, we have also learned moments ago via Axios that President Trump is expected to address the nation again this morning, though a time has not officially been announced just yet. We also know that sirens have been sounding this morning all over Israel as all this is played out, as the country prepares for the possibility there of retaliation. Iran's foreign minister also saying, quote, "We will not hesitate in its response to the renewed military aggression." I do want to head over to Israel right now, as we have Eylon Levy, the former Israeli government spokesperson, joining us now live to talk much more about everything going on there on the ground. Eylon, thank you so much for being here with me. I know just a bit ago you were actually there in one of the shelters. Not quite clear if you're still there now.
Yes, Josh, just moments ago, Israelis in Tel Aviv received an alert on our phone saying it's safe to go back to your homes. But for the last 2 hours, we were in the bomb shelter because the Iranian regime had retaliated with missiles towards Israel, just like it's been lashing out and attacking across the Middle East. We're expecting the Iranian regime to retaliate with missile fire at Israeli cities, aiming at Israeli homes, Israeli families. So we've just received the all clear until the next siren.
Yeah, and I wanted to ask you here what the situation on the ground has been over the past several hours. I imagine it's been a lot of alerts, a lot of sirens that have been coming out.
Let me tell you what happened this morning. Israelis woke up about 8 o'clock in the morning from sirens outside, push notifications on our phones from the Home Front Command, and an emergency alert that takes over your phone. So imagine waking up from all three of those very scary sounds at the same time. And it was a notice to tell us that military operations had begun in Iran, and we have to remain near bomb shelters because we're expecting the Iranian regime to retaliate. Now, the Israeli people are unfortunately well trained in what to do in an emergency. It has been 2 years of running in and out of bomb shelters ever since the Iranian Axis began its regional war against Israel with the October 7th massacre. Of course, decades of experience running to bomb shelters because of missiles from Hamas before that. And so Israelis are anxious, they're tense, but they're calm. You're not seeing scenes of panic. These are scenes that we've all seen before, and Israelis know how to keep calm under fire, even as we expect the Iranian regime's retaliation to intensify in the coming hours and days.
And we know that this was all launched in coordination between the U.S. and Israel. What does that tell you kind of about the relationship there between the two? We know that President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu, they have been very close. They have been in constant communication. We've seen Netanyahu come to the U.S. quite a few times since President Trump took office for his second term. So what does that tell you about kind of the coordination there between the two nations?
This is a joint U.S.-Israeli operation because the U.S. and Israel are allies, not trading partners, not random countries, allies. Israel has not only incredible technological and intelligence capabilities the U.S. needs for such an operation. It's also the largest unsinkable American aircraft carrier. That's why we're seeing American jets stationed right here in Israel, because this is where they can be kept safe. So we see the United States looking at the threat from Iran, which calls death to America, death to Israel, that's trying to build nuclear weapons and ballistic missiles that can reach the United States. And President Trump is saying, enough is enough. And the US doesn't have to go this alone. While you have maybe a lot of world leaders who are going to put out various hesitant statements, there is only one country that is offering its full-throated support to the United States, and that's Israel, because Israel understands that the enemies of this country are the enemies of the United States. They want to attack us and hate us both, and therefore any response to the Iranian regime has to be a joint one.
I got another sales call and now, and I can't even remember the customer's name. His name is Kevin, and my name is your name. I'm future you.
Do you think this is the end of the Iranian regime? This is something that's been talked about for so long. We're talking about a regime that's gone on for decades and decades. President Trump has had a lot to say. No question, Prime Minister Netanyahu has had a lot to say about all of this. So the end of the Iranian regime, is that closer than ever before?
I hope this means the beginning of the end for the Iranian regime, because there is nothing more the Israeli people would like than peace with a free Iran. Our problem is with the brutal regime that swears death to Israel, death to America, is impoverishing the Iranian people in order to enrich its proxy armies across the region, is trying to build nuclear weapons and slaughtered over 30,000 Iranians on the streets of Iran. But this is at the moment a joint operation of the US and Israel. Whether the Iranian regime falls depends on whether a third belligerent enters the picture, and that's the Iranian people. President Trump telling them, you have to rise up, cast off the regime. This is your last chance. If you don't do it now, it may not come back for generations. And I'm sure that if the Iranian people seize this moment and try to capture regime facilities, American and Israeli air power will be there to support them as they try to take their country back. President Trump promised help is on its way. It came a bit too late. It's finally here.
And this is from our buddy over at Fox News, Trey Yingst, who joins us quite a bit to talk about all of this. He says President Trump describes the operation against Iran as, quote, massive and ongoing. So I wanted to ask you, because you and I have discussed in the past the other terror groups there, the Houthis, Hezbollah over in Lebanon. Do you think they're going to step in and play a role in all of this? Have we already seen anything kind of play out with them?
The Iranian proxy armies have been massively degraded in recent years. This is not what the Iranian regime was expecting. It thought it could build nuclear weapons and ballistic missiles. And at the moment of truth, Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis would rain hellfire on Israel and American targets. They can't do that because Israel has been cutting them down to size for the last 2 years and not letting them bring their heads up for air. Now, they may try to come in. Israel is expecting that Hezbollah could support Iran. I've seen a report that the Houthis are saying they're willing to lend support to Iran, but they are massively weakened from where they were 2 years ago when the Iranian regime, the Iranian Axis, launched this war, and they can't therefore attack with the same force that the Iranian regime would have wanted to, with the exception of those severely degraded terrorist groups. The Iranian regime is on its own.
Are you shocked or surprised in any way that there were no leaks about this? Again, we've been talking for days, weeks about the potential for some kind of strike against Iran by the U.S., Israel, maybe both of them. There really weren't any leaks that said this was going to happen. A lot of us kind of waking up and seeing all of it play out. Surprised, shocked, anything of that nature about the fact that there were no leaks?
I don't know. I think President Trump was pretty clear that this is what is coming if the Iranian regime does not accept his terms for a deal. And even after several rounds of talks, America was still saying the Iranian regime is not coming anywhere close to our red lines on those core issues. President Trump is a man who is a man of his word. This is what he said would happen. There would be consequences. He gave the Iranian regime time. He said 10 to 15 days. This is all within President Trump's own timeline. And I think the Iranian regime, once again, is learning the hard way that it did not take President Trump seriously and did not take the diplomatic off-ramp when it had the chance.
As far as Israeli civilians right now, as we mentioned a bit earlier here when we first started talking, they are in shelters. They have been told right now that they can leave those shelters for the time being. But I have to imagine that the day is pretty much, and maybe the next several days and weeks, going to be a lot of running to those shelters and kind of taking cover at different times, whether we're talking about during the day or in the middle of the night.
Israelis are expecting sleepless nights ahead when we hear sirens telling us, run now. There are several places you can seek shelter. Every new home in Israel built since 1990 must have its own bomb shelter. Literally every single new apartment in the last 30 years has a room of reinforced concrete that is intended precisely for these attacks. If you don't have one, you can run down to your building's bomb shelter. And if your building doesn't have a bomb shelter, there are public bomb shelters all across the country. Now, look, it's easy for me, a healthy young man, to run down several flights of stairs. Imagine doing it if you have to grab children out of their beds in the middle of the night. Imagine doing it if you're in a wheelchair or you are elderly and use a walking stick. Imagine doing it if you have other illness or disability. This is not an easy situation to run in and out of shelter. It is extremely stressful, especially for families and for the elderly. It's something that Israelis have unfortunately become accustomed to, but this cannot become our new normal. And part of the reason that Israel is so keen to deal with the Iranian threat is so that it cannot continue to threaten us and force us into a reality where every few months Israelis have to run into the bomb shelters. And so Israel is relieved the United States understands the threat that the Iranian regime poses to the whole world, not just the Middle East, not just American interests, but the whole world, and is determined to put an end to it right here, right now.
And my last question for you here before I let you go. Essentially, the Iranian people, talking about civilians there, appear to want the Iranian regime gone. The Supreme Leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, they want him out. So how are they likely to come together to maybe make that happen and help the U.S. and Israel?
The Iranian people despise the Iranian regime. It has brutally oppressed them for nearly 50 years. Slaughtered tens of thousands of people in the streets. Just weeks ago, when they rose up to claim their freedom, we've seen videos of people in Tehran cheering the American and Israeli strikes because they hate the regime. And so this is a war of liberation. This is a war to give the Iranian people a chance to take the future into their hands. And President Trump is urging them to seize government facilities, to siege, to claim institutions, to take them away from the regime so that one day they can be handed over to a peaceful, democratic Iranian government and not the regime that will impoverish them in order to bring death to Israel and death to America.
Eylon Levy, thank you so much, as always, for taking the time to join us here. Stay safe out there. And
Thank you,
before I
Josh.
let you go,
I'll do my
anything that
best.
you want to add, anything we missed?
This speech by President Trump is a historic speech of true leadership. I know there is skepticism in the United States about whether the US should get involved against a regime that chants death to America and has so much American blood on its hands. And President Trump is doing something bold, making a case to the American people about why this has to happen to protect America's interests, America's credibility, and America's leadership. And all I can say is everyone in Israel is right behind him.
All right, Eylon Levy, thank you again. And please stay safe out there.
Thank you, Josh.
Quickest way to shrink your prostate.
Best way to fix prostate problems? Saw palmetto? Nope. What about?
What I want to do right now is bring in Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Conricus, former IDF spokesperson, the Israel Defense Forces, also a senior fellow at the Foundation for Defense of Democracies and co-founder of Bottom Line Media, as we discuss everything here. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us here.
Thank you, and my pleasure to be on.
And first off, I wanted to start by kind of asking you about this military campaign in general, because there were no leaks as far as we know. A lot of people knew this could potentially happen at some point. But when you hear that the U.S. and Israel have worked together to strike Iran, what's going through your mind as somebody who has been following all of this?
Well, I think that what we're seeing, and good morning or a very good late night for Americans, what we're seeing is possibly a historic moment in the history of the Middle East. We're seeing the US and Israel conducting a joint strike against the Iranian regime with the outspoken aim of either severely limiting or striking the regime or actually bringing about its downfall. That is what we're seeing, and it comes in the context of about 35 years of indirect war by the Iranian regime against Israel, of thousands, if not millions of times that the Iranian regime and people have chanted death to America and death to Israel and acted on those threats. And it comes after negotiations, real, honest negotiations on behalf of the US and the world with the Iranian regime have failed, and the Iranian regime failing to actually budge and really relinquish their aspiration for weapons of mass destruction. And now Israel and the US have taken action about almost 2 months after the American president promised the Iranian people that help is on the way. It appears now that help has indeed arrived. And President Trump, in his recorded statement, tells the Iranian people to stay in safe locations, but eventually that they will be able to reclaim their country from this oppressive and brutal regime that has controlled the Iranian people for the last 47 years. What I see currently is the Iranian regime trying to fire, trying to lash out in the region. They have hit targets in or they're fired at targets in Israel, Jordan, the UAE, Bahrain, Kuwait, and Qatar. Still unconfirmed reports whether or not they're fired on Saudi Arabia. That seems quite desperate. They fired quite a lot of missiles with very limited impact. All of the missiles that have been fired at Israel have not been effective, and there are so far, thankfully, no casualties in Israel. I suppose that will change, and I suppose the Iranians will fire more and more missiles, and eventually some of them will get through. But currently, no damage in Israel. And I'm very happy to say that so far, in terms of the safety and well-being of American and Israeli airmen or crew, everything seems to be going okay. Last word about targets and BDA. It is still unclear. We don't have confirmed reports on the ground, but I hear early assessments by Israeli officials that at least some of the political and military leaders that were targeted in the first salvo against the Iranian regime were indeed hit. But we'll have to wait and see exactly whom. The Iranians have said that the so-called supreme leader is safe, and they have also said that the foreign minister is safe. We don't know about the commanders of the IRGC. We still don't know about the very important advisor to the supreme leader, Larijani, if he is okay. There are a lot of targets there. Pezeshkian, the president, he was also targeted, I assume, and it's still unclear exactly the results. But historic times, and I think the early seeds of hope for the Iranian people.
One thing I wanted to ask, because you mentioned that Iran has essentially said the supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, is alive at this point. Is Iran's word trustworthy? Would they tell everyone if the supreme leader had been taken out in these strikes?
No, I don't think that they would, because of the sensitivity and how much they understand that the life and well-being of the so-called supreme leader is very symbolic and important for the stability of the regime. I would assume that even if he had been eliminated, they would try to present a false pretense or false stage as if he was alive, until they could find a suitable succession and until they could, stabilize the regime. They would not want to admit that the supreme leader had been taken out before they're able to get their hands on the situation and present some kind of an alternative. But that is still too early to assess. We don't have any strong Israeli or American intel that suggests that he was indeed taken out. But I can assure you that all sensors are looking at that as we speak.
I just built a budgeting app.
What? How?
Base 44. Look, it pulls all our expenses into one place and breaks down spending by team.
Guys, Nina just built an app.
Impossible.
Nina can't code.
Interesting. Can it generate reports?
It can now.
Nice. That's actually pretty good. If you're going for generic.
How about now?
Oh, that's much better. What about all of our files?
It's already connected to our drive and our mail and Slack.
You gotta send this to finance.
Interesting. But it needs editing permission by department.
Sure. Anything else?
Can this thing process invoices?
Can it show cost growth by category?
Is it password protected? Can it track spending trends?
Only could auto flag overspending.
Done.
Nice.
I hear Alan's playing in Dublin this weekend for kickouts. Are you?
No, I'm not.
Do you think he beat you?
No way. I've asked him to play against me twice, and he's wimped out on every occasion.
Well, he told me he was fighting the left on you, so.
Paddle Tinder. We love it, so do the viewers. First up, Alan, the Enhance APP and MPP Turbo paddles, which focus on power and speed, using a thermoform design and raw carbon surface to maximize spin and pop. It's built for aggressive players who like to attack the ball rather than just guide it around the court.
So let me get this right. One profile, two paddles, okay? One with a wide body, one with an elongated body.
We're going here.
One firm, one springy. Both like high-end paddles, but only cheaper. True N+1 behavior from Enhance. It's a double swipe right for me.
There, now, Mark. Next up, Vulcan's new Chapter 1 paddle series, a now tennis bad boy Nick Kyrgios into the pickleball world. Designed for high-level play, might not suit you. Each model in the lineup emphasizes power to control balance, optimized weight.
Do you think there's still a chance for these nuclear talks to go somewhere? Are they over for now after this military campaign?
No, I don't think that they are over. And I think that the option is definitely still there for the Iranian regime to change and to say, okay, we get it. We understand that the path that we have been going down for the last 47 years is a disastrous one. A disaster for the Iranian people, disaster for the Iranian country. It's a bad thing for the region. It's been very negative for Iraq, Yemen, for Lebanon, for Gaza, and many other places where the Iranians have been meddling. Of course, they still have the option to change their ways. If they do so and say, we are not going to try to enrich anything on Iranian soil. We're going to stop funding terror organizations all across the Middle East and the world, and we're going to stop to aspire to, bring death to America and death to Israel. I'm sure that negotiations could return very quickly, and I think that positive things would happen. The chances of that happening with this fundamentalist regime, I think, are very limited. So I think that the Western willingness is there. I don't think that the Iranian regime will have the foresight to actually do so. It's much more, for me, it's much more likely that they will try to bring all of Iran down with the regime, even though they may know that it's futile and they're facing very, very difficult military odds.
What do you think are the primary objectives here? Are the U.S. and Israel trying to take out the supreme leader, the president, the foreign minister, or are they simply trying to get Iran to agree to a deal and get rid of its nuclear weapons? Do we know what the true mission here is?
At this stage, I think it is still open in the sense that that what Israel and the US have done is to use kinetic force in order to apply pressure on the regime. At this stage, it's still difficult to understand what the ultimate goal is. I think that if the Iranian regime, as I said before, were to totally change its ways, stop oppressing the people, the Iranian people, stop funding terrorism, stop trying to develop nuclear weapons, then neither Israel nor the US would have any big issue with the existence of the regime. But since that isn't the case, and the Iranian regime is steadfast in its efforts to develop nuclear weapons, to continue to fund terror against American and Israeli and Western targets, and to destabilize the Middle East, since that probably isn't going to change, one assessment is that the real objective, the ultimate objective, is actually to bring down the Iranian regime, understanding that they're not going to change.
Iran has essentially vowed retaliation. They put out several statements saying they will defend their homeland, a lot of other statements coming in from the foreign minister. How credible is that retaliation is or will happen?
Well, it's already happening, and Iran has fired all across the Middle East, various American and other targets in the Middle East, in Kuwait, in Bahrain, in Qatar, in the UAE, and Jordan, maybe also in Saudi Arabia, still unconfirmed. So we see the Iranians doing that with very little impact so far, but the Iranians are definitely lashing out. So far, we have not seen other Iranian proxies like Hezbollah in Lebanon, like the Houthis in Yemen, get involved into the fighting, and one could definitely hope that they will stay out of it. I think the Lebanese prime minister, the democratically elected prime minister in Lebanon, has issued a very clear warning to the Iranian proxy Hezbollah in Lebanon, telling them, you do not have a mandate and you do not have the legitimacy to drag Lebanon into a war at the behest of any foreign government, meaning Iran. So I hope that Lebanese Hezbollah listens to that warning and that they stay out. If they don't, I think the consequences for them and for Lebanon could be quite disastrous, and I really hope that we can prevent that from happening. But the Iranians, the regime, appears quite desperate and is so far enacting on its threats and firing all across the Middle East.
When we talk about the Iranian regime that's currently in place, if the regime is to be out of power, to either give up power or be taken out, as we keep saying, what kind of influence or impact could that potentially have on the Iranian people and the region as a whole?
AI is having a tremendous impact of how software is being delivered. It's going faster than ever before. And if
Well, the Iranian people has been asking and begging for exactly this to happen for many, many years. But specifically, a little bit more than 50 days ago, millions, tens of millions of Iranians took to the street with the clear, outspoken goal of bringing down the regime and getting back their freedoms. They were brutally murdered by the Iranian regime, mowed down on the streets, either by mercenaries or by the IRGC or the Basij or other Iranian regime security forces. And anywhere between 32 and 40,000 Iranian civilians were murdered by the regime. And even though the people in Iran understand that that is the danger that they face, for the last week, they have been out on Iranian streets nevertheless, across campuses, different universities in Iran, various cities. They have been out demonstrating, clearly saying, down with the dictator, and we want our freedom. And finally, the Iranian people is getting the kind of outside help that they wanted, that so many previous American administrations failed to deliver on, talking about how evil the Iranian regime is, how oppressive and horrible and terror-supporting and warmongering it is. That has been, a popular talking point for many years, but very little action has been taken up until now by US President Trump, who actually has said help is on the way, and now that is exactly what the Iranian people has received. What can happen is a lot of positive things. I think we should be honest and understand that the first stage will probably be tumultuous and messy, and we'll see perhaps violence on the streets, perhaps there will be clashes, perhaps there will be casualties, at the end of which, hopefully, the Iranian people will be able to overthrow that oppressive regime and then chart their way forward in a way that they decide without the oppression of this fundamentalist regime. I'm hopeful that that will bring many good things for the future, for the brave and very talented Iranian people, for the region, for Iraq, for Yemen, for Lebanon, for Syria, for many other places where the Iranians interfered and destabilized, and of course for Israel. All of our enemies are supported directly by the Islamic Republic. So for Israel, it would be a significant game changer that our main enemy will be weakened.
And right now, we're getting this post coming in from Jennifer Griffin over at Fox News. She says, per a U.S. official, the airstrikes will last not hours, but days. Also, no casualties from strike targeting U.S. base in Bahrain. So wanted to ask you about that, because we're not just talking about hours of campaigns by the U.S. and Israel. We're talking about days. Is that what you would have expected? Not short term, but longer term?
I think it'll be more than that, actually. I think we should work under the assumption that it'll take more than days. And, I think it'll boil down to a question of whose offense will work best. Will Iranian offenses, as in firing ballistic missiles, be strong, or will U.S. and Israeli efforts to mitigate Iranian offensive capabilities win? So far, judging by the amount of missiles that the Iranian regime has been able to fire, it doesn't seem as if they're doing too well. And I think that offensive efforts by the U.S. and Israel are so far quite successful, but we'll have to wait and see. And I think we should anticipate, and that's what Israelis are anticipating, that this will take at least days, if not more than that.
All right. Jonathan Conriquez, thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us and to break this all down.
Thank you.
Anything else that you want to add? Anything we missed here before I let you go?
Well, I can just send my warmest sympathies to the Iranian people. I've been getting a lot of messages from Iranians outside of Iran and inside of Iran, expressing their joy and excitement that finally the day has come where the Iranian people have gotten external help to get rid of the oppressive regime that has been controlling Iran for 47 years. And I think that is where focus will be. A lot of people will try to spin this story into something that it isn't. And I think what we are witnessing may be the end of the Islamic regime and a new page in the long, illustrious, and beautiful history of the Iranian nation. I hope that will happen. If it happens, that will be a really important part of President Trump's legacy, a legacy of peace through strength, a legacy of actually standing up against oppressors and bullies and different fundamentalist regimes, and actually putting his money where his mouth is, and or the opposite, the money where the mouth was, and actually doing what was promised. So I'm hopeful, and I hope that the Iranian people will emerge victorious from this.
All right, Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Conricus, thank you so much for taking the time to be here. We definitely appreciate it.
Thank you.
Apparently you can go from 0 to a complete site in just a single prompt with Wix Harmony. I don't know if this is going to be possible. Where vibe coding meets drag and drop freedom. We'll see about that. All right, let me try to make up a site to sell some like theoretical kombucha. Make me a site about kombucha.
Just hours ago, the U.S. and Israel launched a military strike, a campaign there. They launched it on Iran, and we know that the target was Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei. We are told by the IRGC as of right now that he is alive and well. He has been moved to another location. Again, a lot of questions about exactly how this played out, but we also know from Fox News that we expect that the strikes there are not just going to go on for several hours, but rather for several days. Again, there are a lot of questions about the condition of Ali Khamenei, and President Trump, of course, calling on civilians there to overthrow the government. Of course, we know many Iranians, most Iranians, are against the IRGC and, of course, the Supreme Leader and President. We'll see how everything plays out here as the day progresses. Right now, I do want to bring in Mark Chandler, a great friend of the show here, as we take a live look over Tel Aviv, where sirens have been blaring all throughout the night. Mark, thank you so much for being here with us as always.
You're quite welcome, Josh, and good morning.
Good morning. Well, I just mentioned here the relationship there with almost all Iranian civilians there and the Supreme Leader, the IRGC. Can you talk a little bit about that relationship and how it exists, where it stands?
Well, right now, you're looking at what these strikes represent is going after what we would call decapitation, taking out the Supreme Leader. But when you start to peel that back, he is not the popular leader that he was early on in the revolution. And we saw those protests that began in late December, went throughout January, and actually reinitiated, if you will, this past week with the students. So you've got that uprising, that popular uprising that has been taking place, and probably is a signal of a little bit of more weakness in this regime you've got. However, the Trump card, no pun intended there, is the fact that you've got the IRGC. They're the ones that are the most loyal to the regime, the most religious fanatical of the military, but they're also the best equipped, the best trained, and the best fighting force that they have. So they're there to carry out the Supreme Leader's wishes, and they're going to be the ones that we need to take care of quickest. They're also going to be the ones that are going to oppress the citizens. Any kind of popular uprising, the IRGC is going to make sure that they focus on internal security as well as any counterattacks to the U.S. So when we're looking at that relationship, you still have a strong, solid, fanatical core security force that's going to try to maintain regime power over the citizens and against any U.S. and Israeli strikes.
Do you think we are going to see these protests really start to pick up again? We know that back in January, there were many of them that basically took over cities like Tehran and other locations across the country. They died down. We know there was the internet blackout that appears to still be an issue there. Do you think we are going to see those start to pick up?
I actually think we might. Probably not today. People are going to have to figure out what really is going on with this first wave of strikes that we're looking at. But the fact that we saw students start to take to the streets again over this past week, I think what is happening is there's a security breakdown inside of Iran. I don't want to overplay that and call it a collapse. But I think that the students felt strong enough that they could go out and begin these attacks. Maybe they felt support from the United States. And so as we see this develop, we'll probably see these protests start to grow, but they're going to come in a little bit hesitant at first to see exactly what the crackdown is going to be on them. And then we should see them grow. They're going to feel emboldened to go back out on the streets, especially if they feel that, when Trump said help is on the way, that help is truly on the way. It's not going to be easy. It's definitely going to be ugly as they come back out and security forces crack down. But I think there may be some momentum at this stage. It's just a little too early to tell, but we could see more protests. Absolutely.
And one thing I was going to ask kind of on that same note here, it's always possible due to the internet and other blackouts that are taking place that maybe the Iranian people aren't even aware of specifically what's happened there with the strikes, but also that President Trump's message is out there. They may not get that message, right?
No, I don't think they're going to be getting that message, in real time. I do think that there is kind of a network that's set up. We smuggled in some Starlink receivers to try to open back up that information flow. So there is an undercurrent that can move the information around, but definitely not as fast as it would have before the internet shutdown. Iran has taken chapters right out of China and Russia internet control. So they're going to try to clamp that down. But I do think that you're going to start to see word of mouth and some localized information start to spread around. Not as fast as, say, late December, early January, but it will start to gather. That's why I think the momentum that we're going to see is going to kind of build up over time as that information starts to flow. Plus, there's going to be a lot of question as these strikes widen out.
Brian is the best content marketing team lead I've ever worked with. But before he created his content calendar using Monday.com, his strategy was, let's just get something out. Now with Monday.com, he easily created a board to plan and coordinate the whole team's assets. It has everything a content team needs: due dates, channels, media type.
All right. And of course, it does look like we lost Mark right there, but we are going to work to get him back as we continue to follow all of the latest developments coming in. What you're looking at is actually the video that's coming in from Tehran a bit earlier. And we do have Mark back right now. Sorry about that, Mark. Looks like we lost our connection.
Sorry about that, Josh. I'm not exactly sure where we dropped off, but, talking about the word getting out from these protesters, it's going to be difficult with this internet shutdown. But as it starts to spread, word of mouth and the kind of undercurrent of information that can pass, I think we're going to see it spread, and that momentum will start to build over the next several days of speaking out against the regime. So it's going to take time. It won't be real time, but it will start to spread.
One thing I wanted to ask about as well is essentially what we're hearing right now is that these strikes on Iran could go on for several days, not several hours. That is what Jennifer Griffin, our friend over at Fox News, is reporting after speaking with several sources and officials there. What do you make of that? Because we're not talking about a short campaign. We're talking about a fairly lengthy one.
Well, and I think that's absolutely right. Jennifer's sources are spot on. What she's reporting is accurate. So what we're looking at, if we're going to be successful in this campaign, is it needs to last for several days. This could actually extend into weeks. We had the largest military buildup minus ground forces in the Middle East since 2003. So when we look at that, I think what the president did is take the chairman's advice that if we're going to do something, we need to do it right, and we need to do it with overwhelming power. So that's going to take days at the minimum to carry this out. So they went in against these senior leadership targets. They still have to go against the IRGC Navy, the IRGC missile forces, which we did see some counterattacks this morning. So when we look at that, they've got a lot of other targets to take out that allow what we would call more freedom of maneuver for our air forces. And so that's what you're going to see, methodically taking out those steps. You might see a pause after today. You might see that, the President Trump's speech early this morning laid out a lot of things for the Iranian people, a lot of things for the IRGC, a lot of notices that we will continue this if you don't stop. So I think now let's hit pause, and that pause may only be 24 hours, Josh. We could be right back here tomorrow morning. So when we look at that, this will be a sustained campaign to methodically take out all those military targets that can counterattack us, then methodically move into the leadership, the other inland military targets, those security forces that would go against the protesters, and send a strong message. And let's not forget the nuclear weapons program targets. We didn't completely obliterate everything about it last year, so we can still go through and step through a lot of those other targets. So yes, we're talking a sustained campaign here.
On that note, talking about kind of your experience overall, when we talk about a campaign, strikes there that are lasting for several days or, as you mentioned, into weeks, are we talking about continuous strikes happening on a daily basis, or does that kind of depend on the situation?
Well, I think that's going to depend on the information that comes back. So a lot of what's going on right now is you have your intelligence organizations doing what we call battle damage assessment. So we know that the Iranian government said the Ayatollah is safe. He's been moved to a new location. So now let's track that location. Let's find out where they moved in the underground network that's in Tehran. Maybe they evacuated from Tehran. So we want to kind of follow through with that information and that flow. So as we work our way through that process, now let's look at the other targets. And so what kind of sustained targets are we focused on and working on at this time? And so we strike, pause, assess, and restrike. There's a series of targets that are actually going to go into, a preset target list. That's what we're starting to hit right now. And those we can strike without follow-up or follow-on information for a couple of days, and then we'll reassess. So I think we're going to give it a pause. We prefer striking at night. Okay, we own the night in the U.S. military, so I think that's where we're going to start to see it. And then you'll probably see, as we knock down their defenses, a little bit more of a continuous day-night strike process that's going to happen.
And I've talked to several experts throughout the morning as we've been on all throughout the night with the latest developments here. And we've talked about the fact that the strikes did happen during the day in Iran. You talked about we own the night when you discuss U.S. strikes and U.S. missions there. Why the daytime for this specific attack?
Well, I think that's really, it's about timing from when the negotiations fell apart. So, we were early within that 24-hour cycle of the negotiations. Really didn't go anywhere, Josh. I mean, it was just continued Iranian stalling techniques that they're focused on. So I think what we decided to do is, as the sun's coming up, let's start this day with those strikes. And then let's go after the leadership, because I'll tell you, probably there was some really refined intelligence that said, now's the best time, if you're going to go after a leadership target, to go in and strike there. Perhaps their meeting cycle, whatever they're focused on in leadership, there was some good intelligence that said, now's the time to strike. Even though we want to go at night, if we want to have a chance of better success, now and the location is the time to strike in Iran. So that's probably why the morning cycle of these strikes, the daylight cycle. But I think overnight, you're probably going to see a big increase, unless some miracle happens and Iran surrenders today, which isn't going to happen.
If you've written a book and want to publish it to over 3 billion potential readers, now is your chance.
And I want to take a look at this coming in from Oman's foreign minister here saying, I am dismayed. Active and serious negotiations have yet again been undermined. Neither the interests of the United States nor the cause of global peace are well served by this. And I pray for the innocents who will suffer. I urge the United States not to get sucked in further. This is not your war. So that leaves me to ask the question of any surprise there. They are the mediator in these talks, or at least one of them. Is that the message that you would have expected?
I would absolutely expect this from Oman. They're more of an ally of Iran than they are a true neutral mediator. So I would expect this to happen. His comments are disingenuous, though, Josh. I mean, serious negotiations? No. On the part of the U.S., yes, there were serious negotiations. On the part of Iran, absolutely not. We've seen this tactic in every previous negotiation with Iran, whether it's the United States, whether it's Western European powers. They're stalling to be able to ensure, one, that no one strikes, because there hasn't. There's not a precedent for this except last June under the Trump administration. Usually the West kind of kowtows to what Iran wants after Iran gains some serious concessions. This time, President Trump kept telling Iran, this is what we want, this is what we want. Iran kept coming back with stalling, with offering, one, they denied any program at all. Two, they kept saying, okay, now we're going to do steps. The talks for next week would have just been another delay tactic. Even international bodies, the IAEA, the nuclear weapons inspectors themselves said that they were not getting access into Iran for any inspections. So that's what you're seeing. This is a disingenuous statement.
And right now I'm popping up some of the video there that's coming in. We've seen a lot of it with the smoke rising over in Tehran over the past several hours. Video likely to continue to kind of pour into this as we get it. And we're also seeing different protests and such that are underway in several different locations here. This is just one of the live images where you can see folks are outside in the streets. We're expecting that we will see a lot more of this. And it looks like they're holding a photo of the Crown Prince, the exiled Crown Prince, if I can see that correctly. Kind of difficult to see based on the small monitor I have. But Mark, I assume that's what you're seeing as well.
Yes, Josh, I'm seeing that. They are. That's the one rally person that they can rally around right now. I'm not going to say he's got the strongest of following inside Iran, because the regime is really clamped down on any kind of resistance. He's popular. This current radical Islamic group that kind of took over in 1979, overthrew the Shah, his family. So that's his heritage. It was a better time for Iran, more prosperous, more freedoms out there. While it's more of a monarchy, they still would represent, let's go back to that. Let's become more prosperous. Let's get more freedoms that are going on out there. So I think he is the rallying cry right now. He has spoken out several times in support of the protesters from December through January. So I think that's the one rallying point, because there's a lack of anybody else to really rally around. So you're going to see that. Plus, they're showing the old Iranian flag, not the current Iranian flag. So you can kind of see where the momentum can start to pick up on this. Outside Iran, we need that to start to generate inside Iran.
Exactly, because we're looking at an image from London. I wasn't sure exactly where it was, but that is definitely over in London. So you're going to see situations like this where folks are taking to the street a lot over the next several hours and likely days. But again, the message that President Trump is trying to send is to get that into Iran for the Iranian civilians. My last question for you here, Mark, before I let you go. Is this the end of the Iranian regime as far as you're concerned? Do we see kind of an end in sight?
Well, Josh, I think there might be an opening for the end of this current Iranian regime. There's, as we talked about before, they're going to consolidate around power. This regime for 47 years has been only about this regime, and then spreading terrorism and spreading, their Shia religion across the entire Middle East under Iranian control. So they're not going to go easily if they go. They are at their weakest point militarily. And when I say weak militarily, I don't want anybody to think that they can't strike back, but they're weak militarily. We see their internal control has weakened with the latest round of protests, but the fact that the students could come out this week. So we could be on the precipice of the end of this regime, but it's going to take a sustained campaign and sustained pressure from U.S. and Israeli strikes to go out there and convince them that it's better for them to leave alive than to perhaps try to stay and fight. Now, we know that there's been money moved out. So while they might espouse this religious fanaticism, and they might espouse, strong Iranian nationalism, it's really about self-preservation. So we're going to see how this plays out. We're going to have to watch the IRGC, because while the religious leaders may die, may leave the country, that IRGC is not going to give up power willingly or easily. So that's what we're going to have to look at. I would say it's going to take a few days before we can tell really if this regime is about to crumble. But they are at a weak point if we continue to press on.
And you're, of course, used to me telling you this is my last question and then asking more questions. Wanted to ask you about President Trump. He's expected to address the nation here later on this morning. No specific time just yet. We're waiting to kind of piece that together from the White House. But what are you hoping to maybe hear from him?
Well, Josh, I think, far be it for me to tell the president what to say, but I think what he did a little bit earlier this morning, I started to hear him laying out the history of what Iran has done. I've written on that a little bit, but Iran directly is responsible for thousands of U.S. military deaths and civilian deaths from 1979, from their birth of this fanatical regime all the way up until now, all the way up until last year. They've done bombings. They killed 241 U.S. service members in the Beirut bombing. They did that with Hezbollah. They were 100% behind that, and that was in 1983. So if we just go back to that time, we look at, I was on the invasion of Iraq in 2003. We defeated the Iraqi military really quickly. But what happened was Iran filled that vacuum, and they put in some special weapons training and some of their IRGC members to directly combat U.S. service members. We lost hundreds at the hands of the Iranians. So what he needs to do is build that case and show how Iran has been the cause of so much instability, not just in the Middle East. A lot of people think it's the Middle East, it's over there. Actually, what happens over there does affect us. We can go back to the times they've interfered with tankers. They've mined both the Red Sea. They interfered with oil flow out of the Persian Gulf and the Straits of Hormuz. Those are things we're going to have to watch for now. Their history of instability, of what they caused, and state-sponsored terrorism, he needs to build that case so the American people understand that. He also needs to say, we're not going to go into this for years. This is not a forever war, and I don't think it is. I think we can accomplish most of our objectives in a few weeks of getting that, and then we bring them back to the negotiating table, bring someone, because he offered that olive branch to the Iranian people and the Iranian leadership. So I think he has to message the American people to show the history of Iran and what they've done against us and how that has negatively affected us for 40-something years. And then he needs to offer that olive branch again to the Iranian leadership, the Iranian people, to let them know that, okay, we're going to do this. We need you to come to the table. This is serious, or we're going to continue that. Build that case, show force, offer peace.
All right, Mark Chandler, as always, we appreciate your insight here. Anything we missed? I know we covered a lot of ground, but anything that we missed before I let you go?
Well, Josh, just so everybody knows, you asked me, this is going to be a campaign. It's going to be sustained over several days, out to several weeks. We need to understand that even though we're strong, we're going to hit a lot of targets. They are going to counterattack. So they did launch missiles. We believe some UAVs or drones this morning in a counterattack, against UAE. So our bases are going to be attacked, or they're going to attempt to attack. I would see it. Counterattacks on Israel. So people need to be aware that what they're going to see happen from Iran is normal. And how we're going to roll things back. I would call, we're going to escalate up a ladder of military attacks by the U.S. And that's just going to be uncomfortable. There's going to be some unknown aspects to this as the news breaks. It's an evolving situation over the next several days until we get to a sustained campaign and kind of slow those Iranian counterattacks. So I would just tell people to kind of hang on for the long ride here and not overreact too quick when we start to see Iran doing something back. The U.S. military is more than capable. I'm proud to be a member of the U.S. military and how we're going to do things. So, hats off to them and Godspeed for all of our folks.
All right, Mark, as always, thank you so much for taking the time to join us and helping to break it down. We definitely appreciate it.
Josh, you're quite welcome, and good luck with this. It's a moving target all day.
It is going to be a moving target for sure. And we are taking a
We have got to the point where literally anybody can build a fully working app without knowing how to code. This is
Again, we have been checking in with our different experts around the clock to get all of the latest information and get their take on everything. I want to bring in Enya Kervin with the Foundation for Defense of Democracy. She is a good friend of the show, joining us now live. Enya, thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us.
Josh, it's always great to see you, though they're usually in difficult circumstances.
most definitely. And I wanted to ask what the situation is like on the ground right now. We know that folks are running into their shelters, they're having to leave. So can you kind of break down the situation for me?
Sure. And Josh, before we do that, if you'll allow me, we are in a hot conflict. I'm based in Israel, and my little sort of home studio is in my shelter. So if there is an alert, you'll see my family filing in. This isn't their first rodeo. They'll take a seat, and we'll continue.
Well,
So,
you better go to the shelter if any sirens blare. I won't let you
Oh,
keep talking.
we're in the shelter. This
Oh,
is the
okay.
shelter.
Gotcha.
You're
Okay.
joining me in my shelter, but my children may also join. So just as a heads up, but we've done this before. They know the drill, and they know that this is what mom does when we're at war sometimes here. So the day started at 8:15 with a siren that was nationwide, and essentially everyone receives an alert on their phone that says, "Okay, we've preemptively attacked Iran, and you need to make sure that you know where the nearest shelter is for the coming hours." And then there was a series of alerts in my area. Of course, the alerts are specific to region. So I'm further north, closer to Haifa. We had a very intense period from about 10 a.m. till about noon, and we've had a little bit of quiet since then. But I've been watching reports as other parts of the country, especially Jerusalem and Tel Aviv, have been under pretty consistent attacks since this morning.
And you kind of mentioned this, but if you think about it, you are almost used to this. This has become a way of life. Obviously, right now, it's probably a little bit more intense considering all of this is unfolding between the U.S. and Israel versus Iran. But this is almost a way of life.
Israelis have become used to it. Since October 7th, every single family has developed their own coping mechanisms. Everyone understands where the shelter is. The children know that what to do in case of a siren, whether they're in the house or out and about by themselves. So yes, they're very resilient people, and this has been the reality for 2 years. Of course, when the conflict becomes hot with Iran, this is the fourth round now that Israel has gone with Iran, it does up the ante because, as you know, Josh, from our previous conversations, their missiles and warheads are just much bigger payloads. So when something is going on with Iran, people are extra cautious. They want to stay much closer to shelters, and they want to know where their loved ones are.
And this is some of the video from earlier on this morning. Obviously, you can't hear it, but there are sirens that are blaring. And that's been, as we mentioned, kind of the situation that's been taking place throughout the morning. Now, as far as the mission itself, I've asked this of a lot of people, but what do you make of the fact that the U.S. and Israel worked on this together? They made sure that this happened together in a joint military operation.
So that's no surprise to me, as since the beginning, since Donald Trump took office, all of these proactive military operations by Israel have been hand in glove with the Americans, either through close coordination or in some instances we saw last June in the 12-day war, it was with the U.S. actually operating, the U.S. military operating with the Israeli military when the U.S. took out the nuclear sites. What's very interesting about what's happening now, Josh, and this is a historic moment, is that because Iran has lashed out at assets all over the region, including in Bahrain, the United Arab Emirates, Qatar, Kuwait, Jordan, and Saudi Arabia as well. All of these places have now received fire from Iran as a result of this war and retaliation for the U.S. and Israeli operation. Now the tone is very different and super interesting from the Gulf countries and the other Arab allies of the U.S. And they are taking on a tone, instead of being diplomatic and trying to de-escalate and wanting to stay out of it, it looks like they may also get into this war as well. So that is the new thing here. That is what we're seeing for the first time, and that could really change things on the ground. You heard my alarm there. Right now, that's just a warning. There's no siren here yet, but again, that could change.
Would you say that this was a long time coming? That's been something that folks have been talking about. They said the current Iranian regime needs to be taken down. Ali Khamenei needs to be taken out of power. That's been a sentiment that's been shared by the Iranian civilians as well. So was this essentially a long time coming?
It's been coming for decades, Josh. I mean, as you know, the Iranian Revolution involved taking over 200 Americans hostage and holding them in the US embassy. And I think that the clock started ticking then. It just took a leader like Donald Trump who said to say enough is enough. And what's interesting is about 6 weeks ago, almost 2 months ago, when the Iranian people, the brave Iranian people, were demonstrating in the streets against the regime, and the regime slaughtered unknown thousands. We may never know exactly how many Iranians were killed by the regime during those demonstrations. Donald Trump said on camera to the Iranian people, he said, help is on its way. And this was a huge shot in the arm to Iranians. This encouraged them so much, but then the help never came. And here we are 2 months later, and people were assuming that that had been an empty threat and that Donald Trump had essentially drawn a red line that he wouldn't enforce. He said if the regime continued with the executions, the US would actually send troops to help the Iranian people, and then he didn't for 2 months. However, the whole time he was sending assets to the region, and he was trying to get the Iranians back into some sort of negotiations where he could reach a deal. Those negotiations happened last week. He did not like the results. They were set to continue on Monday, but it looks like he had decided to finally enforce that red line, to finally send the Iranian people the help that he had promised during the height of their demonstrations.
One thing that's interesting, you talked about those talks on Monday. We were initially told that Secretary of State Marco Rubio was going to travel over to Israel this weekend, specifically today, to meet with Netanyahu. And then that was pushed back to Monday or sometime later in the week, this coming week. Do you think that was maybe a distraction? Because I have to imagine it's going to be tough for Rubio to travel over to Israel as all of this is going on. Do you think that was some kind of distraction?
So it could well have been. We've seen these distractions, these red herrings from Trump in the past. We know he likes to exercise the element of surprise, but you got to give the guy credit. I mean, he has been amassing troops in the region for the past 6 weeks to 2 months. This is the biggest force buildup since the Iraq War that the U.S. has had in the Middle East. And yet, even with all of these assets in place, even with slowly bringing down personnel from the region, even with only on Friday, the U.S. Embassy in Jerusalem telling their non-essential personnel to leave the country, it was still somehow a surprise attack. I mean, you got to give it to this guy. He really knows how to play his cards, and he really knows how to enforce his red lines.
And Kraveen, I appreciate it as always. Of course, there's so much going on here, and we're piecing it together. We have some limited information. There's stuff that we don't know just yet. I want to pop this up on your screen. This is coming in from the Is that an alert?
That's another alert.
Do you need to go?
No, I'm in my bomb shelter. I am safe. And I just heard my children go to our neighbor's house. Their dad is home. So it looks like they're scooting over there. We can continue.
I'm going to keep asking you that because I want to make sure that you stay safe.
You're so kind.
Well, the Israel Defense Forces just posting here, they have some video, and they said struck operatives from the Iranian regime's surface-to-surface missiles unit as they loaded a missile launcher and prepared to immediately launch toward Israel. The threat was identified and quickly struck, preventing the launch aimed toward Israel. And as I mentioned, we do actually have some of the video that's coming in from the Israel Defense Forces showing as it's all playing out. Wanted to get your take because I'm sure at some point the U.S. is going to release some video of some kind as well. The fact that this video is released and allows people to kind of get a taste of what happened there and a look at kind of how it played out. What does that say to you overall? What do you take away from this video here?
Watch what nail polish actually does to your toenail fungus. It's kind of surprising, but fungal spores are 1,000 times smaller than a human hair. Crazy, right? Which means they're too small to even damage your skin cells. The problem, though, is when spores enter one of the many microscopic cracks in your toenail, because to them, These cracks are wider than Moses parting the Red Sea, and once inside, they multiply like mold in a damp basement. If you've noticed yellow spots on your toenail, or they're already crumbling with a foul odor, keep watching, because the real problem is much deeper under the nail bed. That's why you can try everything from Listerine to tea tree oil to even bleach, but the fungus always comes back, because it's not a toenail issue anymore. It's an immune system issue. Here's what's really happening under the nail. As the fungus spreads, it builds what doctors call a biofilm fortress, a slimy membrane wall that protects the fungus from immune cell attacks. When the immune cells can't attack the fungus, your body does the next best thing. It thickens the nail to try and trap the fungus. But now the fungus is sealed in, multiplying inside the biofilm fortress. You can try Epsom salt, apple cider vinegar, Vicks, iodine, which might help surface symptoms, but the fungus just keeps festering underneath. And the scariest part is, if it festers long enough, it seeps into the bloodstream. That's when you get swelling that shoots pain through your foot when you walk. Or worse, blood poisoning that lands you in the ER, where doctors have to choose your foot or your life. Luckily, there's a way to annihilate this biofilm fortress like the walls of Jericho, wiping out the fungus within. And it just takes one simple thing every night before bed. Listen up, because most doctors prescribe meds, which can set you back thousands of dollars and, according to the FDA, lead to liver failure or even death. Other doctors.
So I think the Israelis want to communicate with the people how important and how cutting edge their technology is, and the type of technological superiority that they have in the region. The fact that they're able to video these potential strikes as they're happening and eliminate them on the ground in Iran, which is thousands of miles away, is really astounding. And I think what it's saying to the nation is reinforcing confidence and superiority, which is what you want to hear when your loved ones are serving, when your cities are under attack, and when you're cowering in a shelter on the Sabbath. You want to hear from the IDF that they know what they're doing, that this is planned out, and that they're gonna win this confrontation.
And of course, we're waiting to see what the next step is. This could last, we're told, hours. It could last days. It's unclear. All of that kind of up in the air. Enya Craveen, as always, thank you so much for taking the time to join us, helping to break down all of the latest information here. Anything that we missed or anything that you want to make sure we mention here before I let you go?
Well, one of the things that I've been thinking about is what's going on in Donald Trump's mind. You know, you have him making statements like, we want to see a surrender. And it would be truly an astounding thing to see this regime surrender. This is a regime that has been firmly in place since 1979. This is a regime that has wreaked just untold havoc. There was a new report just recently that said that the number of U.S. soldiers who were killed in Iraq and Afghanistan, that a large percent of them, larger than we even thought before, were at the hands of Iranian weapons and militias. So just the fact of what a moment we're living through now, and just the fact that with all of these months of preparation, Trump still managed to get the element of surprise. It truly is astounding.
Yeah, no leaks, nothing like that kind of gave this away. A lot of us woke up in the middle of the night and heard that it was happening. Of course, it was a little later where you are. Enya, thank you so much for taking the time to join us. Please stay safe.
Thank you, Josh. I will.
Turns out you should never sue the driver who crashed into you after a car accident. There's a much better way you could get paid a way bigger check without suing, without going to court, and without dealing with insurance.
Earlier this morning, the United States and Israel struck targets in Iran. Iran has since launched indiscriminate strikes across the region. I know the British people and communities across our country will be deeply concerned about what this means for security and stability, and for the fate of innocent people across the region, which for so many of us includes friends and family members. So whilst the situation is evolving very quickly, I want to set out our response. The United Kingdom played no role in these strikes, But we have long been clear. The regime in Iran is utterly abhorrent. They have murdered thousands of their own people, brutally crushed dissent, and sought to destabilize the region. Even in the United Kingdom, the Iranian regime poses a direct threat to dissidents and to the Jewish community. Over the last year alone, they have backed more than 20 potentially lethal attacks on UK soil. So it is clear they must never be allowed to develop a nuclear weapon. That remains the primary aim of the United Kingdom and our allies, including the US. I condemn Iran's attacks today on partners across the region, many of which are not parties to this conflict. We extend our support and solidarity to them as part of our commitments to the security of our allies in the Middle East. We have a range of defensive capabilities in the region, which we've recently strengthened. Our forces are active, and British planes are in the sky today as part of coordinated regional defensive operations to protect our people, our interests, and our allies, as Britain has done before, in line with international law. We've stepped up protections for British bases and personnel to their highest level. We are also reaching out to UK nationals in the region and doing everything we can to support them. I've been speaking with leaders today from the E3 and across the region. It is vital that we prevent further escalation and return to a diplomatic process. We want to see peace and security and the protection of civilian life. Iran can end this now. They should refrain from further strikes, give up their weapons programs, and cease the appalling violence and repression against the Iranian people, who deserve the right to determine their own future in line with our long-standing position. This is the route to de-escalation and back to the negotiating table. Thank you.
This $10 pen fixed what $1,000 worth of creams couldn't, because this yellow
All right, that's going to do it for that new video that just came down from CENTCOM. I do want to put up the tweet as well here so folks can see how this was released onto their X account. It says this: as the president stated, our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime. The president ordered bold action. CENTCOM forces are delivering an overwhelming and unrelenting blow. We just watched all of that video play out. We heard the sounds as they released it, showing those missiles being sent off into the air towards the Iranian regime there. What's your initial reaction? Is this how you expected this to unfold? And what more do these images and videos now tell us about this operation?
Well, this is pretty much what I expected and many other people expected. A lot depends on what happens after the video ends. For example, we see the F-18s taking off from one of the aircraft carriers. either Ford or Lincoln. They were brought in to protect our allies and partners. So I would not be surprised if they were flying above our allies to shoot down Iranian missiles. It's conceivable that they were being used to strike into Iran, particularly maybe along the coastline. But if they've penetrated inland across Iranian territory, that would be a major change. These other launches from the destroyers, probably Airlie Burkes. The United States has about a dozen Airlie Burkes and cruisers in the region. These look like Tomahawks. Those are long-range ground attack missiles that would allow the United States to strike targets in Iran without endangering U.S. aircrew, particularly in the early phases of a campaign when the Iranians may still have some air defenses left. So I expect that these are what you're seeing explosions on in Iran, hitting targets up there. There's an F-35 taking off, F-18. Many of these targets are deep inside Iran and suitable for a long-range missile.
If you can't catch your breath and treatments aren't working, you have mucus plugs, dense blockages suffocating your airway.
We are just now getting this breaking news that's coming into us from Fox. I'm going to have our producers behind the scenes change the banner, but right now this has just been confirmed, Brian, over the air, that Iran's supreme leader, the Ayatollah, has been killed in those strikes. Fox is now reporting that on screen. They're having their reporter speaking on it now as he's live in Tel Aviv. But once again, folks, for just joining us here at home, we've been waiting for this information. We had gotten some insight before from our partners there at Reuters. They were able to talk to us to let us know that Netanyahu, the prime minister, as he just had statements a little while ago, said that there were signs that the prime minister, that the Ayatollah was no longer anymore. This is what he said, according to Aisha Hassi with Fox News. This morning, we have destroyed the compound of the tyrant Khamenei, many of the signs showing that he is no longer. That is exactly what he said in his speech. We have just been informed by Fox News confirming that Iran's supreme leader, Khamenei, is now been killed in these strikes. And so as we're getting this breaking news, and we still have Brian on the line here, Brian, I'm going to have you jump in here once again as we're talking about this. This is the moment that we've been waiting to hear. We didn't have confirmation. It was suspected. It was put out there on the internet. I had told folks earlier today, we won't be confirming anything until we have it from our trusted sources. But a huge moment to see that Khamenei has now been pronounced dead.
Yes, and I would guess that he is not the only one. He has a son who's very powerful. He may have been killed as well. We'll wait for confirmation on that, and much of the leadership. There was a bifurcation of efforts here, Christina. The Israelis were moving in for a decapitation strike, cleaning out the leadership of the country. The American targets were different. And so the Israelis have exacted the ultimate punishment to the Iranian leadership. Now, what happens after this is what's going to be very interesting. The Revolutionary Guard there, the military, very oppressive people domestically, they have a choice to make. There's now a power vacuum, potentially, if it's not only Khomeini who's gone, but the leadership, to do exactly what Donald Trump asked them to do, which is lay down your arms, and you'll get what he called immunity, so that the people of Iran may rise up and form a new government. But this strike against the leadership didn't just kill the Ayatollah. It probably killed many other people in the leadership.
And so there you have it. That's from Bill Melugin. He's citing Trey Hinks, who is now reporting with Fox News on this newest information, that it's saying a senior Israeli official is the one who confirmed to our colleagues that Iran's supreme leader is now dead. And so we're watching all of this again unfold in real time alongside with you. And so it was the Iranian supreme leader who was killed in these strikes as a part of this massive joint military operation between the United States and Israel. Israel's ambassador told this also to officials in Washington, D.C. Other officials are now confirming to different media outlets all around the United States that this is true. The 86-year-old Khamenei led Iran for 35 years, making him one of the world's longest-serving authoritarian rulers. His death, though, is a massive blow to the regime and could accelerate, as we've been speaking with here with Brian, on its collapse, which the United States and Israeli forces have staged as a goal of this operation. The killing is going to continue to set off a succession crisis with no clear answer, as Brian was just discussing. I do want to note that under Iran's constitution, a council of clerks is meant to select a new leader, supreme leader. But Israel's strikes have also targeted senior Islamic Revolutionary Guards, that's the IRGC that we've been speaking about, their commanders and political leaders as well, leaving the regime's chain of command in disarray at this moment. And so that's the latest breaking news just coming into our newsroom. Fox News now reporting that Iran's supreme leader Khamenei has now been killed in these strikes. And so for folks who are just now joining us, you're going to continue to give you these updates and some of the fallout that has been happening in the aftermath. This just in from the Associated Press talking about what's happening regionally there, that hundreds of people are now demonstrating in Baghdad in support of Iran against those attacks that were launched by Israel and the United States.
You have it listened, you type it in, and then you go digging.
Take a look. We do know this. It was overnight that the U.S. and Israel launched a major attack on Iran. The U.S. President Donald Trump called on the Iranian Republic to then seize control of their own destiny by rising up against the Islamic leadership that has ruled the nation since 1979. These strikes have now opened a stunning new chapter in U.S. intervention into Iran and marked the second time in 8 months that the Trump administration has used military force against the Islamic Republic. And so as we're watching this reaction continuing to come in, I do want to now continue that conversation with a member of Congress. I do want to talk now to Representative Jimmy Patronis, and we'll bring him in here in just a few moments. And so we'll continue on now, and I'm going to bring him into the conversation, the Republican representative from Florida. Jimmy, thanks so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you for having me.
Let's start with the very basics. Of course, this was really a sound that was heralded all around the world earlier overnight and the overnight hours as President Trump made that announcement. He put out that message that we just watched as well on his social media to make sure the American people were informed of what happened in those overnight hours with the strike. I first want to ask you, you woke up this morning to that news. What was your first reaction?
Well, I knew there was going to be a threat coming at some point, whether it be force, because diplomatic efforts seem to not be coming to any fruition. And look, the president has not kept this close to the vest, whether it be at the State of the Union, whether it be the announcements by Ambassador Huckabee about, Americans should take their flights now. Everything's been telegraphed very publicly. So Iran knew that this was just around the corner. The president, I'll say that at the State of the Union this week, the comments he made about not keeping, not allowing Iran to have any nuclear weapons was one of the events where the whole entire chamber, at least most of the Democrats, stood up in support. So this is not something that's been hidden from the public. This isn't something that's just come out as a surprise. Iran has been given plenty of chances. And this was, in my opinion, unnecessary action on behalf of the United States government.
And as we're continuing to follow that reaction, you're talking as a member of Congress. That conversation is ongoing. In just a few moments, I'm going to put up a post that we have here from Representative Hakeem Jeffries, House Minority Leader. He's been calling for more of Congress to now come together to Washington, D.C. to put up a vote as well. So just so it's on paper at this point. But he did put this on social media saying Donald Trump promised to keep America out of costly and endless foreign wars. He's now doing the exact opposite. Congress must vote on a war powers resolution immediately. Members of Congress, as you are one, what's your response to that call out from Jeffries?
I think the president was well within his bounds to do what he has done. as we're seeing an effort of global peace taking place under his leadership. This president has leveraged so many different tools, and as a challenge as the tariffs have been through the Supreme Court's most recent ruling, those tariffs ended up being a way of leverage without firing a single shot to bringing peace all over the world. Unfortunately, Venezuela, needed to learn the hard way, but we saw that take place without a single loss of U.S. life. Now we're in Iran, and the whole entire Middle East has been wanting to see peace and especially prosperity. They appreciate what the Western world has been as part of a economic partner with them. But the constant threat is they had to sleep with one eye open because Iran was so untrustworthy. And the fact of a regime of that nature needed to be put in its place. So I would recommend that Leader Jeffries have a talk with some of his other colleagues, because there was a room full of them in the House of Representatives this week that were in support of the president's initiative when he spoke to this exact concern during the State of the Union.
And he did appear to address that portion in his comments as well, saying that Iran has been an unstable regime that has continued to cause conflicts around the world. But I want to put this up as well from Leader John Thune. He says this: for years, Iran's relentless nuclear ambitions, its expanded ballistic missile inventory, and its unwavering support for the terror groups in the region have posed a clear and unacceptable threat to U.S. service members, citizens in the regions, and many of our allies. He goes forward down a little bit further to say, I commend President Trump for taking action to thwart these threats. I thank Secretary Rubio for providing updates on these issues throughout the week. And I also look forward to those administration officials briefing all senators about these military operations. Again, as you are in the House there in Washington, D.C., he talked about some of those updates that you were possibly getting there from leading officials in the Trump administration. Can you sort of provide some context to what those conversations look like? We do know, of course, things have to be kept on a pretty secret level for an operation like this to be successful, but kind of paint the picture of what the days leading up to this look like there in D.C.
Well, my district is Florida's 1st congressional district. We have 5 military installations, an enormous amount of the expertise that's being deployed right now in this operation. All the training, the expertise all originated right here from Northwest Florida. So you definitely, you feel it amongst our neighbors and friends who are on these installations as, there's heightened tension. There's a little bit more of a different emotion at church or at the grocery store, at the ball games, as, it was obvious that this was going to be imminent just through the typical day-to-day life and the great place of Northwest Florida and CD1. But in saying that, everything that has been telegraphed has been pretty plainly spoken through the administration. Every chance that the president has got to speak to the various efforts, the movement of troops, the movement of carriers. There has been a nonstop drumbeat of this is where we're coming. You just witnessed what took place in Venezuela. Very similar playbook. And now is imminent that it was going to take place. Whether it's going to take place today, tomorrow, or a couple of days from now, it was coming. And I really don't think you had to live under a rock to realize this was taking place. I'm incredibly proud of the men and women of Northwest Florida, because the success of this mission is going to be strictly due to the men and women that have come from this region of the country.
I'm glad you brought up the members there in your district because, again, as you said, they are the backbone of a lot of what happens here in this country and internationally as well. And so, Representative, I want to ask you, has anyone at this point come to you in your district with any concerns that they would like you to take to D.C. as you head back that way in the aftermath of these attacks?
Well, and what I typically do is my DMs are open on Twitter. I try to at least stay very sensitive to what I'm seeing placed on social media, because it's at least a live flow of consciousness of what's taking place. But the people in Northwest Florida, this military, they know what they signed up for. They're incredibly patriotic. They love their country. They appreciate the leadership of this president, but they also know that part of their job is being a peacekeeper. I believe that the president's efforts with the Board of Peace are in the right direction. I feel like the United Nations, just almost like any organization, needs to have a reset button, or they need to have the lights turned out. Let them go and reestablish themselves and rebuild it, because the efforts of the United Nations have been pretty lame. I don't see our resources going to good use there. So as the president's been saying, the heck with it. I've got very short time to serve in Washington, to lead this country, to create a world peace legacy. The Board of Peace is going to be that path. So as you bring more of those stakeholders to the Abraham Accords, you name it, let's create some settling of tensions and emotions, and let's take the threats out of our concerns. Where there's no threats, there's prosperity. I tell people all the time, one thing Florida has gotten right is we're safe. You don't have good schools, good jobs, good place to shop, good place to raise the kids unless it is safe. And this is exactly what the Middle East is striving for. They want safety. They want security. They want prosperity. These are good things in order to have a positive relationship, a good fabric of your community. And unfortunately, Iran needed to be dealt with.
And so, Representative Petronas, we appreciate you for joining us here on Live Now from Fox as we're breaking down the very latest. Any final thoughts before I let you go as we continue to really watch minute by minute to see how all of this will continue to unfold?
Prayers for your men and women in uniform as they're putting themselves in harm's way in order to do the noble deed of creating world peace. I cannot say enough of how proud I am of their courage, their commitment to country, their selfless service to our nation, and just incredibly honored to be part of this, deliberative body as we support our president and creating this new future for our country.
Well, we certainly appreciate, once again, for you joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We'll continue to be in touch if any other breaking news comes up. We hope that you'll join us again.
You bet. Take care.
If you are sleeping in a position like this, you are wrecking your body and your breathing. Chronic neck pain happens when your cervical spine is repeatedly misaligned during sleep, creating tension.
Have to break out of that for just a moment here to bring you this breaking news, as President Trump has just put this out on his Truth Social page, confirming that Iran's supreme leader is now dead. I'm going to take you out to that post. This is what he put on his own Truth Social a few moments ago. I'm going to read it out for you in full as well, saying this: Khamenei, one of the most evil people in history, is dead. This is not only justice for the people of Iran, but for all great Americans and those people from many countries throughout the world that have been killed or mutilated by Khamenei and his gang of bloodthirsty thugs. He was unable to avoid our intelligence and highly sophisticated tracking systems and working closely with Israel. There was not a thing he or the other leaders that had been killed along with him could do. This is the single greatest chance for the Iranian people to take back their country. We are hearing that many of their IRGC, military, and other security and police forces no longer want to fight and are looking for immunity from us. As I said last night, quote, now they have immunity. Later, they only get death, end quote. Hopefully, the IRGC and police will peacefully merge with the Iranian patriots and work together as a unit to bring back the country to the greatness it deserves. That process should be starting soon, and that not only the death of Khamenei, but the country has been in only one day very much destroyed and even obliterated. The heavy and pinpoint bombing, however, will continue uninterrupted throughout the week or as long as necessary to achieve our objective of peace throughout the Middle East and indeed the world. There you have it from President Trump, confirming there that Khamenei, the supreme leader there, who has been in power for so many years, is now dead. President Trump putting this out just a few moments ago on his Truth Social site. And so I do want to point out one other portion of this that is going to continue to watch how we are going to cover this process over the next few days. He said this: the heavy and pinpoint bombing, however, will continue uninterrupted throughout the week or as long as necessary to achieve their objective of peace throughout the Middle East. That means we'll continue to have you updated here on Live Now from Fox as those updates come in from us, whether or not we see more of these bombs coming off there in the Middle East. I want to show you this as well, a live look that we have in Tel Aviv at this hour. Over the last few hours, we've also been watching the skies there as we've seen the Iron Dome intercepting some of those missiles, but we wanted to make sure we're able to bring that to you here on Live Now. President Trump now breaking into this to confirm that the supreme leader in Iran is now dead. And so before we head back into the UN Security Council, I want to take this opportunity to show you some of the reaction that is now happening as this is being announced. This is in Los Angeles, California, reactions from community members to these strikes, now knowing here that Khamenei has now been pronounced dead by President Trump.
I want to tell you a story.
I used to believe that Jesus.
Every hour, and we've been continuing to cover the very latest with Iran, the Middle East, and so much more. Hi, everyone. Mike Page here. Thanks so much again for joining us this evening. As all throughout the day, we will continue to bring you these updates all in real time. We heard from the White House that they closed the press lid for President Trump. So if there is no major breaking news, we won't see him on camera. Maybe tomorrow will be the day that we get another statement from the president on camera. But we'll be keeping an eye on all of those details for you right here on Live Now from Fox. This was the big Truth Social that President Trump put out a little bit more than about 2 hours ago, saying, Khamenei is dead. One of the most evil people in history is dead. This is not only justice for the people of Iran, but for all great Americans and those people from many countries throughout the world. They have been killed or mutilated by him and his gang of bloodthirsty thugs. He was unable to avoid our intelligence and highly sophisticated tracking systems, and working closely with Israel, there was not a thing he or the other leaders that may have been killed along with him could do. This is the single greatest chance for the Iranian people to take back their country. We are hearing that many of their IRGC military and other security and police forces no longer want to fight and are looking for immunity from us. As I said last night, now they can have immunity. Later, they only get death. Hopefully, the IRGC and police will peacefully merge with the Iranian patriots and work together as a unit to bring back the country to the greatness it deserves. That process should soon be starting in that not only the death of the supreme leader, but the country has been in one way, in one day, very much destroyed and even obliterated. The heavy and pinpoint bombing, however, will continue uninterrupted throughout the week or as long as necessary to achieve our objective of peace throughout the Middle East and indeed the world. Thank you for your attention to this matter. President Donald J. Trump putting out on Truth Social. We want to showcase just a little bit of the behind the scenes that Reuters is able to report on some of this intel that we are learning of the process for President Trump and really these geopolitical ties that have really been measured and calculated within the last couple of months. Reuters are reporting ahead of the U.S. attack on Iran, President Donald Trump received briefings that not only delivered blunt assessments about the risk of major U.S. casualties, but also touted the prospect of a geopolitical shift in the Middle East in favor of U.S. interests. The U.S. official told Reuters the launch of what the Pentagon called Operation Epic Fury on Saturday plunged the Middle East into a new and unpredictable conflict. The U.S. and Israeli military struck sites across Iran, triggering retaliatory Iranian attacks against Israel and nearby Gulf Arab countries. The official who continued to speak, and we'll get to you some more video here in just moments, but again, talked a lot about the situation of where we're at right now in these next couple of hours and really leading into the next couple of days as well. Also want to show you this here by U.S. Central Command putting this out on X, saying a historic first. CENTCOM's Task Force Scorpion Strike, for the first time in history, is using one-way attack drones in combat during Operation Epic Fury. These low-cost drones, modeled after Iran's Shade drones, are now delivering American-made retribution. So we'll keep an eye on all of the new details that are coming for you right here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to continue to update you here on just really these last couple of weeks, the buildup to this strike by Israel and the United States. More from Reuters. The briefings from Trump's national security team help explain how the president decided to pursue arguably the riskiest U.S. military operation since the invasion of Iraq back in 2003. Ahead of the strikes, President Trump received multiple briefings from officials, including the CIA director and U.S. General Dan Kane, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, and Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. On Thursday, Admiral Brad Cooper, who leads U.S. forces in the Middle East as the head of Central Command, flew to Washington to join discussions in the White House Situation Room. A second U.S. official said that before the strikes, the White House had been briefed on risks associated with operations against Iran, including retaliatory strikes on multiple U.S. bases in the region by Iranian missiles that could overwhelm defenses, as well as Iranian proxies attacking U.S. troops in Iraq and Syria. The official said that despite the massive military buildup by the United States, there were limits to the air defense systems that had been rushed into the region. And that, again, is what we are looking at for Iran, where it looked like, again, if they had any defense systems, they were very fastly overrun or destroyed once again by the U.S. forces and Israeli forces as well. So again, we're keeping an eye on all of the developments here.
Here's why your prostate problems keep coming back. And the easiest way to fix it without drugs, surgery, or endless trips to the bathroom.
This video being put out by CENTCOM earlier today, showing the full force of the United States in action during Operation Epic Fury that has since made national and international headlines, as you can imagine, right here on Live Now from Fox. Right, everyone. Now let's show you just a little bit more reporting from Fox News' Trey Yingst.
You can see here the site of a direct impact in Tel Aviv. First responders are currently digging through the debris of the building behind me. They just pulled 2 civilians out. There were a number of injuries at this location, but the ongoing ballistic missile fire is making it incredibly difficult for these first responders to look for survivors, because every time the siren goes off, they have to rush into a nearby shelter and get underground. But you see here the massive amount of destruction to this building, a residential block. And they are bringing dogs in. There are still firefighters on the scene putting out the blaze inside the building. And they're using megaphones to call out to see if there are any survivors still trapped under the debris. This is the most significant impact since the war erupted early this morning with the Israeli strikes and American strikes against Iran, where we can confirm Iran's supreme leader, the Ayatollah Khamenei, was killed along with 40 top leaders from the Islamic regime.
All right, some reporting there from Fox News' Trey Yingst doing incredible work out in Israel. Live look right now, Tel Aviv this evening. We are continuing to take a look at always the very latest. If we see any action in the sky, we will be bringing that to your attention right here on Live Now from Fox. But I want to bring in our next guest to help us bring in some more insight and analysis of what we have already seen and what we could possibly see in the future here. So joining me right now, Jonathan Strum, Middle East expert. Great to have you on, Jonathan. Thanks so much for coming back on with us here on Live Now from Fox, and really history in the making today, no doubt.
Absolutely. We still don't know exactly where it's going to end, but it's clearly the Middle East is likely going to be changed after this.
Yeah, no doubt about that. And let's talk about where we're at right now with the supreme leader killed, many of the top officials as well. What is going to how really in these next 24 to 48 hours is crucial for really continuing to try to topple this regime?
Well, ultimately, the key thing that needs to get done is that somebody needs to take control of the government. And key institutions within the government. Normally, you'd want to be able to control the army and the IRGC, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps. It's unclear who's going to be able to do that, and it's unclear to me at this point whether or not the president of Iran, who is a reputed moderate, will be able to then take control of the government and say, hey, "Wait a minute, enough." We're going to go with it. We're going to go with a new regime. We don't know that yet. To the best of my knowledge, the president has not been seen in public. The foreign minister has, but he does not have really a base of power. And ultimately, you really need to be able to control at least the army or the IRGC.
As we take a look at some of the video from the IDF earlier, were officials, do you think, Jonathan, do you think they were surprised that they were able to get to the leader so quickly, or is this something that the planning was really all about?
I think this was a question of planning. It's a little bit surprising from the reporting that I have seen. It might have been that many of these people were in the same place. This is reminiscent of what happened in June when Israel was able to take out many of the top people in the regime. One person that I spoke to overseas speculated that this might have been something of a Last Supper, where the supreme leader Khamenei had everybody come in and gave them their last marching orders. And of course, the Israelis were probably tracking it and were able to kill many of the top leadership at one shot.
Is there any worry that that they had some sort of contingency plan if this were to happen, and what we could possibly be seeing in the next 24 to 48 hours?
Absolutely. Some of the reporting that's been going on over the last week or two was that, in fact, they were doing all this kind of contingency planning. And the question still remains, what have they left in reserve? We know that the Iranians have sleeper cells in Europe. Will those be unleashed? There is fear of a potential dirty bomb that they could send to Israel or elsewhere. We don't know what is there. And so far, I saw a little bit of the reporting on the segment just ahead of ours that, they have hit Israel several times. We know that they were successful last time in getting missiles through, but we don't know what they have left. And we don't know really what they're planning. Just from a normal standpoint, I'm always a little concerned. This seems to have been gone easier than anybody anticipated in the early go round. So I'm a little concerned about what's left, what we don't know about.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think another worry too, last question here to you, Jonathan, might be, what about the situation here in the United States? Is there any worry that there is any cells that have been waiting for this to happen and will unleash whatever they have planned within the United States now?
There's always worry about whether they're cells or not. I have to tell you that from the people I talk to, they know about cells in Europe. I don't know. I haven't heard anybody who's confirmed to me directly that there were cells in the United States. So we can only hope that that's not the case.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Jonathan Strum, thanks so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We always appreciate the analysis. Great to have you on, and you have a good evening.
Thanks. You too.
You too. Take care. All right, everyone. We are going to continue to roll on here on Live Now from Fox, continuing to showcase different vantage points that we have. This one in Tel Aviv, continuing to showcase more.
Did your teenager develop depression, anxiety, or eating disorders after becoming addicted to social media platforms?
The early hours of the morning, 1:15 a.m. Eastern Time, U.S. and partner forces began striking targets across Iran, the Israelis and the Americans, on a mission, and CENTCOM making that mission clear. They wanted to dismantle the Iranian regime's security apparatus. They wanted to neutralize what officials are describing as imminent threats. Overnight hours in Tel Aviv, we've been watching the skies above Israel, just in case we see any more missile interceptions or drone interceptions. It's something that we have seen sporadically throughout the night. This is the latest we've heard from President Trump, who, by the way, is in southern Florida. He was at Mar-a-Lago. They kind of set up a makeshift situation room, if you will, at his Florida estate. The president sending this out. Khamenei, one of the most evil people in history, is dead. This is not only justice for the people of Iran, but for all great Americans and those people from many countries throughout the world that have been killed or mutilated by Khamenei and his gang of bloodthirsty thugs. He was unable to avoid our intelligence and highly sophisticated tracking systems, and working closely with Israel, there was not a thing he or the other leaders that have been killed along with him could do. This is the single greatest chance for the Iranian people to take back their country. We are hearing that many of their IRGC, military, and other security and police forces no longer want to fight and are looking for immunity from us. As I said last night, now they can have immunity. Later, they only get death. Hopefully, the IRGC and police will peacefully merge with the Iranian patriots and work together as a unit to bring back the country to the greatness that it deserves. That process should soon be starting in that not only the death of Khamenei, but the country has been, in only one day, very much destroyed and even obliterated. The heavy and pinpoint bombing, however, will continue uninterrupted throughout the week or as long as necessary to achieve our objective of peace throughout the Middle East and indeed the world. If the president sends anything out throughout the night, we'll keep you posted as soon as we hear it. Let's bring in retired Marine Intelligence Officer, national security analyst, and the host of the Strat podcast, Hal Kemper. Hal was up late with us last night. He and Shana Khalafi covering this as it was breaking. Hal, we've had some time to process the story since then. I want to focus on these last couple sentences in Trump's post. He says the heavy and pinpoint bombing will continue uninterrupted throughout the week or as long as necessary to achieve our objective. When you read that, what does it say to you?
That says to me that they're going to continue to hit these targets aggressively. They have a target list. There's an air tasking order, obviously, that goes with all this, and they have a schedule of what they're going to hit based on what they have and what they can get out there. The first strike, if you will, or first series of strikes, was huge. It's not clear how many American planes were involved, but the reports are there was over 200 Israeli Defense Force warplanes that were involved in that initial strike. And that's the one that went after the decapitation strike, taking out Ayatollah Khamenei. Not only Khamenei, but it took out some of his top leaders, the head of the Revolutionary Guard Corps, his defense minister, the head of intelligence, and the list goes on. Took them all out in one fell swoop, along with a number of other senior regime officials in that one. It's not clear how many other IRGC, Revolutionary Guard Corps members were taken out in other locations with a series of strikes, but truly devastating. If you look at the slow response of retaliation, it tells you something happened, something that really slowed their ability to make decisions, to do command and control, to strike. Eventually they did retaliate, but it would almost seem like it was something automatic that was pre-scripted that they do, but it wasn't any clear decision chain that took place there. So that tells me that what we're doing as we get the battle damage assessment, we're seeing is working. There certainly will be adjustments. There always are adjustments as various things are just discovered, uncovered, whatever, throughout the course of the campaign. But it does say the pressure will be on. What's interesting, I thought today, was when President Trump said that members of the Revolutionary Guard Corps had asked, apparently the U.S. or Israel, it's not quite clear, but had asked about immunity, asked if they lay down their arms, if they quit supporting the regime, if they support the people trying to replace the regime, that they could get immunity. If there is a schism, a sizable schism within the Revolutionary Guard Corps, that opens up the opportunity for the non-theocratic military, the secular law enforcement authorities to maybe step in and not support the regime. And once that happens, then it's game over for well, it's obviously game over for Khamenei, but it'd be game over for everybody surrounding him and everybody who is close to him.
The IDF and the Israeli Air Force releasing videos like this throughout the day. We've also seen a number of videos released by the United States, including this one right here, showing some of this operation, which caught a lot of us off guard. Anytime we've seen major military activity ever since the October 7th attack, anytime something big happens, it happens in the overnight hours. This one happened in the light of day. I was reading that in Iran, Saturdays are technically the beginning of the week there. So that's why you see reports of people at work or at school. It's because it's basically a Monday over there. Hal, we've been asking our audience to send in the questions that matter most to them. I think this one is on a lot of people's minds. Carson is in Florida. Could this turn into a war? The word war is being thrown around a lot today, Hal. What does war mean in the context of everything that we've been tracking in the past 24 hours?
Well, technically under international law, it is a war. All right. There is an armed conflict. The U.S. and Israel struck Iran, although I could certainly go back, as President Trump did, and talk about all the decades past when Iran has attacked Americans and attacked others around the world, and some of the vile, vicious, horrific things that the regime is responsible for. But this is, under international law, what we did, what Israel did, what the U.S. did, constitutes an act of war. We used armed force on their soil, on their sovereign soil. So that is a technical war. Now, I think the question is this going to be a big war versus a smaller war? I think what you're seeing right now may be indicative of what's to come. Now, with that said, the longer it goes on, the greater the chance that we will suffer casualties. So far, we've been very fortunate that no casualties have been incurred that we're aware of U.S. forces, but that could change, whether it be retaliation by the Iranian regime or whether they are able to manifest some sort of air defense to take down one of our aircraft, or, as does sometimes happens, as you have intensive air operations, sometimes aircraft have mechanical problems, or there's pilot error. There's a lot of things that can go wrong. So we will probably take, it's very likely we could take some casualties. We may be fortunate not, but it's very likely that we could. And but it's not going to be a war like we're traditionally thinking of war in terms of something like Iraqi freedom or maybe Desert Storm. This is different. It's more of an air and missile campaign. There may be some limited special operations stuff on the ground, but nothing significant. Not like you saw with OIF and Desert Storm, where there was this massive ground assault that went through through Kuwait or went through Iraq. You're just not going to see that. That's just not there.
For those that are not regular viewers of Live Now, Hal is a retired Marine intelligence officer. What kind of intelligence operations? I'm not asking you to give us all the tricks of the trade, but in order for them to pinpoint Khamenei and get him when they could actually get him, what goes into a pinpoint strike like that?
Well, obviously, that's not something, if I did know, I would even mention. I'll tell you how it works. We actually have a crystal ball and we just look at it. And it tells us. But there's a variety of different things. Could be satellites, could be signals intelligence. We're listening to anything from could be communications online, or it could be cell phone conversations or phone conversations, whatever it is. All those sorts of things. Could be human intelligence, folks who are actually there. It was certainly seen in June during the 12-day war before and after, during and after, that the Israelis had basically penetrated a lot of facets of Iranian society. The Iranian government had tremendous human intelligence capability. And so I would not discount the possibility that Israel had a human intelligence source or sources that could have helped them with that decapitation strike. That's very possible. But it'd be a variety of different means. There's intelligence has various different disciplines, and there's different sources and methods by which we derive these things, and then we analyze them and come to conclusions of what things mean or what they could mean or what they should mean. And based on that, it goes into planning, and there was extensive planning that went into this, and that's how they would know if somebody's going to be at a certain place at a certain time.
Do you support Israel and the Jewish people? Now, more than ever, Israel needs committed friends around the world.
You know, within the past hour or so, we did learn officially from Iranian state media that Khamenei is dead. They say that he was at his compound in downtown Tehran when the initial attack began, and his death at his office, quote, showed that he consistently stood among the people and at the forefront of his responsibilities, confronting what officials call global arrogance. Again, state TV saying that within the past hour here. We continue to watch these live vantage points at cities like Tel Aviv, Hal. The Iranians, they have been responding to everything that's transpired in the past day, and that has come in the form of missiles being launched, missiles being intercepted. We do know that the Iranians have had their missiles crash into a number of their neighbors' territories. In fact, a number of Arab states have released joint statements condemning what Iran has been doing since Khamenei was struck. Can you give us a synopsis, if you will, of the major players in the region, the Saudi Arabias of the region, the UAE? These are some of the nations that have condemned Iran's behavior today. Can you just expand on the significance of what we've been watching?
Oh, absolutely. Obviously, you got three combatants. You got Iran, Israel, and the U.S. They're actually the ones who are directly involved. Now, within the Persian Gulf or the Arabian Gulf, depending on which side of the Gulf you're on, will really dictate how you describe the Gulf. But within the Gulf itself, there are the countries called the Gulf Cooperation Council. This goes back to Desert Storm. These are countries in there, for example, Kuwait, Qatar, Bahrain, UAE, United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia. These are all members of the GCC. There's about a half dozen of them. And they have all come out and condemned what Iran has been doing. Now, with that said, the U.S. has bases in Kuwait, Qatar, Bahrain, the UAE. So one could assume that the Iranians were targeting those bases. In the case of Bahrain, where Fifth Fleet headquarters is located, they apparently hit a warehouse there. So one of the missiles did get through, one or two of the missiles. Didn't cause any significant damage or setbacks or anything, but did hit a building that was on the base. But we do have bases there, and you remember Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar was the base that the Iranians targeted last June. So they are targeting those. But with that, whether it's through incompetence, poor technology, or whatever, they have been missing that and hitting some of these urban areas and some of these areas in these countries that have nothing to do with U.S. military presence or anything to do with the attacks or strikes on Iran. And that's really irritating all of them. And reportedly, Saudi Arabia has been struck. Also, reportedly, the U.S. has aircraft that were launching from Saudi bases and Jordanian bases as well. And so Jordan could come under fire too. Israel has been under fire. Israel has also reportedly been hosting U.S. aircraft that are being used in this overall operation. So all these countries have lined up very clearly against Iran to condemn Iran and condemn what Iran's doing. I should also mention that all these countries that I just referenced would love to see the Shiite theocratic, autocratic regime that's in Iran go away. They absolutely do not want to see that. Iran has been spreading terrorism and warfare throughout the entire area. I don't want to get into all the Sunni Shia split, but they're kind of two different versions of Islam. Iran represents the Shiite version, and Saudi Arabia is kind of the lead for the Sunni version. And most of the countries I just mentioned, well, they're all Sunni countries, although one of them, Bahrain, is actually the largest percentage of the population is Shiite, even though the royal family is Sunni. Anyway, with all that said, they want to see this regime in Iran gone. And even though they came out and said, you cannot use our territory for overflights, you can't launch strikes from our territories. I've been over the Middle East many times, and what they say for public consumption on an overt level and what they're doing on a less overt level are not always the same thing. So I was not surprised once things kicked off that you immediately heard all the countries going, we condemn Iran, we support these strikes in Iran. And I was like, well, that's kind of what I've seen in the past. You know, they can move fairly quickly in changing their policy position, shall we say.
Some figures coming in from CENTCOM. They say the Iranian regime claims to have killed 50 U.S. service members. That's a lie. There have been no reported U.S. casualties. The IRGC claims that a U.S. Navy ship was struck by missiles. Also a lie. No U.S. Navy ship has been struck. The Armada is fully operational. The Iranian regime is claiming severe damage at multiple U.S. bases. Lie. Damage to U.S. installations was minimal and has not impacted operations. So Jen sending this question in, she's in Southern California. A lot of people have this question, given some of what we've been seeing from Iran's neighbors. Jen is asking, is it okay to travel outside the U.S. now? I mean, is there certainly a level of danger given that there are perhaps missiles flying above some of Iran's neighbors, Hal?
Well, what I would say is this. Obviously, when there's this type of stuff going on around the world, it is a little more risky to fly now than it would have been before. Okay. It depends on where you're going as well. The UAE, Dubai, particularly, certainly Doha and Qatar, those are major international hubs. As you know, we've talked about this. I fly through those, certainly Doha quite a bit. And every time there's something that happens over there, the air, and as is happening right now, air traffic gets either stopped or stalled or slowed down, and it's slowed down a lot in the region. So if you're planning on going someplace, you got to look at where you're going to be going through. If you're planning on going through Doha or you're planning on going through Dubai, there's a very good chance you could be delayed. You could be stopped there for days or maybe even longer based on whatever's going on at any given time. So obviously a great deal of risk there. Interestingly, just before all this took place, we were talking about what was happening down in Mexico, and obviously all of the, violence that had taken place after the strike, the decapitation strike, if you will, against the head of the Jalisco New Generation Cartel, El Mencho, and we're talking about, is it safe to travel in Mexico? I would say right now, you just need to take a very close look at where you're planning on going. Some places probably not a big deal. If you're planning on going over to Europe and you're planning on hanging out in London or Paris or something like that, probably not something to be too concerned about. But if you're planning on going to somewhere in the Indian Ocean or planning on going to somewhere in Africa where you're going to be going through the aforementioned airports I just talked about, then I would take a really hard look at it. And if you can, you might want to delay your plans.
I have a challenge for you. I want to know if you'd like to write a book, your own book, in only.
So, CENTCOM also saying this. I thought this was interesting, and I would love your analysis of these weapons. CENTCOM's Task Force Scorpion Strike, for the first time in history, they say, used one-way attack drones in combat during Operation Epic Fury. They say these low-cost drones, modeled after Iran's Shahed drones, are now delivering American-made retribution. Okay, Hal, what exactly does a one-way attack drone mean?
Well, I believe we talked about this a couple of days ago. These are the Lucas drones, the They're basically low-cost unmanned aerial systems. It's something that we developed. Basically, we kind of copied the Shahed 136 drones. Those are those Iranian drones that the Russians have been using by the literally tens of thousands to attack Ukraine. And so we kind of copied that very simplistic drone sort of approach. And we built our own one-way attack drones, which we call Lucas. And we had deployed 1 or 2 squadrons over there, this Task Force Scorpion being the overarching thing that deals with that. But some of the attacks today, as I understand it, were these one-way drones. Now, the only thing I can say about that is they're obviously powerful, but they don't pack as much firepower as you're going to have with a strike aircraft or with a Tomahawk missile. I think the warhead's about 18 kilograms. Now, trust me, you can pack a lot of explosive force into 18 kilograms, but it's not going to be the same thing as if you get hit with a 500-pound bomb or a 1-ton warhead or something like that. But, you know, for certain target sets, this is a really good way of going in there and hitting them, particularly if there's air superiority or air supremacy, which means that they really can't stop these drones from coming in. And the psychological effect of drones flying in unhindered, unimpeded, unaddressed by Iranian air defense capabilities. Psychologically, that is incredibly wearing on the defenders, in this case on the Revolutionary Guard Corps, on the Iranian military, and it's going to wear them down. And it also is something that the Iranian people see, and they look at these military elements or defense security elements of the regime and say, these guys can't protect us. They're absolutely useless. And it's time to stand up and do something about that, which is our desired end state, which is to see the regime go away.
So an interesting one coming in from Greg in Phoenix. Greg says, will the Allied forces go after the military infrastructure complexes and ensure to destroy all the drone manufacturing? And what effect would this have on the Russians with Ukraine war if this has taken place, Hal?
That's an excellent question. First off, from what I understand, yes, we've already been going after military infrastructure. So that's already being addressed. I don't know how big it is. We haven't got the battle damage assessment to say how much of that has been impacted. I'm kind of inferring a little bit based on some earlier statements that were made that we were looking at drone manufacturing capabilities. I don't know that we have hit any drone factories right now in Iran. Now, some of the drones that are manufactured, or a lot of the drones that are manufactured in Iran were being shipped up to Russia, and they were being used to attack Ukraine. However, about a little over 2 years ago, Iran set up a licensing agreement, for lack of a better term, with the Russians, and the Russians actually produced their own Shahed 136 drones. They may produce most of those drones that they use in Russia now. So even if we took out Shahed 136 factory in Iran, that wouldn't stop those drones from showing up in the Russian inventory to be used to attack Ukraine. However, I will say this, Ukraine has a variety of systems, long-range systems that they can use, like the Flamingo cruise missile. And so if the Iranian source of those drones is shut down, that means that maybe they should prioritize attacking the Russian production facilities for those drones and shut down all source of those drones to the Russian military altogether. But that's a decision the Ukrainians would have to make, and that depends on whatever happens with the Iranian campaign or with the campaign against Iran.
You know, as I've kind of just been watching this play out, I've been looking at some of our live pictures, like at Tel Aviv, where we're kind of in the overnight hours here. It's approaching 4:30 in the morning, Israel Standard Time. Let's just take a live look at some of the images coming through. We've got a bunch of different ones. This is Jerusalem, a live look at Jerusalem, a second vantage point of Jerusalem. As I said, Tel Aviv. Here, a little dark, but this is a live vantage point in Doha. Another one in Jerusalem. And then this is northern Israel. So we've got cameras that are just keeping an eye on all these different population centers. You know, one thing that I have a big question about moving forward here, Hal, is if we do see more ballistic missiles from the Iranians or drones, and if they are indeed sent Israel's way, something you and I talked about this past week is the idea that the USS Gerald R. Ford is pretty close to Israel right now. We usually think of the Iron Dome being Israel's protection, but it does have the Iron Dome. But there's also this extra layer of protection. They've got the USS Gerald R. Ford right by. So speak about the defense that Israel has right now and really the defensive capabilities that we've seen not only in Israel and right in the vicinity of Israel, but also some of the defensive capabilities we've seen in some of Iran's Arab neighbors as well.
Well, if you will, I'll start with Gerald R. Ford, and I'm going to move to the Persian Gulf very quickly. The Gerald R. Ford, obviously, carrier has its own air defense system, but really what defines the missile and air defense system for the carrier itself is the escorts around it, these smaller ships that have the Aegis air defense system and a variety of other things. One of the things I'm waiting to see, and I'm waiting to hear more about this, is my understanding is that we have deployed some directed energy and laser capability to intercept drones and maybe even take missiles out. I'm waiting to hear if those are fully deployed, how they're being employed, and if they're having success with those. That would not just be with the Gerald R. Ford Carrier Task Force. That would probably also be in other places. And it could be on the ground as well around some of these air bases. Now, if I may move out, yes, all of those countries that we talked about, they have their own air defense capability, usually using our stuff. I know one of the countries uses our THAAD, our Theater High Altitude Air Defense System, which goes after ballistic missiles high in their arc of trajectory, and then also the Patriot system, which is rather famous, been around for a long time. They've been using those to great effect to intercept ballistic missiles and to intercept drones. And then we have our on-base stuff that we have in and around our military installations. But also, you may recall all those ships that we had sent up into the Persian Gulf. All those ships have their own air defense systems for missiles and drones as well. And they provide an additional layer, actually an early layer to and have traditionally with missiles that were flying over or drones that were being sent over to hit Israel. Well, they have to go through these multiple air defense zones in order to get to Israel, some of those on the ships. And so a lot of them were intercepted before they ever even got close to Israeli airspace. But now I imagine more of that is actually intercepting missiles or drones that are aimed at some of those Persian Gulf countries themselves. So there is a very robust air defense system. Of course, one of the stated concerns that was out there in the media was that we would use so much of this air defense weaponry in this campaign that if something were to happen, say, between China and Taiwan, that we wouldn't have the same amount of ammunition that we would want to deal with that other contingency. And that is a simple reality. We have been very busy from a military perspective over the last few years, and so a lot of the inventory that we have has been drawn down to take care of some of these other contingencies.
Hal being generous with his time today. Hal, we'll be checking in soon. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Austin.
This 16 terabytes portable solid-state drive, which costs over $1,000 on Amazon, is now available for the...
We want to now take you out to Australia, getting the latest updates from officials there, talking about what happened in Iran.
This claimed countless lives in Iran, but also internationally. He was responsible for orchestrating attacks on Australian soil. His passing will not be mourned. We have not been immune from the impacts of the regime's actions right here in Australia. Our valued Iranian Australian community, that is 50,000 strong, see what happens overseas, and it understandably affects them greatly as they fear for the safety and security of family and friends. We've also seen at least 2 attacks orchestrated by the IRGC on Australian soil in 2024, including the firebombing of the Adar Synagogue in Melbourne, aimed at creating fear amongst Jewish Australians, but also aimed at dividing our nation. While we aren't directly active in the current military strikes, we have been clear and acted on our utter rejection of the brutal Iranian regime. Last year, we expelled Iran's ambassador. That is the first time an ambassador has been expelled from Australia since the Second World War. And that underlines how seriously we took the gravity of Iran orchestrating an attack on our soil. We suspended operations at our embassy in Tehran, and we listed the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps as a state sponsor of terrorism. We've sanctioned more than 200 Iranian-linked individuals, including more than 100 linked to the IRGC. We have long recognised that Iran's nuclear program is a threat to global peace and security. With international partners, including the United States and the G7, we have called for the Iranian regime to uphold the human rights and fundamental freedoms of Iran's citizens. Sadly, these calls have gone unheeded and action has now been taken. We support the United States acting to prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon and to prevent Iran from continuing to threaten international peace and security. We are concerned about regional escalation and urge the protection of civilians. For those on the ground, Australian officials are closely monitoring what is an evolving situation. These events are unfolding rapidly. It is critical that anyone in the region takes note of the Smart Traveller website for the most up-to-date information that we can provide. We continue to advise Australians to not travel to Iran. This has been in place since 2020, and to leave Iran as soon as possible. Of course, if it is safe to do so. Our ability to provide consular assistance in Iran is extremely limited. We have upgraded our travel advice for Israel, Lebanon, Bahrain, Kuwait, Qatar, and the United Arab Emirates to do not travel. Australians should leave now if it is safe to do so. The Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade is this morning opening its registration portal for Australians seeking assistance to depart Israel and Iran, and will be directly in touch with registered Australians with the latest information. The closure of transport hubs in the Middle East will likely lead to flight disruptions and cancellations. We've already seen flights return to Australia that were unable to land in either Dubai or Abu Dhabi. And of course, Emirates in particular, with Etihad, have a large number of flights to the region, including, of course, as does Qatar and other airlines. Travellers should prioritise their safety. They should monitor events and follow local advice. Australians requiring urgent consular assistance can contact the Consular Emergency Centre 24/7 on 1300 555 135 in Australia. I repeat the number, 1300 555 135 in Australia, or +61 2 6261 3305. I repeat that as well from outside of Australia, +61 2 6261 3305. I urge everyone to follow the travel advice and to support your friends and family who are directly or indirectly affected by what is happening in the Middle East. I understand this is a very difficult time for the tens of thousands of Australians with loved ones in the Middle East. The days ahead are going to be difficult. They are uncertain. We are deeply concerned, and my government's priority remains the safety of Australians in the region. My government will do all we can to keep Australians safe and protect our personnel who are there in the region as well. Happy to take a couple of questions.
Is there a moral case for this intervention and supporting Iranians who are risking their lives for democracy? You know, do you think we should be doing more to support the resistance there and you know the work to overthrow the revolutionary guard?
Well, that is a matter for the Iranian people. But we stand with the Iranian people in standing up for their human rights. They have suffered brutal repression. Women in particular being singled out by the regime. But across the board, what we've seen with the crackdown in recent times, when Iranians went out onto the street to demand their human rights, to demand a return to giving them a say over their own future, we saw the IRGC crack down brutally. Thousands murdered, people incarcerated, and a regime that showed just how ugly its face is. This is a regime that we hope that the Iranian people are able to determine their own destiny. At the moment, that is clearly not the case.
Was this attack legal? Are you concerned that this might erode further the rules-based order?
Well, those are judgments and statements for the United States and for those involved directly in the attack. What I would say is that the threat to international peace and security of the Iranian regime is real. The fact that they orchestrated attacks here in Australia, on the other side of the world, underlines the threat that this regime presented to the rule of law and to international norms of behaviour.
Have you spoken to Donald Trump or Benjamin Netanyahu, and if not, do you expect to soon?
Well, we are in contact with the United States over all of these issues. We'll continue to engage diplomatically, which is what we do.
Is there a red line in Australia's support for this strike? You know, is Australia supportive of a short and narrow intervention, or would Australia support a more protracted campaign?
Look, we want to see, when it comes to military action, I think, as always, Australia always supports diplomatic action where possible, and we hope that the actions that have been taken lead to a swift resolution. And we also say that very clearly the consequences of this are that we are concerned about the regional escalation. Iran has made the decision to take aggressive action and bomb areas of Dubai that have no role in any of this military action whatsoever. This is an aggression and an escalation by Iran that is consistent with the nature of the regime.
What options are there for repatriating Australians in the Middle East?
Look, we are in a position where we will always do what we can to support Australians there. But I do want to make the point that we've been very clear about Iran, that we're not in a position when we made the decision, a difficult decision, but one that I think was the correct decision, to close our embassy in Tehran, essentially because of the safety of our own diplomatic personnel, was a decision that was required. Then that has meant that our possibilities are restricted of what we can achieve. But we will continue to engage. We have very swiftly acted to set up the emergency centre. We will always update the information for Australians in the region, and we'll continue to monitor this on not on a daily basis. Literally, we're doing this on an hour-by-hour, minute-by-minute basis, because our priority is keeping Australians safe. Thanks very much.
Design the perfect voice for your brand with 11 Labs. Change the way you record podcasts, voiceovers, and branded content with the #1 AI-powered.
We will ensure that no radical regime armed with nuclear weapons and ballistic missiles can threaten our people or the entire world. Thank you, Mr. President.
That was earlier today. That was a emergency meeting by the UN Security Council. That was Danny Danon. He was speaking. He's the Israeli diplomat, the Israeli ambassador to the United Nations. We did connect with Alon Burstein. We got our connection issues sorted out. You know, we were just watching Danny. So let's talk a little bit about this emergency meeting. How consequential are meetings like this?
So once again, it's good to see you, and hopefully this time you can hear me. The question about how consequential it is really depends on which conflict we are talking about, because ultimately, the minute the United States, or for that matter, Russia, or one of the permanent members of the Security Council is involved in a conflict, the meeting becomes less important, because ultimately it's going to be a lot of rhetoric and a lot of accusing each other and a lot of making speeches that are usually meant actually for internal audiences. You know, we heard him now talking about the holiday of Purim. No one in the Security Council cares about Purim. That's meant to be heard by the Israeli audience that will be playing that. What that ends up being is rhetoric thrown against all sides. Ultimately, it is very, very obvious that there will not be any binding resolution of the Security Council when the United States is one of the two main actors that initiated this attack. So it's consequential in as much as the United Nations does have a role to play. If and when this does come some sort of resolution or agreement, the Security Council will likely be involved. You know, these things are important in order to keep the diplomatic wheels turning, but in practice, the actual words that are said are going to have no meaning, because ultimately it will be determined when there's an agreement between the countries, and then the Security Council will say, yes, good job, we approve.
I got to show you this live vantage point. This is Iraq. This is a live camera, and this just got connected to our newsroom. So this is my first time seeing this. This is in Erbil, Iraq. I'm hearing from our producers. A black plume of smoke emanating from behind this West Eye building in front of the camera alone. I know you track sources, and I know that you keep a close eye on both Arab and Israeli media closely. We did hear from Reuters that Iran's biggest offensive operation in the history of its armed forces will be launched in, quote, moments toward Israel and US bases, according to the IRGC. Time will tell what exactly that looks like. I wish I had more context about this black plume of smoke in Iraq, but Alon, when you see an image like this, how does Iraq play into what we've been tracking in the past 24 hours?
So as usual, we're covering things that are, live and ongoing. I'm going to apologize that I'm looking down. I'm literally scrolling through the different reports coming out of the Middle East in order to try to figure out what exactly that is. But there was a report about the Iraqi militias, and the Iraqi militias are really an important actor when it comes to the regional balance of power, because unlike previously the Assad regime, which was a regime that supported Iran, or the Houthis, which are, a quasi-regime, they control more than half of Yemen, that supports Iran, the militias in Iraq cannot be bullied or threatened by international diplomacy. They are not something that, like Hezbollah is a player in Lebanese politics. Lebanon so far has told Hezbollah, please don't get involved. The Iraqi militias are loyal to ostensibly no one except Iran. There are several militias. The biggest one that has been involved so far, it's called Katib Hezbollah, which is actually different than Hezbollah, but it's essentially the same idea. It's a rogue militia that operates within Iraq, that is loyal to Iran. And already when the initial strikes were launched by Israel, then that militia said they will, of course, retaliate. There have been several drones that were shot down in the northern areas of Israel, likely fired by Katib Hezbollah. The militia also said that one of its bases was hit. They did not say by who. I would actually bet that that's by the United States, not by Israel. They did not say by who. That's where this is fitting into that game. So this cloud of smoke that we're seeing, I would say, is either the retaliations against Katib Hezbollah by the United States, or possibly it is an Iranian attack against a US base, although I would doubt that, because then we would probably be hearing a lot more about it if it was actually such a strike that actually hit a US base. What also has to be taken into context is there's been a lot of political turmoil in Iraq with the appointment of a new prime minister. The prime minister that was going to be appointed was known to be much more friendly, I'll just say, with the Iranian regime. And President Trump outright issued an ultimatum. Even though his prime minister was elected, outright issued an ultimatum saying if he is appointed prime minister, you are going to have problems with the United States. Until now, there's been sort of political deadlock about how Iraq's trying to figure its way out of that. But throw into that also rogue Iranian militias that are operating from Iraq, and that's where you get the recipe for these random explosions that we're probably going to see more of in the coming days as things continue to escalate.
As you track some of your sources alone, I'll give you a moment. I'll just read a little bit of what I'm getting in from the news wires. Unfortunately, I don't have a lot specifically about this specific explosion or this specific plume of smoke in Iraq. But what we are hearing within the past hour or so is that Iran's Revolutionary Guard is threatening to launch its, quote, most intense offensive operation ever. Iran's paramilitary Revolutionary Guard is threatening, and it's really Sunday morning at this point now in the Middle East. So they threatened on Sunday morning to launch their most intense operation ever after the supreme leader was killed. They say that the most intense operation in the history of the armed forces of the Islamic Republic of Iran will begin in moments. That's the way the IRGC put it moments ago. By the way, we were watching President Trump on Truth Social. He officially announced that Khamenei was killed, and then Iranian state television, not too long ago, they officially confirmed that Khamenei had been killed. On Iranian state television, an anchor broke in to read the announcement of his death, saying, quote, "To the noble and proud people of Iran, with the ultimate grief and sorrow, this is to inform you that following the barbaric attack by the criminal governments of America and the evil Zionist regime, the true example of faith, jihad, and resistance, the supreme leader of the Revolutionary Guard, Ayatollah Khamenei, achieved the blessing of martyrdom," the anchor said. So that is how they portrayed it on Iranian state television. Iranian cabinet members also saying that what they're calling the great crime will not go unanswered. Iran's cabinet warned early Sunday that this great crime will not go unanswered after Khamenei was killed. The statement comes after state media officially announced that the 86-year-old supreme leader had been killed in that downtown Tehran compound. So Iranians initially cheered from rooftops and from their homes in Tehran, Iran's capital, when rumors first started to spread late Saturday of Khamenei's death. We have been, since then, keeping an eye on a number of live vantage points around the Middle East. That includes Tel Aviv. And I think Alon, what are you reading, Alon? I think you maybe have something here.
So I looked at a bunch of sources from the Middle East, and there's so many explosions happening across the Middle East, so it's still hard to see, but I'm actually matching this picture here with the different pictures, and most of them are actually contradicting my assessment. They are saying that it is an explosion that happened in Erbil, and that the current assessment of most people in the Middle East is that it is actually Iranian missiles that were targeting US bases. One of these reports is showing US interceptors actually trying to intercept missiles, and then this explosion. This is obviously unconfirmed. These are either reporters on the ground in Iraq or different civilians that, the civilians are actually usually where I get the best sources because they're the ones who know best. Exactly, people living in that building there, they know what that explosion is. So, but these reports right now, while I said that I would assume actually that this was a US attack against Kataib Hezbollah, most of the assessments right now that I'm seeing are actually saying that this is an Iranian attack against a US base in Erbil.
If you eat butter daily, this is what happens to your eyes. Take a look at these 2 retina scans.
We have a new Truth Social post from President Trump. I don't think we have it in the system quite yet, but he just sent this out about a half hour ago saying, "No mercy to terrorists, you dumb bastards." The president. And that was sent by the Rapid Response account about a half hour ago. And it was a post that the president sent back in 2013. So the president posted that about 13, 14 years ago. And now the White House Rapid Response X account just resent that out about a half hour ago. I've been looking for any and all statements from the president. I haven't seen anything other than that in the past hour or two here. Alon, let's ask a little more questions from the audience.
I'm going to keep on looking for information about this, so I'll let you know if I find anything while we talk.
You got it. So we have this question, and let's keep talking about really this. This is a good question from Matthew. Let's pull this up. Matthew's in southern Arizona. What specific bases and areas are being retaliated against by Iran? This is a pertinent question, especially since we might very well be talking about an Iranian missile in Iraq there.
It's a great question. So the United States has basically two different types of personnel stationed throughout the Middle East. Some of these are more stationary. There are permanent bases that are set up in many, many countries. These include Qatar, these include Bahrain, these include Saudi Arabia, Jordan, less so in Israel actually, but some in Israel, some in northern Syria, although President Trump has been actually making great efforts to evacuate those regardless of this escalation, long before this escalation happened, and in Iraq. Most of these are stationed as a result of different conflicts that happened. For example, the Gulf Wars that happened in 1991 and in 2003. The United States stationed bases in the different neighboring countries that it was stationed there to protect, and then kept the soldiers there for strategic interests. Some of these are also to protect US interests, such as oil fields and American oil companies. So that's the stationary targets. Then there's the mobile targets. There's this monumental armada that the United States has brought into the Middle East. And that also would be a target that Iran would very much love to hit, because it would be showing that it's not just able to attack stationary bases, it is also able to attack one of the aircraft carriers or the supporting ships that are coming in. Now, at this point, Iran's Navy is not really engaging the US Navy, at least until now. They're not trying to attack these ships and open a naval warfare. Mostly the Navy is engaged in protecting Iran's shores and, according to UKMDO, closing the Straits of Hormuz. But those are really the two targets. Up until now, all of the attacks, and there's been lots and lots of missiles fired, over 100 Iranian missiles fired at US bases, have been targeting these stationary bases in, again, Qatar, Bahrain, United Arab Emirates, Kuwait. There's reports of explosions in Saudi Arabia. I will say it's one of the more weirder things. I have seen all day civilians, citizens in Saudi Arabia, in Riyadh, reporting explosions, and absolutely no one relating to it on the official channels, not the kingdom, not the United States, not Iran. So that's also happening. And now possibly we're seeing this in Iraq, in Erbil, which is an area, again, that the United States does have bases in. One of the reports that I just saw is that the smoke is rising from an area that usually is a residential area of US Marines or US interests in Erbil. Again, that's one report that I saw. But these are all the different targets that Iran is trying to inflict damage on at this point.
And I'm keeping an eye on all these different skylines in Israel because the IRGC says that it will be carrying out some sort of large-scale attack at some point in the near future. Alon is checking his sources, so I'll give you a moment to do that. I'll just go over a little bit of what we've been tracking. Let's just reset here for anybody who might just be settling in for the night and perhaps just kind of catching up here. This was the tweet that the president's account sent out, by the way. No mercy to terrorists, you dumb bastards, as the president posted on the rapid response account just about a half hour ago. For those of you just tuning in, of course, it's been a long news day and a busy news day. Really what we're looking for at this point is, what will Iran do next? We also know that President Trump has pretty much assured that the US will have some sort of recurring military activity. At least that's what he said in one of his most recent statements. He says that this will be a reoccurring thing for about a week's time. How often will military strikes come? It's unclear to us. That's something that we're waiting to see, and that's part of why we are staying on air 24/7 this weekend. We don't want to miss anything as it happens in real time. Tonight, really, we've been watching what may become one of the most consequential military confrontations in decades. In the early hours of the morning, 1:15 a.m. Eastern Time, U.S. and Israeli forces began striking targets across Iran. According to CENTCOM, the mission was clear: dismantle the Iranian regime's security apparatus and neutralize what officials described as imminent threats. Nearly 900 strikes happened in the first 12 hours, from land, from air, and from sea. Tomahawks, HIMARS, standoff weapons, drones, all of it being involved in this massive attack. We did get some new video in from CENTCOM within the past couple of hours here. We have pretty much been tracking social media as closely as we can, just trying to get any footage that the U.S. military has sent out. They did send this out today. The IDF sent out a number of videos today as well, sharing some of what their military has been targeting. These are some of the explosions that the Israeli Air Force posted throughout the day. These are pictures that the White House sent out showing President Trump, Secretary Rubio, Chief of Staff Susie Wiles in their makeshift Situation Room at Mar-a-Lago in southern Florida. The IDF also posting video of their commanders and their top brass as they were in their own version of the Situation Room, monitoring all of this as it was taking place in real time. Alon has been checking his sources. I'm curious, Alon, have you been reading anything? Not too much coming through from Alon. So, Alon, why don't I ask you?
All I can see so far is repeated, like, I'll say this from sources that I trust even more, that are all saying that this was an Iranian missile attack in Erbil. I will say that most of them are saying that they are confirming that because they saw the United States anti-aircraft attempt to intercept Iranian missiles that were being fired towards Erbil. Now that's important because what we may be seeing is not a direct hit that happened. It may be the result of an interception, the result of fragments. Very often what ends up happening when missiles are intercepted, these ballistic missiles are launching at God knows how many hundreds of miles an hour, and then they're intercepted midair. They have a lot of explosive material within them. That all falls to the ground. It does not cause the explosions that it would cause if the missile hit, but it still causes severe explosions. So it may be, and again, this is now totally speculation on my part, but it may be that the reason that we're not seeing sort of a lot of media blasts about a US base that was hit, we are seeing an explosion that happened near an area that might have been a US base, is it's possible the missiles were intercepted, causing this explosion in and around the area. But like I said, that is all speculation on my part. What is coming out is a statement that was made from Iran with regards to what's going to happen next as far as they're concerned in the transitional powers. I don't know if you want to talk about that yet, like the supreme leader and like where things stand.
Well, Alon, that's incredibly important. You and I spoke earlier this week, and this was before this strike happened. We were hearing murmurs that the Iranian leadership structure, if you will, they were already planning for something like this and who a potential successor could be. What are you hearing?
So I first of all just want to put things a little bit in perspective with regards to who is the supreme leader or who was the supreme leader in Iran, because a lot of people are, I think, mistakenly thinking that this was just an all-encompassing dictator, and once you remove him, the regime might fall apart. But Iran has had close to 50 years since the revolution happened to develop a well-oiled machine. And the role of Ali Khamenei, while he was certainly an all-encompassing dictator, his role is not the same as that of Gaddafi in Libya or Assad in Syria, where you had sort of one dictator controlling everything. And if he was removed, there was no ideology underneath. There was no support structure underneath. He was removed and it was gone. Unlike that, in Iran, there is a very, very complicated political system that operates under the supreme leader that is all meant to ensure that on the one hand, there's sort of a facade of democracy. There are elections in Iran, there were elections since the revolution happened. However, there's this structure that's set up where the supreme leader appoints people who are then responsible for deciding who's allowed to run in the elections. He appoints the head of the judiciary who then decides who else is allowed to run in the elections. So it all filters back to him. What is important though, is that there is a built-in mechanism of succession. When the revolution happened, it happened under Khomeini, and he died in 1989. And there is a system that's then supposed to come into place. A council of experts, 86 mullahs, that is religious scholars, are supposed to get together and elect a new supreme leader that will then become, the word of God as far as, the devout Shiites would consider in Iran. So the fact that Khamenei has been killed is critically important, obviously, for first of all, for morale in Israel and the United States with regards to the war, there's a lot of hope, I think, that Israel and the United States have that this will maybe lead Iranians to take to the streets. There's a lot of footage coming out showing Iranians cheering with the news of Khamenei being killed. At the same time, the regime is far from falling apart at this point, unless there would be some sort of internal rebellion. And what the Iranian state news site, IRNA, just put out is they said that a 3-person council is going to be established. It's going to be made up of the country's president, Masoud Pezeshkian, who was also targeted for assassination, but he was not assassinated, the chief of the judiciary, and one of the jurists of the Guardian Council, that is a separate council in Iran. They are going to get together and temporarily assume all leadership duties in the country. So what this means is that, first of all, the regime is trying to display, both externally and much more importantly, internally, that we haven't fallen apart. We are immediately establishing a council. We're immediately making sure that things are going to move forward. But I'll go a step further. And I'll say the fact that they're appointing this council, rather than getting together and announcing the next supreme leader, is likely a strategic thought that the next supreme leader would obviously also be targeted for assassination. That doesn't mean that they would succeed, but there would be an interest for Israel or the United States to try to assassinate him. And that's why they're saying, for now at least, they're going to assemble this council of 3 people, and they are going to take all leadership roles in the country, which is also significant, and move the country forward. So that's the latest report coming out with regards to the government of Iran and who's going to be the current leaders. It's going to be a council of 3 people. I'm just going to say one last thing. This should not be. This should remind us of something that you and I spoke about quite a lot. Hamas. Hamas similarly had a leader. The leader was killed, and after that, Hamas established a council because they said very obviously the next leader is going to be killed. And therefore, they established a council, and they did that until the ceasefire was declared. They're supposed to now elect a new leader. Iran, very likely following that same logic.
Let's talk about. Let's get to Gabrielle's question. Actually, it ties in with this really. How can the U.S. guarantee that another authoritarian regime does not take over? What kind of optionality does the U.S. have here alone?
Excellent question, and that is precisely what everyone who, like me, studies politics in the Middle East is sort of screaming. Do not think that simply by taking out the supreme leader, it's now smooth sailing. And then we say that for 2 reasons. Firstly, forced regime change tends to fail. Look at Iraq, look at Afghanistan. If you look at situations across the Arab Spring where there was external intervention, again, like Libya, which is still a country that's fallen apart, forced external regimes that come from decapitation tend to fail. When you have more successful regime change is when there is a combination of external pressure, but when the actual overthrowing comes internally, when it actually comes as, and again, see Syria, then you have much more of stability in the country because those that were in position to take power end up actually assuming the positions of control. Does that mean that it will be a smooth transition to democracy? No, but that does mean that at least there'll be less of a cascade into civil war usually if it comes internally rather than just external decapitation.
At Raising Cane's, we hand batter every chicken finger, mix every cane sauce, butter every Texas toast, stir every slaw, and salt every fry. Because when you do it right, you can taste it in every bite.
Now, when it comes to how can we ensure that it is not another authoritarian regime, I'll say it bluntly, we simply cannot. The successful cases that are pointed to by the United States, that of Germany and Japan after World War II, they required an active occupation of those countries. They required the United States coming in, rewriting constitutions, committing billions of dollars to the project of reestablishing schools, reestablishing parliaments. Since then, the United States attempts to change authoritarian regimes to democracies have sometimes been more successful, but typically they end up, even if there's a brief flirtation with democracy, end up failing and falling down. Iran's case is a little bit different because the regime, this is a revolutionary regime unto itself, so it has been imposing itself on the population already for about 50 years. And many people say maybe there will simply be a return of the previous regime, and that's where a lot of the protesters were shouting for the son of the Shah, Reza Pahlavi, to be brought back. He lives in the United States, to be brought back to Iran, and many people are speculating that Trump is hoping and planning to bring him back. And it is true, the Shah of Iran that controlled Iran prior to the 1979 Islamic Revolution was a very, very big modernizer. He was a good friend. He was a good ally of Israel, an ally of the United States. He brought a lot of women's rights. He brought a lot of liberalization to the streets of Iran. At the same time, I keep on reminding people, he was also quite a ruthless dictator. He completely outlawed all opposition. All elections in the country were very blatantly fraudulent, certainly after 1953. He also took on a lot of the roles of a king, and that's one of the reasons there was public sort of disgruntlement that ended in rebellion in 1979. So bringing back the Shah is something that would very likely bring about more of a turn to the west of Iran. However, is that not another authoritarian regime? It probably would be. So that's where we are. There's this hope that maybe there will be a democratic transition. At this point, there first has to be an overthrowing of the authoritarian regime. Then there has to be someone coming to power that wants to instill some stability. That someone, like we have in Syria right now, where there is a regime that's relatively stable, but there's no democracy. That someone has to be the one who then says, I'm going to do a transition to democracy. A hell of a lot of variables that would have to fall into place for this to be a smooth transition to democracy. It's possible, but very much not guaranteed.
We have been tracking all these live vantage points. And by the way, for those of you who are wondering, Alon, pretty much in real time, he tracks all of these sources. He reads the news outlets in Hebrew and the news outlets in Arabic. A lot of times during these breaking news moments, we get breaking news updates. And it's because Alon can help us translate some of these things in real time. You're looking at a live look at Tel Aviv, the time about 5:40 in the morning, Israel Standard Time. So the sun
also,
coming up.
I'm going to break in there for a second
Please.
and say there's a report that came out just recently saying that an Iranian drone just hit the Burj Khalifa in Dubai.
Oh,
that is
that's
very,
the
very
tallest
famous
building in the world.
Very famous building, the tallest building in the world. I'm seeing these reports. There's actually footage that shows at night that a drone hit. I mean, it looks like, quote unquote, minor damage. Like it's an explosion that happened in one of the tall buildings, but you can see the drone flying into it. This is from, I think, about an hour ago. And this is also indicative of the way Iran is actually carrying this out. Iran made the statement that there are no more red lines. And I have to say, until now, without actually breaking the bank, they are living up to it. They have, no one would have expected Iran to really, they have launched attacks by now at Bahrain, Kuwait, the United Arab Emirates. So there's Qatar, reports of those explosions in Saudi Arabia, missiles intercepted in and over Jordan, explosions in Iraq, obviously missiles to Israel. They said, all bets are off if this happens, and I think that they're trying to prove, again, so far they didn't fire a missile at the Burj Khalifa. They're not trying to bring it down, but this is a show of intent. This is a show of all bets are off and don't make us escalate further, so to speak, is how I would read that.
And I do know that, and you might be looking at the same thing I'm looking at, where basically we've seen a number of near misses, and in some cases there were nearby buildings that I know had felt the impact of Iranian drones that may have been intercepted in the area. Time will tell. We'll wait for some official confirmation from perhaps the UAE or other sources in the area. Alon, as we kind of zoom out here, and I'll ask you to take a look at the IDF post that's on your screen. The IDF posted this earlier today. It's got a picture of the 7 people. By the way, the Supreme Leader not mentioned in this graphic. I believe when they sent this out, it wasn't confirmed publicly that he had been killed yet. But when we go through some of the names that are on this list, help us put this into context. People that are watching this, myself included, we aren't familiar with these people, but the IDF clearly sees them as high-value targets.
This is how to tell if your olive oil is fake.
You've been using olive oil wrong your whole life, and it's costing your health.
My grandkids have been telling me I'm aging in reverse.
This is my secret.
Number 3, canola oil. If you can find organic canola oil, then it's actually a very good oil. The problem with canola oil is most canola oil in the United States is genetically modified. Number 2, coconut oil. Coconut oil has a very high smoke point. So yes, you can absolutely use it. Unfortunately, coconut oil has only about 1/10 of the polyphenols of olive oil. Crisco was actually developed as a candle wax replacement. Crisco is an abbreviation for crystallized cottonseed oil. Cottonseed was never used on food before. In fact, it was an industrial solvent, among other things. During World War II, Procter & Gamble realized that you could put food.
So there's a couple of different, I'm trying to pull up the list that the IDF, because the IDF published another list, also putting specifically like the titles for each and every one of them. So I want to pull that up while I'm here just to see like, what the IDF was calling them.
I
also,
can, if you want, while you pull it up, I'll read some of the titles because they've got it attached to it. So the Minister of Defense for the IRGC, the Chief of the Military Bureau of Khomeini, the Supreme Leader's Advisory for Security Affairs and Secretary of the Defense Council, the Chief of the IRGC, the Chairman of the SPND, the former Chairman of the SPND, and the Head of Intelligence of the Qassem Al-Anbiya Command. So 7 high-profile figures here that the IDF says they eliminated today.
So among them, I'll say this. First of all, Ali Shamhani is a very, very interesting figure because he's not only the chief advisor of the High Council. We see him sort of in the top, second from the left. Second from the right. He's not only one of the chief advisors to the Supreme Leader, he was one of the main ideologues of Ali Khamenei himself. He's a close friend of Ali Khamenei. They have a good relationship. And one of the interesting facets about this is that in the past, there was an attempt to assassinate him back in June, and there were a lot of reports that he was assassinated, and all the reports said that the Supreme Leader is devastated and is ordering massive retaliations. And then it turned out that he survived the assassination attempt. After he survived that assassination attempt, he was elevated to the position of, again, I think it's the chief advisor of one of the most important councils. But really, he was sort of seen. I'm not going to go as far as to say the successor, because he was not a religious figure, but he was seen as sort of the man behind the scenes, the man who really is whispering at the ear of Ali Khamenei. And the fact that he was, I'll say, finally assassinated, because there were several attempts to assassinate him back in June of 2025, and all of them failed. That was very significant, and that was one of the first things that the Israeli military put out. Then, of course, we have the IRGC commander, Mohammad Fahour. His assassination is important on 2 levels. First, there's sort of the moral level for Israel. The IRGC is one of the mechanisms that exports Iranian terrorism to proxies across the Middle East, and assassinating the leader of the IRGC unto itself, Israel is sending a message. But more than that, what we have right now is a situation where, despite all of these blows the Iranian regime has suffered, we have yet to hear, maybe things are happening under the scenes, but we have yet to hear of any defections that are happening from within the security apparatus in Iran. And that's really going to be the breaking point, because Iran has several different security mechanisms in place to ensure the survival of the regime. There's the military, the police. Then there's the Basij, that is sort of the civil defense that's in charge of actually daily suppression of any protests. And then there's the IRGC. The IRGC are by far the most loyal. They're the most loyal. They are the ones that the Supreme Leader was surrounding himself with. They're the most trusted people. They're the ones that are supposedly going to go down with the ship. Assassinating the leader of the IRGC not only sends that message, but it also could be important because Israel and the United States, I mean, I'm speculating here, but they must be hoping for those defections within the ranks and leaderships of the different security apparatuses, because that's going to be one of the things that enables an internal rebellion to come about. Another interesting thing is the head of the SPND. That's that's an abbreviation of the Organization of Defense Innovation and Research, which essentially is the organization that's in charge of Iran's nuclear program. So who was assassinated there was also Hussein Jabal Amarin. So he's in the second row. I believe he's in the center. That's a little hard for me to see. And also the former head, Safand Raza Nia, was assassinated. So these are people that are in charge of Iran's military development, I'll say, but specifically in this case, nuclear research and development as well. And again, that's just part of the ongoing attempts of Israel and the United States to curtail Iran's nuclear program. Beyond them, the other figures are, more obvious, I'll say, because they're just politicians. The defense minister, the other ministers that are in charge. But those four figures that I mentioned, they have a lot of symbolic meaning also within Iran's regime, and their assassination has a lot of symbolic meaning for Israel and the United States with regards to signaling what it is they're trying to do, what it is they're trying to achieve. One more thing that I want to mention, and this is something that I spoke to you about, back in June, and this is something that's constantly sort of like plaguing my mind. There's one figure in Iran that remains a mystery, and that is the figure of Ismail Qaani. He's not on this list. Ismail Qaani is the head of Iran's Quds Force. He's the one who replaced Qasem Soleimani back in 2020. He was assassinated during the first round of the Trump administration. The Quds Force, their mission is really to be the connecting arm of Iran to the proxies in the Middle East, to Hezbollah, to the militias in Iraq, to the Houthis. He is, why do I say that he's a surprising figure, is because his role keeps on he's constantly not being targeted by these assassinations. And why is that strange? The head of the Quds Force was present in Beirut right before Hassan Nasrallah was assassinated. Then Hassan Nasrallah was assassinated. This is now in September of 2024. And 3 days later, there are reports that Ismail Qaani has been arrested on charges that he may be a spy of the Mossad. That he disappears for a week and then comes back to his role, nothing happened. Then, once again, when there's the assassination rounds in June of 2025, he disappears. No one knows where he is. A slew of rumors that maybe he's finally been exposed as the one that's selling out the Iranian regime. And then a month later, he also reappeared within the Iranian ranks and no one said anything about him. One thing I'm going to say, his name has not been mentioned in the last 24 hours. No one has attempted to assassinate him. Iran hasn't mentioned him. His role one day is going to either be a behind the scenes figure within Iran, or he's going to make for the best Netflix show ever as the spy who managed to orchestrate everything about this, because honestly, I cannot figure out where he is and why he's never the aim of these assassinations.
If it's puzzling you, it's puzzling a lot of people. I got to say that. Let's get back to this live vantage point of Iraq, by the way. This is Erbil, Iraq. You and I were talking about this a few moments ago. I've just been seeing a lot of reports online. I've been looking through it myself. There's reports of at least one drone or a possible ballistic missile impact at an international airport in Kurdistan, which is in northern Iraq. Time will tell. The black plume of smoke appears to be dissipating, so the sun coming up in the Middle East also, everybody can tell from our live look at Iraq, our live look at Tel Aviv, the sun coming up. Really, it was around this time, in about an hour or two here, really, we'll be crossing the 24-hour threshold of when the attack was initiated. Alon, I want to ask you this question that Ryan sent in. How might the U.S.-Israeli strikes affect long-term U.S. military operations and presence in the Middle East? There's really two questions here. I like the second question as well. I'm going to ask that in a moment. But let's focus on the first question. How might the U.S. Military operations and presence in the Middle East change? How might their posture change as a result of what we've seen today?
Quickest way to improve vision.
This is the quickest way to improve vision without drops, surgeries, or injections, even if you have AMD, cataracts, or glaucoma. Did you hear Oxford discovered vision problems are 100% reversible?
For real? What about stuff like cataracts and macular degeneration?
Yep. Floaters, cataracts, glaucoma, myopia, retinal detachment, even age-related macular degeneration. 100% reversible if you know what to do.
How did they figure this stuff out? Wait, you said Oxford?
Yeah, researchers from Oxford University took high-powered retina imaging and zoomed into the eyes of over 12,000 patients with declining vision. And what they found goes completely against everything doctors and optometrists have taught us about vision problems.
My mom has AMD. Honestly, I wouldn't wish it on anyone. She can barely work a phone, and she can't even drive at night anymore. I mean, the sad thing is she won't be able to drive at all anymore soon. She's got to get these needles in her eyes, directly into her eyeballs every single month. Oh man, yeah. Honestly, it hasn't even helped. It just slows her vision loss down maybe a little bit.
Well, this discovery is a godsend for people like your mom, because thousands of people are using an at-home fix, giving people back their vision, eliminating floaters, and easing signs of AMD, glaucoma, and other age-related vision problems.
Wait, an at-home fix? What does that even mean?
It only takes 7 seconds before bed each night. It's also easy to do. All natural, 100% painless, and there are no side effects whatsoever. And it was discovered by cardiac specialist Jim Cooper.
But like a heart guy? Wait, hold on. I thought we were talking about eyesight.
Just stick with me. Jim was a cardiac specialist. Every day for 40 years, he helped people keep their hearts, arteries, veins, and bodies in tip-top shape.
Okay.
And when he started suffering from macular degeneration and cataracts, Jim looked somewhere no one else thought to: the blood vessels in our eyes. He discovered whether you suffer from AMD, cataracts, floaters, blurry vision, shorter nearsightedness, retinal detachment, every vision problem comes down to whether the small microscopic blood vessels in your eyes are wide open and look like this, or twisted, clogged, and backed up like this.
It's interesting. Well, it makes sense. I mean, poor circulation is a killer for hands, feet, and organs.
Yep. Even scarier was the fact that if someone's eyes were clogged, the arteries in the rest of their body were clogged too.
So vision problems could lead to way bigger problems down the line then.
Yeah, in fact, this link has proven that doctors could predict how close someone was to experiencing a fatal heart attack or stroke, just based on how bad their vision was.
Man, so my mom is, she's probably at risk.
Yeah, well, the good news is Jim cleared his vision problems and now has perfect eyesight, all thanks to the at-home fix he developed. But here's the crazy part. He's shared it with the public, and even people who had advanced vision loss are seeing results in like 14 days.
14 days? Not weeks? Days. You're serious, not months.
I'm serious. People with AMD, glaucoma, cataracts, everything. They saw improved vision, floaters disappearing. They're even throwing away their glasses and contacts.
Come on, man. That's impossible. I mean, even the needles don't help like that.
That's what everyone thinks. But this is the first solution that actually addresses the true root cause of vision problems. See, when our retinal blood vessels get clogged, they swell and put pressure on our optic nerves and lenses. That's where vision problems originate.
But no doctors are talking about this.
That's the thing. They are. There are now double-blind studies and Nobel Prize-winning research from Harvard, Cambridge University, and hundreds of other leading institutions. It's a completely new way of thinking about vision loss.
And this could work for my mom.
Totally. It works for everyone, no matter how old, no matter how far gone their vision is. Fits into your normal life.
So she can finally ditch these needles every month.
Yep. And for a lot of people, no more glasses or contacts either. And it only takes a few seconds every morning.
Just a few seconds in the morning?
Just a few seconds, and then live your life. Read your favorite book. Take a sunset drive again. See a movie. The results keep working.
Okay, where can people learn more?
Jim Cooper made this video he's been sharing online. He breaks down the whole process that saved his eyesight. There's a link right below. Just click it, free to watch.
Wow. I mean, my mom's gonna cry.
She could be seeing results in days. We're talking about a serious difference in 4 weeks.
4 weeks.
Maybe faster.
And anyone could just watch this video and learn how to do it?
Yep. Just click the link below. See for yourself.
Numbers help us understand the world we live in. In finance, they reveal gaps in access across the global economy. Today, billions of people still live outside the conventional financial system, but that is beginning to change. Let's look at 5 figures that show how financial inclusion is evolving. Globally, 1.3 billion adults do not have a financial account. That means no formal way to save money, receive wages, or access credit. Yet many unbanked people own a mobile phone, have a registered SIM, and possess a form of ID. The issue, therefore, is access, not technical capability, meaning that large numbers of unbanked people could access financial services. That gap between capability and access helps explain why fintech revenue is projected to reach $1.5 trillion by 2030, roughly 5 times its 2024 level. Even though fintech companies still represent a small share of global banking and insurance revenue, they are growing far faster than traditional institutions. Across emerging economies, mobile-first finance is rapidly replacing cash. In Indonesia, for example, digital transactions grew 226% in 2024. Countries like Nigeria and Egypt have also seen rapid growth in fintech. Payments are becoming faster, more cost-efficient, and more accessible, with 42% of adults globally making digital merchant payments in 2024. But access alone is not the full story. What matters is how people actually use financial services day to day. New pathways are opening up to credit, savings, and long-term security. Hanwha is expanding financial access globally. Hanwha Life acquired a 40% stake in Indonesia's Nobu Bank, combining digital finance capabilities with local market expertise in one of Asia's fastest-growing economies. Hanwha is also investing in the future of finance through AI, working with global partners at the Hanwha Life AI Research Center and the Hanwha AI Center in San Francisco. Hanwha is building a more inclusive financial system through innovations that work in the real world.
I'd say we have to separate the short term from the long term. On the short term, I do not expect a big change to happen in the deployment of the United States in the Middle East. On the contrary, I would say if the United States, let's say that this ends tomorrow with a new deal and the Iranian regime manages to rebuild itself, the United States is going to continue to have the same or more military presence in the Middle East out of fear of retaliations or further spirals, etc. In turn, if this goes the way that Trump and Netanyahu are dreaming about, and there's an Iranian revolution that happens tomorrow, and then all of a sudden the old regime is wiped away and there's a new Iran that everyone's dealing with, that's a process that's going to take, I would say, at least a year or two before it's stabilized. And also then we will likely not see the United States just pulling its bases out of the Persian or Arab Gulf and saying, okay, I guess we don't need such a strong presence because the Iranian threat has been lifted. So in the immediate, I do not actually expect this to have a big impact on the permanent forces stationed in the Middle East. Obviously, the Armada will probably be relocated elsewhere.
Yeah.
Long term, however, this likely will have an impact. But long term, obviously, we also have to factor in who is going to be president, because Trump came to power with these promises of America first and these promises of pulling the United States out of all these international interventions around the world. Meanwhile, in turn, he's been actually very interventionist when it comes to a lot of things. So it depends who the next president is, because I'm talking long term. I'm saying, like, again, 2 or 3 years from now. It depends who the next president is and how they are going to view the role of the United States in the Middle East. One more geopolitical thing, and then we'll get to that second question. One more geopolitical thing that relates to the United States activity in the Middle East, something that is very much on my mind, because obviously my main focus is Israel and Palestine, the situation in Gaza. This is very much on my mind is, how is this going to affect the Board of Peace? The Board of Peace that President Trump has established is made up of a lot of different actors, many of them rivals, and there's a lot of tensions. Obviously, everyone wants to be part of what Trump has created because everyone wants to get on the good side of the United States. At the same time, we have within the Board of Peace, Qatar, Bahrain, Turkey. These are countries that really did not want the United States to carry out attacks in Iran, and they are now suffering the consequences with these retaliations. And I would say, certainly, if the United States, all of a sudden, if Trump says, all right, Khamenei's dead, the new council that's going to be appointed is now going to make some sort of nuclear deal, and we've had enough, and I'm going to pull back, those countries are going to be nervous. Those countries are going to say, wait a minute, we are now on the front line of Iran. Now we've been pulled into the war. We have suffered the retaliations. Next time Iran's pissed at the United States, the bases in our area is going to be fair game. What does this do to the Board of Peace in Gaza? What does this do to Qatar, United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, their missions to the Board of Peace? They're all supposed to cooperate with the United States and Israel, ostensibly, in Gaza. However, at the same time, there's going to be all these tensions in the background. That's also a facet that I think we have to be looking at.
One of the major things that the Board of Peace is looking at is how to deal with Hamas moving forward. Let's get to the second part of Ryan's question. Speaking of Hamas, speaking of Iranian proxies, the second part of the question, could we see U.S. military action against the Houthis, Hezbollah, or Iranian military directly? So we've seen the U.S. military go after the Iranians. Alon, let's just kind of set the table here. There's been negotiations happening in Geneva. It was reported that the U.S. wanted
the nuclear de-escalation topic to be on the table, the U.S. also wanted the ramping down of the Iranian proxies as well as their ballistic missile capabilities on the table as well. The reports that were coming out of these meetings seemed to indicate that the Iranians, they wanted to just focus on the nuclear piece of things. They didn't want to focus on the proxy piece of things. So is there a world in which the U.S. might see that it makes sense to carry out military action against the Houthis or Hezbollah? By the way, they already have carried out actions against the Houthis in the past alone.
They certainly have. It was actually under President Biden that there was an international coalition that was led against the Houthis, and then it was President Trump that signed a deal with the Houthis, sort of behind Israel's back, because Israel didn't really know about it, that the deal was exclusive for the United States. It said that the Houthis would stop attacking U.S. interests, the Houthis still were attacking Israel, and in turn the United States would stop attacking them. At this point, I would be surprised if the United States would engage the Houthis or Hezbollah unless they force themselves into the conflict. At this point, the United States really wants to keep this as simple as possible. We know, again, Trump has a lot of things that are unpredictable about him, but something that's consistent. He doesn't like long wars. He doesn't like getting stuck in the muddy fields of endless wars. And so he really wants things to be done as quick as possible. So I cannot see a situation where the United States would actively engage and sort of bring into the circle Hezbollah and the Houthis unless those proxies themselves launch attacks first. Up until now, Hezbollah has stayed silent. They issued condemnations. They said that they're very much against this. This is a violation of international law, and et cetera, et cetera. But they have not done anything. And Hezbollah still has a good arsenal of missiles and rockets. They still have soldiers. The reason that they haven't done anything is because they're embroiled in Lebanese politics, and they are really fearful that if they pull Lebanon into another engagement, their support in the Lebanese parliament is going to cascade, and that will be damaging long term. The Houthis, in turn, have announced that they are going to resume their attacks in the Red Sea. They didn't say against who. They said they're going to resume their attacks in the Red Sea, and they're going to retaliate to the attacks in Iran. Until now, they haven't. Once again, there were a couple reports of drones that were intercepted in the southern parts of Israel, in the town of Eilat. That typically was sent by the Houthis, so it is possible that those were Houthi drones. But until now, we haven't seen that. Unless the Houthis do something that pull the United States to retaliate, I don't think the United States would actually do anything that would encourage, so to speak, the Houthis to get involved, because they just don't, the United States doesn't want to expand the cycle of violence at this point. They sort of want to limit it. And I'd say the same thing vis-a-vis Hezbollah. With regards to the Iranian leadership, the United States, I think, is really, really hoping that there start to be sort of dissent on the ground. I don't think anyone hopes that the chief of staff has been assassinated, but the deputy chief of staff is going to come and say, you know what, we surrender. But I think that they are hoping that it's going to be harder to encourage Iran's Navy, for example, to go to the Straits of Hormuz and engage the United States. And the United States is proving it is willing to engage the Iranian military. The United States does not want a full-on war launching everything. They want this display of force and then to encourage dissent from within Iran. This is all ultimately going to come down to dissent within Iran. Ultimately, no matter how many assassinations are carried out, even if those entire the Council of Three leaders that now is going to be appointed to run Iran, even if they are all assassinated also, the regime can survive so long as there is no rebellion from within. If the people take to the streets again, and especially if the security forces either do not manage to repress them or refuse to repress them, that is going to be what makes or breaks the regime. And that's what the United States is hoping and ends up happening. I think we're probably going to see more and more targets being attacked until that may happen. Meanwhile, Iran is only going to hope. They're not trying to stop the American military. They haven't, or obviously they're trying to intercept them, but throughout the entire day, all we heard was that 3 Israeli drones were downed. The Iranian military is not managing to engage the Israeli or the United States military. Their only hope is to inflict enough collateral damage on Israel, on the United States bases, or on the world's economy through the Straits of Hormuz to create pressure on those countries to stop the attacks while the regime just tries to survive. It's all going to be about how long can the regime hold out and not have an internal rebellion.
So one question that we're getting, by the way, let's show this. You and I were talking about those unconfirmed reports about the Burj Khalifa earlier in the hour. Mm-hmm. This doesn't have exactly to do with the same building, but Reuters has this saying the Dubai airport and the iconic the Burj Al Arab Hotel was damaged in an Iranian missile strike. We'll continue to work the news wires. We'll see if we do see anything out there about the Burj Khalifa, but I wanted to make sure we brought this on air. Speaking of Dubai, Justin has this question. Justin's in Nebraska. Says, why is Dubai in the mix? I think a lot of people are seeing these reports alone about missiles either hitting or falling into a number of Arab states. And they're asking, what do any of these states have to do with the current conflict? Justin's asking, why is Dubai in the mix? Why are any of these places in the mix?
Welcome to Wix Harmony. Take the speed of AI and pixel-level control to go from words into a full website that's entirely yours to shape. Need a new page, section, or a restyle? Ask Aria, your personal AI agent.
So there's two answers to this. One has to do with regional rivalry, and the other has to do with the geopolitical positions of the United States within the Middle East. I'll start with the second one because that's simpler. Within the Middle East, the United States has developed, since basically the late 80s, early 1990s, the United States has developed relatively strong alliances with a lot of the Arab countries, what's called the quote-unquote moderate Sunni countries. So this includes Saudi Arabia, this includes Oman, this includes Bahrain, Qatar, the United Arab Emirates, Kuwait, and these are all along the controversial now, what you call it, the Persian Gulf or the Arab Gulf. These are all along the Gulf that goes into Iran itself. And then there's been other countries like Jordan that have been friendly to the United States, but have not wanted to engage and allow the United States forces to really take up a lot of arms in the area, as opposed to these other countries that are small. And they were very happy to say, yes, we were very welcome to have a United States military presence in our country if you offer us protection also. Countries like the United Arab Emirates do not have a strong military. Countries like Qatar do not have a strong military, so they were very happy to invite the United States. The second part relates to the rivalry. These countries are staunch rivals of Iran for many different reasons. One is ideological. Iran is Shiite, most of them are Sunni, or they have Sunni leadership. So this unto itself already makes them rivals when it comes to the Islamic world. Who is going to be the more prominent figures in the Islamic world, the Iranian Shiites or the Sunni axis? That's one element of the rivalry. Another element is purely economic. Iran, Iraq, exporters of oil, exporters of natural resources. These other countries, also exporters of oil, gas, natural resources. Then we also had geopolitical alliances, Russia, or before that, Soviet Union, then Russia and China versus the United States, who's allied with who. So we had all these rivalries that were coming up in the Arab and Muslim world between Iran and Saudi Arabia, Iran and Bahrain, Iran and the United Arab Emirates. The rivalries were there. And then as the United States came and asked to have military bases and house the 6th Fleet and the 5th Fleet within Bahrain or Qatar, those countries said, we welcome the United States to house its military here if it offers us protection. As a result, now fast forwarding 20, 30 years later, 2026, Iran views those countries as forward commands of the United States. They view them as sellouts. They view them as countries that instead of standing up against US and quote unquote Western influence in the Middle East, they are countries that have invited US troops to take up residence in the Middle East. They have invited US oil companies to come and develop oil fields within the Middle East or natural gas fields in the Middle East. All of this has put them into the target sites of Iran. And then also the fact that there's just US troops there, Iran is trying to target them. So both because there is anger and rivalry, but also just realpolitik. There's US troops there, Iran's trying to hit them.
Alon, it's been a marathon. We have a lot of questions about where this goes from here. Perhaps everybody's chief question tonight is, will the U.S. carry out more strikes? President Trump's statement seems to pretty much allude to the fact that they are at least thinking about it. He says that
The plan is for them to do reoccurring strikes throughout the week if their demands are basically not met. What are you watching for in the immediate term? Hopefully you're going to be going to bed soon. When you wake up tomorrow morning, what are the first things you're going to be watching for?
So the first things that I'm going to look at before I go to sleep, when I'm up with my kids, and then when I wake up in the morning, is going to be what are the statements that are coming out from that newly established council within Iran. Again, I'll just repeat if anyone's joined now, Iran has announced that the role of the supreme leader, his responsibilities now that he has been assassinated, are going to be taken up by a council of 3 members. They're going to include the Iranian president, the head of the judiciary, and also a member of the Constitutional Council or the Guardian Council, depends how it's translated. And they're going to assume all the roles of leadership. What they do, they're now going to signal the trajectory of where we're going. And really at this point, it's up to them. If they signal, we would like to find an avenue to de-escalate, they could do that. At this point, it is a moment where they could technically deviate from what the Supreme Leader said. Supreme Leader said, we're not having any compromises on nuclear on the nuclear program. We're willing to have forestalling of it, but we're not having any compromises. This new council could say something like, we of course are willing to talk about anything, but first the strikes have to stop. Now that will be a ploy to try to get the United States to stop and then maybe to stall while talks happen. But if they go that route, that to me is signaling they would like to commit to a diplomatic resolution rather than waiting to try to starve out the interests of Israel and the United States while just trying to survive. In turn, if they come up and continue to say, we are now going to, the Israel and the United States are going to feel our full wrath and we are preparing a big retaliation, then I will assume that we're heading into a larger trajectory of ongoing airstrikes and ongoing military action. I'll just give you an example. Earlier today, while there were other figures within Iran that were talking about the incoming escalation that Iran is going to send back towards Israel and towards the United States, the foreign minister of Iran, Abbas Araghchi, said, we obviously are going to defend ourselves. However, if the United States would like to talk, they know how to reach me. That's a signal. That's a way to try to come and say, yes, we are now at war, and yes, we are now coming after each other. But if you want to come back to talks, we are willing to do that. So really, when we're looking at this sort of a unique moment, we have also new leadership. It is quote unquote liberated from the shackles of what the Supreme Leader previously had said. And now we have to see, are they going to continue to do the same trajectory? We'll probably see more escalations, or are they going to signal we are willing to go to more accommodationist route? Chances are Trump would like to pursue that if they do that. So then we may see sort of a de-escalation and maybe more talks, maybe just a final deal. That obviously we'll see.
Alon being generous with his time tonight, how can people track your coverage and your teachings?
Look me up, the Israel-Palestine Report. You can find me on YouTube. Go to my website. We are always talking about what is happening in the Middle East, what is happening specifically in Israel-Palestine, but also anything to do with these escalations. Lots of reports, lots of interviews, and obviously lots of me and Austin as well.
A ton of it. Alon, we'll see you soon. He's the host of the Israel-Palestine Report.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Have a good night.
Would you be happy if you stayed where you are in life and job forever? If the answer is yes, then this video is not for you. But if you want to finally achieve the time, location, and financial freedom you know you deserve, then this new career may be the answer to all your prayers. Because what I'm about to reveal to you is unlike anything you've ever seen before. It pays extremely well. It's flexible with hours and location. You don't need a degree. And here's the craziest part. You can earn while you learn and still have enough time to juggle your current job, responsibilities, and even family. So here's what I'm talking about. I'm David Bragg, founder of Front End Simplified. We help people like you land tech jobs guaranteed without needing a degree or previous experience. The tech industry is already one of the biggest ones in the world, yet it's still expanding by 20% year over year. And global companies with the budget to pay high salaries are desperate right now to find talent. Why, you may ask? The reason is simple. With more and more apps being developed and everything going online, these companies need people to build and support their new features and softwares. And the problem? there's just not enough people out there to pull from. Probably because they think coding is too hard, they think it takes too long to learn, or maybe they don't even know this career exists. That's why this is such an amazing opportunity. Front-end development is the easiest part of coding to learn, yet the average salary is $113,571 per year, and that does not include bonuses. And because of this difference in supply and demand, it's also the easiest field in tech to break into. After all, you don't need previous experience or a college degree to get hired, and I know this because I went from making $17 an hour at a grocery store and being addicted to video games to landing a $160K front-end developer job at Canva without a degree. Or because I took action on 3 simple secrets that a beast coder shared with me. Once I took action on his advice, I was able to finally land a 6-figure job in tech that not only gave me the financial freedom, but also location freedom, time freedom, because I only had to code like 2 to 4 hours per day, and fulfillment because I was finally working a job that I actually felt proud of. And when you click or tap the link below, you'll discover the 3 steps, the same ones that caught the attention of Forbes and 100 other publications. So you too can break into the tech industry in a matter of months, the same way hundreds of our students have done it and changed their lives. Like Torrin, who went from making $56K a year in the military to landing a $120K job without a degree in under 5 months. Or Ryan, who started with 0 experience in coding, yet was able to land an $80K job after 6 weeks, and then a $175K job working at Amazon in 6 months. Or Dina, who landed a $90K job for the first job she applied to by breaking into the tech field using our system, and she's now making $150K per year. But listen, at some point, universities will see this gap and they will start teaching front-end development. So this opportunity to easily get your foot into the tech industry will not exist forever. If you're someone who's feeling trapped in an unsatisfying job, someone who wants to leave commuting and financial constraints behind, click or tap the link below to discover how to break into the tech industry in a matter of months. It's not an exaggeration to say this could change your life forever, because it did for me and hundreds of our students. So don't wait. Take a few minutes to watch this video, and if you don't have the time right now, at least click the link below and bookmark it for later, for when you have a few minutes, because who knows if you will ever see this video again.
We continue to monitor live looks at Tel Aviv and many other skylines across the world. That includes a live look. It's dark, but this is Doha. We know that there's been a number of missile interceptions in and around the Middle East. Many Arab states have reported that either Iranian missiles have landed in their territory, or there's been missile interceptions above their territory that have caused shrapnel to fall down into their territory. Iran has fired roughly 300 missiles, at least so far today. Intelligence is estimating that Tehran has thousands more that they can shoot. They have rebuilt their ballistic missile arsenal over the past year. In Tel Aviv, and by the way, a live look at Tel Aviv, about 15 minutes to 5 in the morning in the city. In Tel Aviv, an Iranian missile made direct impact on an apartment building after evading defenses, and an entire block was destroyed. 1 person was confirmed dead, more than 20 confirmed injured. Rescue crews, last we checked, were searching through the rubble and investigating. We have been checking in periodically with some of the videos that Fox's Trey Yingst has been posting on the ground. Trey, of course, is based in Tel Aviv, and anytime anything like this happens, he's boots on the ground, one of the first people to respond. He posted this short clip in Tel Aviv earlier today. Let's watch.
So we just got to the site of one of the impacts in Tel Aviv, and right as we got here, more sirens went off with incoming ballistic missile fire. People just took shelter. This is not even the building that was hit. This is just a building a few blocks away. And first responders are now headed back to the scene. You can see them here. They have medical equipment and search gear so that they can go back to the initial site that was actually directly hit a couple of blocks from here.
All right, looked like we lost the audio on that for a little bit, but what I wanted to do here, I wanted to reference something that I talked about before the commercial break. Like I said, you may have noticed that there's been statements posted by local police departments across the country. We showed you the NYPD's post moments ago. The DC police posting this, the Metropolitan Police Department is closely monitoring the events unfolding in Iran. We are actively coordinating with our local, state, and federal law enforcement partners to safeguard residents, visitors, and businesses in the District of Columbia. Standing by is our friend, law enforcement expert, Jamie Copenhaver. Jamie joins us fairly often here. We discuss a lot of true crime. We've been speaking a lot lately about the Guthrie investigation, Jamie. This story, though, is not just an Iran story. This is not just in the Middle East. There's a reason that a lot of these police departments are posting messages like this saying, hey, we got to remain vigilant during these times. Why are they doing this?
You know, the quite obvious. If you go back in time, you'd heard the Secretary of Homeland Security come out with grave concerns of potential bad actors coming across that southern border, Austin. We've heard that a bunch over the past 2 or 3 years. And, you know, we've heard through the FBI that there's some bad actors that are here that could pose some harm to the homeland. Going back just a few months ago, they actually interrupted and disrupted a organization that were training in the desert to come and do, you know, obviously harm to the homeland. So all of the above, and the bells and whistles are going off in DC with their intelligence apparatus.
Secret Service sending this out, saying increased security near protected sites. The U.S. Secret Service is actively monitoring the situation in Iran and remains in close coordination with our federal and local partners. What does the average American need to be vigilant about while this is all going on?
You know, pretty common sense. If you're out and about, let's say you're in a mall setting, you go to the movies, you're out to dinner, just know your surroundings. Don't be in fear. Don't be afraid, but just know your exits, know your entrance, try to maybe stay away from those large crowds, if you will. If you're in a movie theater, you're going to have a large people of personnel in that movie theater, but know the exits, Austin, just in the event something happens. And moreover, if someone would have a heart attack, you would have to respond to that in some way. So we always should be aware of our surroundings, know the exit points, stay away from the large crowds. And if you see something, pick up the phone and call. Let the authorities determine if it's legitimate or not legitimate.
Are there specific types of targets that receive extra attention?
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at airports, any modes of travel. We're looking for those soft targets, if you will. We've been preaching soft targets for years. These malls, there are zero entry points where you're search for any items or backpacks. You walk freely about the mall, but certainly any areas of a soft target. The entrance to the airport is not controlled by the TSA. You can go there and loiter with a backpack and sort of move freely in that entrance to the airport. The movie theaters, we've seen that, unfortunately, in the past, where we have a mass event at a movie theater. So it's really, truly all the above with these soft targets. And like I said, just use some good common sense. If you're going out for the evening, you've got to know the exit points. You've got to know your surroundings. And the biggest thing, Austin, if you see something that just doesn't look normal, pick up the phone and call 911 and at least report that. You may actually save a life.
We've been having the audience send in questions like usual. Kaylee in Mobile says, how concerned is a law enforcement agency like the FBI about retaliation from Iran through the activation of sleeper cells within the United States. And Jamie, I just need to, again, make something clear, as you've been making clear, which is that we don't have any imminent indication that anything like this is happening. We're just seeing a lot of local law enforcement agencies saying, you got to be a little extra vigilant nowadays. So to answer Kaylee's question directly, how concerned would a law enforcement agency like the FBI and perhaps other major local law enforcement agencies be about the activation of sleeper cells?
Well, I think they're very concerned. We've been hearing sleeper cells for years now. The bad actors coming across that southern border. In terms of the FBI, rest assured they have a great joint terrorism task force. The intelligence apparatus works 24/7, Austin. They're out tracking through whether it's signal intelligence, human intelligence, and what have you. So, they certainly are tracking these groups the best they can. If you go back to Secretary Noem, she came out recently and made a statement. There's several thousand concerned actors that are in the country that they just can't track. So, some of these cells may perhaps be untrackable. They may not be on the radar. And, of course, that's where the citizens come in. If you see something just doesn't look right, pick up the phone and call. You may actually connect the dots to one of these sleeper cells or these individuals that want to do us harm right here in the homeland. So great question.
Jamie Copenhaver joining us. Jamie, thanks for hopping on. I wanted to make sure we got something like this on tonight. We'll see you soon.
Thank you, Austin.
Okay, great. Wait, were you even listening? You haven't taken a single note this entire meeting?
I'm actually listening better than I ever have. Let me share my screen. Do you see this? Everything we're saying is being transcribed in real time. Look, word for word. That's exactly what you just said.
Wait, so you're not taking notes because...
Because Otter is. And I can even use the chat function as well. So, for example, what did we decide on the budget? Just like that. See? Instant answer.
That's actually incredible.
Right? And the best part is, after this meeting, I'll get a full custom summary based on the meeting type, action items, and it's all generated automatically and organized for me. I'm actually more present in meetings now because I'm not frantically typing.
Okay, I need this. How do I get it?
It's free. Just go to otter.ai. Trust me, you'll never do manual note taking again.
Never take manual notes again.
You are not the problem. The problem is the stress loop he's stuck in. I blamed myself for months, thinking he wasn't attracted to me anymore. Turns out he just needed to upgrade to Blue Chew Gold. It targets the brain for arousal and blood flow for the body. Once he fixed the stress, our sex life was right where we left it. What nobody warns you about when dealing with ED is how much you start avoiding each other. Blue Chew Gold gave him the confidence to be playful again. I didn't just get my sex life back, I got my husband back.
You're watching live now. I'm Austin Westfall. A new Truth Social post coming in from President Trump. It says this: Iran just stated that they are going to hit very hard today, harder than they have ever been hit before. They better not do that. However, because if they do, we will hit them with a force that has never been seen before. Thank you for your attention to this matter. The president just posted that a little bit ago. I'll let you know if we hear anything else from the president as the night continues. A live look at the White House. President Trump's in southern Florida this weekend. He made this makeshift situation room at Mar-a-Lago, a similar setup to what we saw when Nicolas Maduro was nabbed. Obviously, the White House carrying this operation out, all in the name of the negotiations that have been happening in recent weeks to ramp down Iran's nuclear program. Ultimately, President Trump saying that he wasn't hearing what he wanted to hear from the Iranians. Let's bring in nuclear proliferation expert Andrea Stricker. She's with the Foundation for Defense of Democracies. Andrea, let's just make something clear. How close was Iran to having significant progress, to having a nuclear weapon before these strikes? We knew that those strikes back in June, it set them back quite a ways. So where were they before this strike?
Great to be with you, Austin. Iran was actually reaching close to around 2 months, according to President Trump. He's lately been saying 1 month. In my estimate, as well as other technical experts that I work with, they've kind of estimated around 6 months to be able to produce the fuel and then go up to 90% or the needed weapons grade material, and then actually fabricate it into a nuclear device. And so I think President Trump was not happy with how the negotiations were going. Iran refused to give up their so-called right to enrichment, and that was just a non-starter for him. So I think that he felt like they were simply going to reconstitute their nuclear weapons program at some point. They had seen some recent activity taking place that was alarming to them, and so they decided to act preemptively.
So did they strike any? Okay, so back in June, they struck Bordeaux, they struck Natanz and Isfahan. This most recent strike, did they hit any nuclear facilities?
You know, thus far, we haven't seen them go for nuclear facilities yet, unless it hasn't been reported. But we actually have seen them hit and assassinate at least 3 former nuclear program decision makers. So people who used to work for the so-called headquarters of Iran's nuclear weapons program, known as SPND. And one of the key officials was Ali Shamkhani. So he's a national security official who was confirmed assassinated today. And he was one of the key decision makers back in Iran's early nuclear weapons program. And then Israel also just said that they took out 2 other key officials today.
One question that people have when we talk about nuclear arms and really Iran's progress on a nuclear weapon is what happens typically to highly enriched uranium during an active conflict? I know we're not at that point right now, but that's a question that comes up when we discuss this topic often. A lot of people have it on their minds. Safety concerns come to mind. How would you lay this out for people who have these kind of concerns on their mind?
Absolutely. That's an important question. The highly enriched uranium is not so much of a radiological risk as something like hitting an operating nuclear reactor, which I would not expect the US or Israel to do. That would cause a regional disaster. So they'll stay far away from something like the Bushehr nuclear reactor. But as far as Iran's highly enriched uranium, they do have around 11 nuclear weapons worth of missing HEU. It's likely entombed underneath the Fordow site and the Esfahan tunnels, which the U.S. had hit last June. And so I would not be surprised if once the U.S. and Israel have dealt with the missile, the military capabilities, and then the leadership, that they start to move to maybe recover this HEU. We could even see something like a commando operation or potentially additional missile or bunker busting strikes to ensure that that would be either destroyed for good or at least recovered for the future.
If leadership has been disrupted, which obviously it has been in Iran, who physically controls Iran's nuclear stockpiles? What level of clarity do we have on that?
That's also very alarming. The Iranians will not have people in place necessarily operating these facilities if everyone starts to flee, if everyone takes shelter. I'd be most worried again about that Bushehr nuclear reactor because of the risk of a meltdown. And then also there are items called radiological sources that would pose a radiation risk. They're kept at like civilian nuclear sites, hospitals. They're used sometimes for medical purposes. But if people would come into contact with an unsecured radiological source, that could sicken them. And then, so the US, Israel, they do need to prepare contingencies to secure nuclear materials and radiological sources, make sure they don't fall into the wrong hands, and make sure also that the nuclear sites remain secure in the event of a total collapse.
Do we anticipate that the IAEA will play some sort of role moving forward here?
One would hope that the IAEA would be in there eventually to help account for Iran's nuclear weapons capabilities and their nuclear material. In the past, we've also seen something like a UN inspection team, something that has a higher authority from the UN Security Council go in there, such as in the case of Iraq. They would go in and try to secure all the past nuclear sites and nuclear materials. So it really does remain up to the Western powers, the US and Israel, to try to push for something to help secure all of these assets in the event that things do continue to collapse.
Are there scenarios where nuclear material could be moved or hidden during the chaos?
It is possible, but that HEU stock is mostly what we would be worried about. And thus far, apparently the Iranians don't have access to it because it is stuck in those two Fordow and Esfahan tunnel sites. We've seen some recent activity where it looked like they may have been trying to start to get to the Esfahan stock. That probably has the most of their HEU, and it would be held in something like steel canisters that would be highly movable. But thus far, I think they have not been successful based on the open source satellite imagery at getting to those stocks. So that's one solace as we go forward.
Before we go, in your opinion, what are the most important threads that you're tracking in the immediate future as it relates to Iran's nuclear program? What are you looking at in the days and weeks ahead?
The US and Israel may start to turn to the nuclear sites. And so I'd be interested in whether they will go for something like what's known as a Pickaxe Mountain facility. So it's even more deeply buried than the Fordow enrichment site at more than 100 meters below a mountain. And Western intelligence has been concerned that Iran may have been working to set up a secret enrichment facility there. And so we could see even US bunker busting strikes on that mountain again, if not something like a commando raid. And then I'd be interested also to see whether they go for other remaining nuclear sites that they haven't yet touched.
President Trump says that it's possible very possible we see more activity this week. Andrea, always good to see you. Thanks.
Thank you.
And by the way, just to remind everybody, this is what President Trump posted within the past hour or so here. Iran just stated that they are going to hit very hard today, harder than they have ever been hit before. They better not do that, however, because if they do, we will hit them with a force that has never been seen before. Thank you for your attention to this matter. President posting that moments ago.
I wanted the word cuppa, as in cup of tea, I thought would be great to mix with hug. When I saw the domain was available, I was like, I'm taking it, I'm trademarking it, I'm going with it. Hi, I'm Aaron, I'm the owner of Cuppa Pug. We are not a traditional cafe. When I saw Cuppa Pug go live, that's when it all clicked. Well, was that nice?
Thank you so much for staying with us here at Live Now from Fox as we are taking a live look here over in Tel Aviv, Israel. We are continuing this coverage going wall to wall 24 hours a day as we wait for some more of these details and developments given the strikes conducted by Israel and the U.S. against Iran. I'd like to thank you all once again for staying with us here. My name is Karal Lahara. Thank you to my colleague Austin Westfall for guiding you through the last several hours as we follow all of these key details. I will be doing the same for the next several hours. Let's continue on here. I want to take us out to a live image that we do have over in Jerusalem, Israel. As I had just mentioned, we are waiting to see what happens throughout the day today. It is early morning there in Israel, about just going to be 8 o'clock in the morning Eastern time. And I do want to start with this, a brand new post from President Trump via his Truth social media account. Take a look at this. He says, quote, Iran just stated that they are going to hit very hard today, harder than they have ever hit before. They better not do that, however, because if they do, we will hit them with a force that has never been seen before. Thank you to your attention to this matter. This also comes as Iranian Supreme Leader, the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, was killed in that major attack on Iran launched by Israel and the U.S., throwing the future of the Islamic Republic into doubt and raising the risk of regional instability. Iranian state television and the state-run IRNA news agency announced that the 86-year-old's death happening there early Sunday. That's when they announced it. President Trump had announced his death hours earlier, saying it gave Iranians, quote, their greatest chance to take back their country. As I mentioned, though, all eyes right now on Israel, as we know they were part of these strikes, and we're waiting to see how Iran may be retaliating, given all of these developments that we have been following closely. Joining us now into the program now from Jerusalem in Israel is Alex Trayman. He is the CEO and Jerusalem Bureau Chief for the Jewish News Syndicate. Alex, thanks for joining us very early.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. So you can offer us a distinct perspective because, as I said, you are on the ground there in Jerusalem and Israel. So let's just start with this. What is happening at this moment? How have things unfolded and evolved throughout the last 24 hours?
Well, we just got out of the bomb shelters a few minutes ago, getting the all clear sign after what was the largest missile barrage since the beginning of the war. About 24 hours earlier, it was actually 8 a.m. On Saturday morning here when we got the siren indicating actually that Israel had declared war and that people should get close to their shelters. We've been in and out of bomb shelters here in Jerusalem every few hours over the last 24 hours. And I would suggest that Jerusalem has not been hit nearly as hard as areas surrounding Tel Aviv and Haifa. We've seen direct hits on a residential building in Tel Aviv, direct hits in Haifa, a direct hit in Bnei Brak, which is just outside Tel Aviv as well. There was a report of a strike in direct hit in Jerusalem, but I haven't seen that confirmed yet. So it's still evolving. And as you mentioned, the Iranians have said that they will hit harder than they have ever hit. And in Israel, we're bracing for whatever that could mean.
As Israel is bracing for this, we're also monitoring whether Israel is going to launch that new wave of strikes. It's something that we have been following closely. There has been some reporting on that as well. What do we know about that potential new wave? What kind of indicators are you watching out for to know when that new wave would be launched?
Oh, I believe Israel's been continuing to launch waves of strikes. Certainly, they were prepared not just to attack for 24 hours, but to keep going and not. And this time around, they started with the Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei, and they are successively moving across all of the Iranian military sites. Certainly, they have a keen focus on getting the ballistic missile launchers because they present the bottleneck. You can have as many ballistic missiles in your stockpiles. If you do not have the capacity to launch them, then Israel and other countries around the Middle East can't get hit. So they are, in a sense, baiting the Iranians to bring these missile launchers to the front. I would believe that any time at this point that Iran uses a missile launcher to fire missiles at Israel or anywhere else, that's probably the last time it's used, as Israel has complete air superiority and are targeting these launch sites the moment that they become apparent. And Israel probably also at this point going after regime targets, specifically of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, and also using surveillance to identify potential replacements and key figures in the Revolutionary Guards, taking them out successively to make sure that there is no succession plan in place that can be implemented for after the death of Ayatollah Khamenei.
And that's the social media post that we have here on the screen. It is courtesy of Fox News, just says that the Supreme Leader of Iran confirmed dead after that Israeli strike. Alex, let's dig deeper into this and pretty much the impact. How consequential is Iran's Supreme Leader's death from an Israeli perspective?
Well, certainly very symbolic, and this has been the figure at the head of this Islamic Republic, and for it's really more symbolic, I think, for the Iranians. He represented this fundamentalist Islamic regime. We've seen that over the past few months that the Iranian people have gotten very tired of this regime, in part because of the the complete degradation of the currency, the real trading at something like 1.2 million to a single dollar. The currency not able to buy much, certainly not much outside the country. Rolling electricity outages, water shortages, and Iranians are looking forward to getting back into the community of nations. So the death of Khamenei, as President Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu have stated, is their best opportunity in years, and maybe, as Trump said, the last opportunity in a generation, in order to take back their country from this fanatical Islamic Republic.
You mentioned there really this relationship between President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu, and just how important this moment in time was to achieve this goal of taking out the supreme leader. Alex, I want to go back to that social media post from President Trump that I started, excuse me, this conversation with, in which he said that Iran had just stated they're going to hit very hard today, harder than ever before. You had just mentioned that Israel is continuing those wave of attacks against Iran just to make sure that the deterrence is there. It is key at this time. What do we know about this continuing level of coordination between the U.S. and Israel?
Well, this is a war that has been prepared for months, at least in battle plans, even if the final green light wasn't given until very recently. The strike scenarios were mapped out well in advance between these two countries. There is superior coordination, better coordination than there has been at any time, specifically when you see joint attacks, because you don't want to get into any kind of friendly fire type of situations, even though at this point, Israel, opened up the war, gaining complete air superiority. So any planes that you're going to see overhead are definitely friendly fire at this point. But certainly, what targets, which country is hitting, this is being strategically coordinated, as well as what will be the attempts to defend both Israel and the other U.S. allies across the region. And we know that Iran has already targeted Qatar, in Doha, in Bahrain, in Abu Dhabi and Dubai, in the United Arab Emirates, in Iraq. We've seen even that a house was struck in Jordan, as well as possibly attacks in Saudi Arabia. So we see that Iran is striking all across the region, and certainly the United States and other allies, including even the UK, may be involved in defending allies across the region.
We have been seeing a lot of those retaliatory strikes against several neighboring countries there. Going back to Israel, though, and the fact that we're also getting reaction from the global community as a whole, how are major political parties within Israel reacting and responding in the wake of these attacks?
Well, the Israeli population and the political spectrum, which is typically very polarized and divided among many parties, is completely united behind the IDF, the Air Force, the leadership of Prime Minister Netanyahu, and the cooperation with President Donald Trump at this moment. For Israel, this is an existential threat. This isn't a political issue. This is something that all prime ministers have agreed for many years, that Iran posed an existential threat to the state of Israel. Is all Israelis opposed President Barack Obama's entry into the Iran nuclear deal. They all thought that a second JCPOA Iran nuclear deal, as President Biden was walking towards, also would be an existential threat to Israel. So even though we have a very divided and polarized political system here, when it comes to Iran, the entire country, including the leaders of the opposition, are completely united today.
Speaking of some more of that reaction down in Israel, Alex, have we seen, or have you seen, I would rather say, any demonstrations out there either supporting or opposing these strikes?
No, the Israelis are pretty good at following the home front command orders. We've been going in and out of bomb shelters, every few hours over the last 24 hours. There's certainly not any protests either in for or against. Everybody's staying pretty close to their shelters. But there have been videos. You've seen videos coming out, of people in shelters celebrating the death of Ali Khamenei with music and guitars. And we saw students in institutions of Torah learning, in those moments in between when you're able to come out of the shelters, dancing. And we're getting prepared now for the holiday of Purim, which ironically happened 2,500 years ago, when there was a Persian prime minister named Haman who threatened to attack and kill all of the Jewish people living in Persia, and all of the 127 nations that empire controlled, and he was killed on that day of Purim, and this is going to be on Monday night here. So a lot of similarities that Israelis feel, and that is a very joyous holiday in the Jewish calendar. And so I think Israelis right now, while they are bracing and tense regarding the ballistic missiles incoming, are also gearing up for a major joyous celebration when all of this concludes.
This is a live look that we have there in Tel Aviv, Israel. Alex, we talk about when all of this concludes, what's going to come next. But there's also been reporting that these strikes could continue on for days, even weeks. That's suggested by some of the reporting right now. In terms of preparedness for Israeli citizens for these retaliatory strikes, walk us through what that looks like.
Sure. I mean, many Israelis have bomb shelters in their apartments or on streets, and so you want to make sure that those are clean. Of the injuries that have been reported so far, the overwhelming majority, about 90% of those injuries, are injuries of people running towards shelters and falling downstairs or getting hurt. So you have to take extreme care when going towards bomb shelters, even though you have only a few moments to get yourself into safe cover. If this goes on for days, you have to worry about food shortages. You have to worry about power outages. Cyber attacks is certainly something that Israel is worried about, both with regard to the electric grid here, as well as to the water supply. Water being a very, very important national resource here, and a limited resource at that. Certainly, Iranian attempts to affect the desalination plants here that Israelis rely on for clean water, clean drinking water. So there's a lot of different considerations here. And we'll see if today, after the Sabbath on Sunday morning, if Israelis will be racing to the supermarkets and hardware stores and the like to be stocking up on food supplies and other critical supplies.
Content creation is easy because I use ClickUp. Here's how I keep my content creation process running smoothly. I use ClickUp AI to brainstorm fresh content ideas in seconds. With ClickUp's calendar view, I can schedule posts across all platforms and never miss a deadline. When I need to draft captions, ClickUp AI helps me write engaging copy tailored to my audience. And with campaign dashboards, I can track performance metrics like engagement and follower growth all in one place. ClickUp makes work easy, from planning your next viral post to managing your entire content strategy. Click the link below to start your free trial today.
You forgot to tell them each purchase comes with a 3-year, 36,000-mile limited warranty.
Oh, that's pretty sweet.
Oh, there's more. There are no processing fees, so the price you see is the price you pay.
What am I waiting for?
Now you can cue the jingle.
Easier at expresscreditauto.com.
On Saturday, after these strikes were conducted and reported on, we did see that the Israeli Prime Minister, along with spokespeople with the Israel Defense Forces, they did give media briefings. Now, all of those briefings were given in Hebrew, so we couldn't really play it for our viewers here. But Alex, if you could just surmise for us, what was said during those briefings? What was the overall message given by leadership there?
Well, I think the key points here are that Israel is participating in an attack that most Israelis knew were coming already. That they talked about the size of the barrage, the fact that Israel had launched the largest sortie in the nation's history, using over 200 planes, striking at over 500 strategic sites to open this. That Khamenei's compound was struck, and that the prime minister had seen photo evidence of Khamenei's body, which was reported later by the Iranians, but Israel had already reported it about 12 hours earlier, and that the home front must brace for what could be a very, very difficult number of days ahead, but that the coordination between Israel and the United States is, in fact, as close as ever before, and is striking with ferocity against the Iranian regime and its military and terror infrastructure, and that Israelis should continue to follow the home front command instructions and to stay close to bomb shelters to minimize damage at home.
Speaking of damage, this is a live image that we have here from our partners. This is over in Tel Aviv, so it's damage to one of the buildings at a site where a woman was killed, over 20 wounded during that Iranian rocket attack into central Israel. Alex, my final question for you this morning would be, what debates do you see emerging right now within Israel about the long-term impacts of this entire situation?
Well, I think for Israelis that have been fighting a war since October 7, we're being attacked by Iranian proxies across the region, starting with Hamas, but then including Hezbollah and the Houthis, that this is what many Israelis are hoping is the ultimate conclusion to a war that's now been almost 2.5 years. This moment is a moment that I think Israelis have been waiting for a long time. There was concern during the 12-day war when Israel struck at the Iranian nuclear facilities that Israel did not go on to target Khamenei and push for a regime change at that time. And then even more consternation when it was determined that Iran was continuing to attempt to restart its nuclear program after that 12-day war, as well as the more rapid production of ballistic missiles. Israelis have been bracing for this for many, many weeks. Specifically as Prime Minister Netanyahu was traveling back and forth to Washington. I think while many Americans were not certain whether President Trump would pull the trigger on this attack, Israelis knew that it would happen, and they were just waiting for the when. Well, the when has occurred, and Israelis are hoping that it will be a swift and complete victory, which will be the last, and hopefully the last days of fighting that Israel finds itself in for a generation.
Alex Trayman, CEO and Jerusalem Bureau Chief of the Jewish News Syndicate. We appreciate your time this morning. You take care.
Thanks for having me.
Match with a local TurboTax expert at our new in-person locations. They're specialized in your unique tax situation. They can file your taxes for you and keep you updated every step of the way. So get your taxes done by a local TurboTax expert.
All right, so my producer has just confirmed that this is tape playback of that explosion that we just reported to you here. The Associated Press saying that Israel has launched yet another strike in Tehran, so that is the capital of Iran, and this follows several of those strikes that happened early on a Saturday morning, those strikes in coordination between the U.S. and Israel. So I'm going to leave these images here on the screen just so, again, you can get the full picture of what it's looking like on the ground there, specifically in Iran. President Trump had been warning for the last several weeks that military action was possible against Iran amid those nuclear talks that were being mediated by Oman's foreign minister. Those talks had been going on for the last 3 weeks or so. They were happening in Geneva, Switzerland. So representatives from Israel and also from the U.S., including U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, President Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, They were there meeting again with the Omani mediators and officials in Iran. The whole purpose of that was to stop Iran and stop their nuclear program, I should say, and stop them from developing any type of nuclear weapon. Not a lot had come out from those talks. That we had been told that, oh, well, a lot of news outlets were reporting that, there was progress within those talks, but clearly President Trump and also leaders in Israel, including Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, felt it was necessary here to officially conduct that military strike against Iran. So let's just stay on these images. Again, if you're just joining us here at Live Now from Fox, we have just hit a new hour, 4 a.m. here on the East Coast, 1 a.m. over on the West Coast. And we are going wall to wall with our coverage here, following all of the latest developments, any breaking news headlines regarding the U.S. strikes in conjunction with Israel against Iran. Now, those strikes happening Saturday morning, and these images on your screen are of the latest massive explosion in Iran's capital, as the Israeli military says it's targeting the, quote, heart of the city. The Associated Press also says this. I mean, it comes after Iranian state television and the state-run IRNA news agency announced the Supreme Leader Ayatollah's death early on Sunday. President Trump had announced his death hours earlier, saying it gave Iranians their greatest chance to take back their country. The killing of the 86-year-old Supreme Leader appeared certain to create a leadership vacuum, given that he had final say on all major policies during his decades in power.
I had a crazy idea. We were surprised that no one had done it before.
Success doesn't follow a formula, and neither do you.
Who knew that dancing with dogs could actually become my career?
Planning ahead,
I knew that the experience was going to start when people go into the website.
or playing it by ear,
I saw the opportunity and built my own online empire.
always moving forward.
Our website is the core of everything.
Your website, your journey. Succeed your way.
Have you ever had back-to-back-to-back-to-back meetings? My brain is completely fried. I know there were lots of action items, but I can't remember any of them. Send something to Jamie? Update some slide deck? Luckily, I have Otter. Otter transcribes all my meetings automatically. And after each one, I get a summary with all my action items. Not just the list, but assigned to the right person with context. So instead of sitting here panicking, I just open Otter and see create Q3 report by Thursday. Process vendor invoice 1847. Update slide 6 in client deck. Send to Jamie. Everything's organized and ready to go. If you're in back-to-back meetings, you've got to try this. It's free.
I also want to bring into the conversation now Ania Karavine. She is the Senior Director of FDD's Israel Program and National Security Network. Now, the FDD is the Foundation for the Defense of Democracies. Ania, good morning. Good to have you on today.
Good to see you again, Carol.
Just to provide some more context for our viewers, you are actually joining us live from Haifa in Israel right now. And I just want to start with this then. I asked of the expert that we had earlier on today, he was in Jerusalem. What can you tell us about the situation on the ground in Israel, how the population there is reacting, and really kind of how everyone is preparing given these recent developments?
Sure, Carol. Thanks again for having me. So, as you know, and your viewers probably know by now, Saturday morning Israel time, the whole nation was alerted that an operation had been launched against Iran. At first, no one was sure what that looked like exactly, but very soon after, details began emerging that it was a joint US and Israel action, and there was some sort of operation happening against Iran. And what that message sends to people living in Israel is that this is going to turn into a hot conflict very quickly. People need to stay close to their shelters, make sure they know where their family are at all time, and watch the news. And the Home Front Command, which is the national organization that works with the IDF to make sure that people are updated as to different safety concerns on a minute-by-minute basis. So we've been on high alert. There have been hundreds of missiles and payloads launched at Israel. We're not sure exactly how many have come from Iran directly, how many may have been Houthis or other regional actors, but it definitely feels like a period of high alert. and that Israel is at war.
So, Enya, also, we have been posing some questions, or really posed one question to our viewers, which is to have them send us questions about what they want to know, given those strikes against Iran. So, I want to bring this one up first. Now, you basically did touch on it within the first answer, but Wendy H says this: can we get some sort of update on Israel? I just talked with my family there in Haifa, and they are scared. Any update on this? So obviously you let us know kind of the status, the overall case for civilians there in Israel, but specifically in Haifa, just so we can get this question answered for Wendy. And again, that is where you are joining us. What would you be able to share with her? And also, are we expecting an update from the IDF or the Prime Minister at some point today?
So for your viewer in Haifa, I mean, that's very close to where I am. And we have been receiving alerts on a pretty consistent basis. This seems to be the MO of the Iranians when there is a hot conflict. And this is the fourth that Israel has gone with Iran since the October 7th war broke out and the direct conflict between Israel and Iran began happening. So this is the fourth round. Israelis are accustomed to that. It looks like you have a view of Haifa there. Now, Haifa is very strategic for the Iranians because it's one of Israel's biggest ports, and it's also has military installations that you can see there on the water. So it is traditionally been a target. But again, we're in a slight lull as far as rockets go right now. We don't know what is will be coming in hours to come. But we do know that Iran has several thousand rockets still at their fingertips that they could launch. So there's a little bit of a conversation going on between the experts as far as what capabilities Iran has left and whether they see themselves, whether the regime sees itself as an existential threat, whether it really believes that this is its last sort of opportunity to lash out. And if that is the case, it could get potentially worse in the coming hours and days.
So this is a live look out of there in Haifa, Enya, that you pointed out correctly here, just to give our viewers that perspective of what this scene and landscape looks like there in Israel. I want to take us back out to the live images that we have over in Pakistan. This is something that we are following very closely here, as we know that protesters are clashing with law enforcement. But Enya, going off of the last question, the last answer that you gave, I want to talk about possibly what's going to happen going forward. So we have another viewer question here, this time from Laura. And she says this: will most terrorist groups now be weakened because of the strikes and toppling of the Iranian regime? And of course, when we talk terrorist groups, she's talking about these proxies, Hamas, for example, and Hezbollah would be another.
There's no doubt that the radical Shiite militias that are controlled by Iran will be significantly degraded if the regime falls. But again, looking forward to what the fall of the regime could look like, we know now for a fact, it's been reported on Iranian state television, that Khamenei, the supreme leader, was killed and targeted by either US or Israel this morning and killed in one of his bunkers. Apparently, he was having a meeting with other senior leaders. So we know for a fact that the head of the regime is dead, but there are people underneath him. And unfortunately, you can't destroy a whole apparatus that is in power for a half a century with one series of strikes. This is an apparatus that runs deep and wide in the country. So I think it's too early to talk about regime change, but certainly this devastating blow, this elimination of the top thinkers and strategists in the regime is going to have a trickle-down effect to the Shiite militias. Now, of course, when you talk about radical Islamist terror, you have a rainbow of different actors. You have everything from Shiite to Sunni and everything in between. So when you talk about will the terrorist organizations be weakened, you were talking about the Iranian brand of terrorist organizations, the Houthis, Hezbollah, Hamas, and dozens of others throughout the region. Yes, this weekend has dealt them a fatal blow.
How to get spotted up to $200. Apply for a Chime checking account. Install the app. Set up direct deposit. Unlock fee-free overdraft up to $200. Grab an ice cream to celebrate.
Have you tried every ED pill? Here's why nothing's working. If you've been taking pills for years but feel like something is missing, it's because you're only treating half of the problem. What you need to do is upgrade to the new Blue Chew Gold. It's a 4-in-1 formula that finally targets both arousal and blood flow. Let me break the science down quickly. This is the only formula that blends the performance meds you know, like sildenafil, with brain arousal ingredients like apomorphine and oxytocin. It stimulates the brain's chemistry, which results in a more satisfying experience. It's the new gold standard. So are you upgrading or what? Go to BlueChew.com and grab 10% off plus free shipping.
As we're following breaking news developments from these live images that we have on the screen, I also want to bring us out to a social media post courtesy of the Associated Press. So, Enya, as you know, as our viewers know, we are going 24 hours right now just to follow all of these developments. And this is the latest one from the AP. It says breaking massive explosion strikes Iran's capital as the Israeli military says it is targeting the heart of the city. Strategically here, and also the fact that it is coordinating closely with the U.S., when we look at the next steps for Israel and possibly what their military are going to be doing, what are they focused on within the next several hours?
So, if I would be advising the Israeli spokesperson unit, I would have advised against this type of language. Targeting the heart of the city could easily be misinterpreted. What Israelis have made clear over and over again, and I'm afraid this kind of statement defeats the primary and central messaging, is that this war is not against the Iranian people. As you probably know, Karel, before this Islamist regime took over in 1979, Israel and the Persian people, Israel and the country of Iran, had very strong ties dating back hundreds of years. So this, with the Jewish people in the Persian Empire, Jews had historically had lived in Tehran and throughout Iran. They still do today, and there were very close ties between the country before this Islamist regime took over. So when I see this statement by the IDF, unfortunately, I'm a little bit disappointed, because what the broader messaging has been about, and what the directly from Netanyahu and all the way down through the system, is this is not a war against the Iranian people. And in Iran, the regime is very unpopular. You try to get good polling, it's hard, but we are assuming that there's only between about 15 to 20% support for this regime in this country of about 100 million people, over 100 million people. So I don't love this statement. I think that probably what they were trying to say is they're going after assets that are in the heart of the country, that are the lifeblood of the country, that are the controlling apparatus of the regime. And that's what I would interpret that statement to mean.
I think that going off of that, this next viewer question fits in well. So this one is courtesy of Lily A. Enya. She says, if Iranian leaders have been eliminated, why is Iran still retaliating? I'm going to assume that's what she means by this question. And it's a very good question, because, when you think about the head of an organization being taken out, it's kind of hard to understand how it continues to operate as if there is a structure. So what would be your answer to this question?
So I think that, again, this regime has been in power and pretty much unchallenged for a half a century, since 1979. And its apparatus is huge. There are thousands of people that support and hold up and benefit from this regime. So unfortunately, I don't think that one military operation, no matter how successful, is going to topple the regime. What the US, Donald Trump, and Israel have been saying is that it is up to the Iranian people to take hold of their country, to get their country back. And as you remember, Karel, about 6 weeks to 2 months ago, there were these massive demonstrations by the Iranian people that were largely about economic issues. There have been terrible economic strife in the country. The U.S. has sanctioned Iran over the years to try and bring them to the negotiating table and relinquish their nuclear program. And it has caused immense pressure on the economy. And primarily for those reasons, there were these massive demonstrations about 6 weeks ago that were not only primarily because of the economy, but not only because of the economy. There were also elements of people that wanted to see an end to the regime, that wanted free and fair elections, that wanted freedom. You remember the Women Life Freedom Campaign, which was in response to these draconian measures where women were beaten for immodesty, for revealing their hair, for example. So there is this groundswell and sense of wanting to overthrow this regime, but the regime is wide and it is deep and it is going to be very hard to dismantle. So, when we were seeing these demonstrations and unknown thousands of Iranian people were killed by the regime, Donald Trump said help is on its way. And for 2 months, it wasn't clear that the help was going to come. And that's really what this operation is about this weekend. It's about help coming to the Iranian people and giving them an opportunity to take the country back.
Find your perfect tax expert, whatever your tax situation might be. Hand off your taxes to an expert who gets you with TurboTax Expert Full Service.
We have another viewer question here from Steve Brewer. This one kind of looking at bigger picture and possibly any kind of catastrophic developments. But he asked, what are the chances of a nuclear strike from Iran or on Iran during this conflict?
So I would say the chances are slim to none. This whole conflict is about preventing a nuclear war. That is what this is about. That is what the U.S. sanctions have been about. That is what the U.S. and Israel training and preparing for this operation is about. Is it about deterring Iran from rushing to a bomb? So certainly in June of 2025 and during the 12-day war, when we saw a similar operation that was led by Israel with the knowledge of the United States. And then towards the end, the United States came in with their massive B-2 bombers that fly really, really high in the sky and are really susceptible to any type of weapon systems that Iran has, the B-2 bombers. And they took out some of Iran's nuclear weapons facilities that were considered to be out of reach. There was an understanding that they were untouchable. And the B-2 bombers came in the June war of 2025, and they really degraded those sites. So that, unfortunately, after that operation in June, Iran still wasn't prepared to give up its nuclear ambitions. And that's what you saw with these ongoing negotiations between the Trump administration and Iran. You saw the Trump administration trying with carrots and sticks to get them to abandon these nuclear aspirations. And ultimately, the Iranians just were not willing to come to the table. They were not willing to say, we are going to join the world order. We want to re-enter the community of nations, and we want to become a normal actor. We want to have an economy, and we want to provide for our people, and we want to go back to being the Persian power that we used to be before the Islamic regime took over, and they refused. So that's what you're seeing. You're seeing this Israeli and U.S. operation to try and prevent them from becoming a nuclear power, to try and prevent a future nuclear war.
And yeah, I think that brings us to this next question. It's a more forward-looking one. And with this viewer question, and my producer also had a question that I thought was interesting. So the viewer Yama asked this: how long is the war expected to continue? If successful, what would this transfer of power look like there in Iran? And then kind of going off of this, my producer asked me, is there a time period that a conflict like this would have to last for it to be considered a war?
So these are all great questions. Let me try and tackle them one by one. So the war is expected I don't anticipate this war being particularly long, and there are a couple of reasons for that. One is that the amount of firepower that the U.S. has amassed in the region and the determination of the Israeli military that we've seen in the past 2 days with thousands of targets have been hit. I don't think that Iran can withstand this much longer. They simply don't have the sophisticated military They are not a peer with Israel or the US. They are completely outgunned and will be outmaneuvered very quickly. So I don't imagine this going on for too long. As far as the viewers' other questions, look, the goal here is to try and bring up, to encourage, to empower, to enable the Iranian people to change their government. Again, 50 years this regime has been in power. 50 years this regime has built its apparatus of controlling and subverting its people. And now the people of Iran have an opportunity, with the help of the United States, with the help of the IDF, to overthrow their government, to overthrow the Iranian Revolutionary Guard and the Basij, their state police, these people that have the blood of thousands, if not tens of thousands of Iranians on their hands, and not to mention the blood of Americans and Israelis on their hands. I mean, let's not forget, Karel, that during Operation Iraqi Freedom, it's estimated that 1 in 6 US soldiers that were killed with Iranian weapons and by Iranian militias. So this is an imperative for the US. Our generals, our US generals that are at the helm now, that were there during Iraqi Freedom, that lost friends and loved ones and sent people home to their families who were, who would be disabled for life because of these Iranian munitions, understand that this is not a regime that should remain in power, and that the Iranian people, ultimately it will be up to them in order to take their government back.
Ania Kravin, Senior Director of the Israel Program and National Security Network at the Foundation for the Defense of Democracies. Thank you so much for joining us here at Live Now from Fox as we are following all of these developments. Thank you for answering some of the viewer questions. There's still so much more that we can talk about, so we look forward to checking in with you soon, because it's a story that we're going to continue to follow.
Thanks for having me, as always, Karel.
Of course. We'll talk soon.
Your perfect domain is out there. Go to Wix and make it yours. Claim your space online. Own your name, your brand, your breakthrough. And the rest just clicks. It all starts with a domain. What's yours?
What we're going to do is pop this up on your screen as we are following the latest developments coming in from the IDF. The Israel Defense Forces saying eliminated Abdulrahim Mousavi, the Iranian chief of staff of the armed forces. Additionally, the IDF struck and eliminated 7 members of the top Iranian security leadership in Tehran and 40 senior commanders. I want to bring in Alex Trayman right now. He is, of course, the CEO of the Jewish News Syndicate and a great friend of the show. Alex, thank you so much, as always, for being here with us today.
Josh, it's great to see you.
And first off, I wanted to ask you kind of about this situation, because we keep getting updates on those in Iran who have been eliminated, quote unquote, as a result of these different strikes. And now we have yet another big name taken out. Of course, the biggest name here, Iran's supreme leader. But right now we have the Iranian chief of staff. What does that say about the IRGC, the power that they have, the hold that they have there on Iran?
Well, this IRGC is a very sophisticated network. It's been established over the past 47 years, specifically to protect itself against invasion, to protect itself against the Iranian people rising up and trying to perform a revolution like the one that ushered them in 1979. So while Israel's taken out about 40 of the top commanders so far, including 7 of the very senior people, including Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, and also the defense minister, the chief of staff of the IRGC. There are still a lot of members of the command and control apparatus of the IRGC and the Iranian regime.
What is the situation? Because you and I have discussed this, of course. You are coming to us here from Jerusalem. We know sirens have been blaring over the last several days. Explain to me what the situation is like there on the ground at this hour.
Well, on Saturday morning at 8 a.m., the sirens went out across the country indicating that Israel had launched an attack on Iran. For Israelis, we didn't know exactly when it was going to happen. So on Shabbat morning, Saturday, we were alerted. And since that time in Jerusalem, we've been going in and out of shelters every few hours. In Jerusalem, I think, has been targeted much less than other areas like the Tel Aviv greater metropolis, as well as Haifa. And we've seen direct hits in Tel Aviv on residential buildings. There was a direct strike also Bnei Brak outside on the outskirts of Tel Aviv. There were direct strikes in Haifa as well. So far, not any direct strikes that we are aware of in the Jerusalem area, although we have seen not only can there be direct hits, but even intercepted missiles. You can have significant shrapnel falling at the speed of gravity, essentially, to the ground. It can do a lot of damage. So far, there have been several injuries, not too many. One woman killed in the Tel Aviv strike, and then a lot of secondary injuries, people hurt running into shelters.
And I want to actually pop up some of the live images that we have coming in out of Tel Aviv at this hour. You can see large crowds gathered, but more so, all of that damage there on the top right-hand side of your screen. Buildings, they're hit. As you mentioned, injuries reported, but there's still a lot left to kind of sort out and figure out as we get that additional information. Now, the fact that it took Iran so long to confirm the death of the supreme leader, what's interesting is we heard from Iran that the supreme leader was actually just fine and that he was going to deliver a speech to the people. Was that all just a way to give maybe confidence to the IRGC, others there within the regime, that he was just fine, even though they knew he was dead?
Well, I think that they wanted to buy that time to give the IRGC members hope that they could continue even fighting in his absence. If it had been reported to the Iranians that in the very first hours, maybe even the first minutes of the war, that Israel had already achieved the ultimate target in taking out Ali Khamenei, perhaps the rest of the command and control network would have given up. So they would deny that his death that occurred in order to give them the opportunity to show that they could mount a forceful resistance. But of course, we are not surprised by this. The Iranians have been experts at the propaganda game for decades, and there's no doubt that they are using all modes of propaganda here as well.
Has it kind of set in for folks there in Israel that Khamenei is dead, is gone?
Well, yeah, Israelis were celebrating the death of Khamenei, but it's difficult to celebrate when you're running in and out of bomb shelters. Of course, we've seen some footage of Israelis actually celebrating inside the bomb shelters with people playing guitars and singing songs for the upcoming joyous Purim holiday, as well as for the death of Khamenei. We've seen Torah students in seminars basically also celebrating in between going in and out of the bomb shelters. But until this war is over, it's not really a time yet for full celebration.
What does it say? And I feel as though you kind of touched it on already, but to see the U.S. and Israel work together on this, it shows kind of the bond there that exists between the two countries and, of course, between President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu. What does that say to you kind of overall? What do you take away from that partnership?
Well, you see that this is a very sophisticated military operation, joint military operation. That has to happen with an extraordinary amount of coordination. It's being reported that the strike plans had been worked on for months, and that the specific timing of this operation was also timed together between the United States and Israel. You want to make sure that different air forces are not running into each other, over the skies, that you don't have any friendly fire, you don't have any accidents. It's an incredible amount of collaboration here. But I think it also indicates that this is not only of interest to Israel, that Khamenei and this Islamic Republic is taken down, but rather that the that the United States is participating in this attack specifically because it is in the American interest to do so. We see how Iran is lashing out not only at Israel, but has struck against multiple countries in the Persian Gulf, at U.S. allies, at U.S. military installations. There, the Iranian regime has always said death to Israel and death to America in the same sentence. And so I think it's only fitting that these two administrations are working on this campaign together.
This is a post coming in from the New York Post there where it says the CIA tracked Iran Supreme Leader Khamenei for months. Intel helped us. Israel timed strike during meeting. That's according to a report. It's interesting because, as we mentioned, this is a very elaborate mission, a situation here that took a lot of planning. And what do you take away from the fact that there wasn't any major leak? It's not as if people knew this is coming on this date. We had all kind of talked about the possibility that this could happen at some point, but it wasn't known the exact timing, and it came as a surprise to a lot of people as they woke up and saw, whoa, this happened.
Yeah, exactly. I think Israelis knew that this was going to happen. It was just a question of when, and Israelis were literally counting down the days, hours, and minutes. For Americans, more of a surprise. I think that President Trump was actually running a little bit of I wouldn't exactly call it disinformation, but misdirection, let's call it, with regard to the negotiations. At the same time, he said about 10 days ago that he believed that the Iranians had about 10 days in order to come to their senses and to reach a deal. We remember back in the June 12-day war that the president had said that he was giving the Iranian regime 60 days in order to reach a negotiated settlement over their nuclear program. And sure enough, on day number 61, Israel launched its attack on the regime. So you see, again, a lot of coordination, at the same time, a lot of misdirection between the two allies.
Is this the end of the Iranian regime, the current regime there? Is it over now with the death of the supreme leader?
Well, this is certainly the hope. I mean, both President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu have stated that this is the help that they had said would be on the way, that this is the opportunity that President Trump said that the Iranians have been waiting 47 years for presidents to do what only he is doing now, and that this is an opportunity, which is a generational opportunity. And if the Iranian people don't step into the void and take back their country from the Ayatollahs, from this fanatical Islamic Republic, that they might not get a chance to do this again for at least a generation. So the hope is certainly that the Iranian people, as they've already done over the last 6 weeks or so, will continue to rise up against this regime and force the Islamic Republic and the other forces inside Iran, like the Basij, to recognize that the gig is up, that the Islamic Republic is collapsing, and that it is now time for them to do their duty, which is to protect the Iranian people and to stand with the Iranian people as Iran looks toward a new, more modern, more pro-Western future that can actually bring Iran back into the community of nations, something that has been longing for the Iranian people for many decades.
One thing that's interesting, we haven't heard for several months really about the Houthis, about Hamas, about Hezbollah. They have been severely weakened since October 7th, and I mean, in the past several months and years here. So my question is, what role, if any, do they play in all of this?
Well, these terror proxies were Iran's forward-facing strategy. This was their military. They had invested billions of dollars into these terror proxies in order to create a deterrent, which would prevent Israel or the United States from striking against Iran's nuclear facilities. And what Iran was hoping was that they would cross that nuclear threshold with those proxies in place and then create a nuclear umbrella, which would allow them to hold the region hostage. This was the strategy of Iran. This is why it was so important for Israel to strike together with the United States to take away the nuclear umbrella. And the fact that Hezbollah and the Houthis have not yet participated, I think is a significant military achievement, specifically for Israel, which has worked to file down Hamas, which has worked to file down Hezbollah and the Houthis together with the United States over the past 2.5 years. That doesn't mean that Hezbollah might not get into the fray. We already saw just recently conflicting statements from Qasem Naim, the new head of Hezbollah, stating that Hezbollah would not sit out. But meanwhile, in the first 24 hours, they haven't participated. I think that that's a significant indication that they recognize their weakness, their inability to affect the overall outcome of the war, and their knowledge that if they do enter, that their country, Lebanon, will receive significant punishment from the IDF, particularly from the United States as well. And the same thing for the Houthis in Yemen.
All right. Alex Trayman there at the Jewish News Syndicate. As always, thank you so much for taking the time to join us. Of course, stay safe out there. Anything that we missed here that you want to make sure that we mention before I let you go?
I think it's so important for Americans to understand that Iran is the world's leading sponsor of terrorism. As Marco Rubio said on Fox yesterday, the reason why the United States has all these air bases and all of these military installations around the Middle East is to protect it against Iran's aggressions. Iran has destabilized Iraq. It has destabilized Syria. It has destabilized Lebanon, destabilized Yemen, secondarily destabilizing Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, and of course, destabilizing Gaza and Israel. And Israel's been fighting a war, I think, on behalf of the Europeans and all of Western civilization against this Iranian proxy network for the last 2.5 years. And it is time for the entire region and for the United States, as well as for Israel, that this war will be ultimately put to rest. And that can only happen with the removal of the Ayatollahs in this Islamic Republic. And in fact, if this war succeeds, you could even see the nation of Iran normalizing relations, not only with Israel, but with the United States. And we could see potentially a generation of quiet here in the Middle East.
All right. Alex Trayman, thank you again for being here with us. As always, we definitely appreciate it. As I said before, please stay safe there.
Thanks so much, Josh.
Mike Capel here, Patriot Software's founder. My first successful startup was in the basement of a factory. But prior to that, I tried starting other businesses in my spare bedroom in the evenings. But the state of Ohio sent me a nice letter telling me that I couldn't operate a business out of my home. Thank you, bureaucrats. That's why I created Patriot Software, to help entrepreneurs follow payroll regulations so they don't get shut down by the government. That's patriotsoftware.com.
Right now, I do want to continue to bring you all of the coverage here that we are getting it. And I do want to bring in Doron Spielman, a former spokesman for the Israel Defense Forces. He's also a best-selling author of When the Stones Speak. Thank you so much for taking the time, Doron, to be here with us today.
Thank you so much for having me, Josh.
Of course. And Doron, I wanted to start off by talking to you about the situation that's taking place there right now over in Tehran, because a little more than 24 hours ago, of course, we know that we saw the explosion start. They were near the office of Iran's supreme leader, later confirmed dead by President Trump and then by Iran. What was going through your mind here as you kind of watched all of this play out?
You know, it was amazing because this actually happened to be just before a holiday called Purim, which is a holiday that Jews have been celebrating for 2,300 years, literally about how Persia tried to destroy the Jews, and the Jews came back and were given permission from the king to defend themselves and destroy those who wanted to defend them. And, you know, we were sitting with our whole family in the shelter with bombs falling everywhere, and you're trying to calm your kids down. And I said to them, listen, this is actually the story for real. The ultimate leader of evil in the world, whose dark cloud has been hanging over our heads, that have killed Jews by blowing up embassies in Buenos Aires, by shooting rockets at Israel, by Hamas and Hezbollah. That leader, thanks to the United States of America and a president who understands the difference between good and evil, thanks to Prime Minister Netanyahu and the Israeli pilots and U.S. pilots, justice has been done, and that leader is no more. And it is, I have to tell you, Josh, and to your viewers, after decades of terror by Iran, it is a sense almost of like a divine hand saying, you know what? Good does beat evil.
What is kind of, I guess, the situation that could take place as a result of the leadership there in Iran? Do we have kind of an idea just yet of how that leadership goes from here? Because I know that's a big question that a lot of people have asked. They want to know who could be the new leader? A lot of questions relating to that. And of course, what you're looking at on your screen right now is a look at some of the video coming in from the Israel Defense Forces as once again, we continue to watch all of this kind of unfold. We're getting more and more information coming into our newsroom. So again, what do we think about the future here of the leadership in Iran?
Look, the so-called supreme leader, Ali Khamenei, who has now been eliminated, he did put into place a succession plan. As far as we know, he looked at 3 different people to succeed him: the head of the court, his nephew, and another advisor to him. One of them has already been eliminated along with him. But, we have to take a step back and understand that this goes deeper than only who he chose. It goes deeper to the point in which, what is a leader of evil? Up until now, they were able to sit in their Lamborghinis in downtown Tehran, living in their mansions and moving pieces across a chessboard like Hezbollah, like Hamas, to carry out their dirty work for them. The elimination of Khamenei and his successors and much of the leadership from June changes that paradigm completely and puts into play accountability. Any leader now that's leading Iran, if he decides to attack the United States and try to rebuild his nuclear program, if he decides to try to attack Israel or any good country throughout the world, including Europe, he now knows that he himself and his close advisors are going to pay the price. And that is a dramatic shift in the Middle East. And it puts things into place so that hopefully they're not just going to be able to send their minions. They're going to know that they will pay the price for evil. And if they decide to face towards the West and choose good, then their lives will be better, along with the lives of the Iranian people.
What about the concern regarding retaliation from Iran? As I mentioned here, and I want to pop this up on your screen once again, this is a live look, I believe, out of Tel Aviv, where you can see some of the damage there in the middle part.
Look, retaliation.
Yeah, and you can hear some of the background noise there. So, Doron, as far as retaliation, what are the concerns there?
Look, Israel has been investing our national resources and our tax dollars into preparing to keeping our people safe, as opposed to all these other regimes that have been investing in a nuclear program and offensive program. We've been building, missile defense. However, as we've seen, nothing's 100%. 2 people were killed over the last 24 hours, including a pregnant woman. And, this is a huge tragedy, but the Israeli people understand something maybe that the West has yet to understand. The whole idea of live and let live, that everything is going to be okay, that we can just kind of ignore what's going on and going about our lives, it just doesn't work in this world today. And you have to be willing to face evil before it grows. The Israeli people overwhelmingly, Josh, are willing to pay the price in order to bring down this evil, because we know that it's a national mission, and we know that if we don't bring it, and if we try to stick our heads in the ground, and we could end up with another October 7th in our hand. The Israeli people paid dearly for that, and now we are united around the idea that evil must be faced, and therefore the applause and the feeling of national pride when we heard that our pilots flew all the way to Iran and took down the supreme leader of Iran and took out part of the nuclear program with our dearest friends in the United States, that's a feeling of national pride. And I'll tell you something else. The fact that there's such incredible coordination between the President of the United States and Prime Minister Netanyahu, our intelligence services, our military services, gives a sense of pride for Israel, and I think a sense of pride for the United States, that we have a real partnership in this region, which is an anchor for many other regions in the world. And the evil dictators around the world, whether it be China, whether it be Russia, they're looking to see how this plays out here. And what they've seen today is the United States and Israel are willing to fight for good.
For procurement managers, Grainger is the go-to partner that helps keep your healthcare facilities ready for patients. Because there's no time to manage orders and deliveries from multiple suppliers, Grainger offers everything in one place, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. All with fast delivery that helps ensure you always have what you need to put patient care first. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You are, of course, the former IDF spokesperson, the Israel Defense Forces. So I wanted to get your take on how complicated, how much, time, effort goes into planning an operation like this to make sure that it does go off flawlessly? We're talking about taking out the leader, the supreme leader of Iran. How do they make sure that all of this is coordinated and works out?
And, Josh, this was weeks and weeks of planning. It's actually been months of planning ever since June. The CIA, along with the Israeli intelligence services, were watching every single person in the Iranian leadership. And we have to keep in mind, since June, when we surprised them and eliminated much of their leadership, they knew that we were even looking at them. And nonetheless, we were able to, using assets, both countries on the ground and in other areas, track their movements, track their routines, and wait for the very moment where Khamenei, who knew he was going to be targeted, was in a specific location with the senior leadership, including the commander of the army, and take them out there in a surprise attack. And this was, it's like threading a needle with the smallest piece of thread, and it worked, and that really sets the basis. However, in order to enable the three goals to really be achieved, which is allowing the Iranian people to take back their government and their regime, which is eliminating Iran's nuclear program and their ballistic missile program, this is going to take time. We have to understand it's not just like eliminating Khamenei, all the problems are going to go away. The people in the upper echelons of Iran are looking right now to see where the tide is going to go. Is this something that Israel and the US are just going to go and pull out and leave them? Then they're not willing to really feel like the US and Israel are willing to take this the whole way. Finish off the nuclear program, finish off the ballistic missile program, finish off much of the IRGC, then those people, those elements from within, and President Trump already said he knows who's coming next, will rise up and have the confidence that we can see a new era. That is going to require both of our armies continuing to gain intelligence, striking military targets, having safety for our pilots, and seeing this through to the end, which I would say requires the American people and the Israeli people to take a deep breath and know that what we're doing over the next few weeks and the next few months is going to bring peace to this region for years to come.
Doron, thank you so much, as always, for taking the time to join us and helping to break it down. Of course, New York Times bestselling author, also former IDF spokesperson. Thank you again.
Thank you, Josh.
Freedom isn't free, but your vacation could be discounted. With the Armed Forces Vacation Club, military and veteran families can set sail with up to 25% off public rates and other exclusive perks on cruises traveling to the Caribbean, Alaska, Japan, and more. Signing up is completely free. See if you qualify and start planning your next adventure to one of our worldwide destinations.
Michael, we just got a breaking news update from CENTCOM that as of 9:30 this morning, 3 U.S. service members have been killed in action and 5 seriously wounded as part of Operation Epic Fury. Several others sustained minor shrapnel injuries and concussions. They are in the process of being returned to duty. Major combat operations continue, and it says, quote, "Our response effort is ongoing. The situation is fluid, so out of respect for the families," this is according to CENTCOM, "we will withhold additional information, including the identities of our fallen warriors, until 24 hours after next of kin have been notified." But I did want to share that breaking news, and I also wanted to share this, bringing this in full, Michael, as we have just learned that 3 U.S. service members have been killed in action, 5 others seriously wounded as part of Operation Epic Fury. And we did want to share that with you. As you were talking about, and President Trump did say that unfortunately lives might be lost in this operation, but he said it was, considered of utmost importance as they, had a very targeted operation against Iran, a terrorist state. They were looking, to increase that nuclear capability. But can you talk about just, this news, and just obviously incredibly dangerous? There continue to be retaliations from Iran, not just against the United States, but other allies.
I mean, it's painful to watch. There is no level of casualties in the U.S. military that we can accept easily. And, I don't really have words to say. My grandfather, my uncle, my dad served in U.S. military. My grandfather signed up for the U.S. Army draft when he came to this country because of, Japan and Germany had very bad governments. Iran has a very bad government. This is one of the toughest duties that I know that commanders in the U.S. military have, the ones who have to contact the relatives of the lost ones, of fallen soldiers and sailors and airmen. And women, of course. We don't know the names. I don't yet know actually the circumstances. It is horrible. War is a very grave issue, and it's a very tough decision. I think I'm thankful that I'm not a president or secretary of defense that has to make these decisions. But by historic measures, our military efforts are very successful right now, thank God. I think that we're facing a government that would happily put a nuclear weapon in New York or Los Angeles or Tel Aviv. They're allied with the Russians, who constantly brag about having 1,500 nukes on intercontinental missiles aimed at the United States. There is a reason that from Eisenhower to this current administration, we get dragged into wars in the Middle East, because it has been a very violent region that until recently was dominated by dictators, many of them aligned with Russia and now China, and many of them very extreme. And I think that's actually starting to change. I hope these are our last losses, and I'm very, very sad to see it. I'm seeing this for the first time, and there's no words for the kind of pain. We are a country that values lives, and we value every single person who serves in our military, and there is nothing of greater value to us as Americans, human lives, especially of the people who serve our country, but also the Iranian people. And that's why I mentioned a looming water catastrophe in Iran, because we don't want the Iranians to suffer. And it pains us the most, those who sign up to serve our country who've died. I wish I could say something more. It's painful.
And we'll leave it there, Michael. We appreciate you joining us here on Live Now from Fox as we continue to receive the breaking news and share it with our viewers and with everyone across the world. We appreciate you joining us here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you.
And we are continuing to follow this breaking news. This is from the U.S. Central Command stating that 3 U.S. service members have been killed in action and 5 seriously wounded as part of Operation Epic Fury. Several others sustained minor shrapnel injuries and concussions and are in the process of being returned to duty.
Are you the kind of person who knows things? Things like you can get a domain from Squarespace, not just a website? Well, now you are that person, because now you definitely know you can get a domain from Squarespace. Something like whisperingbloom.com for your silent retreat, or whisperingboom.com for your shouting retreat. Whatever your dream, a Squarespace domain and website brings it to life, all in one place. Get yours before it's gone with offer code MAKEITREAL for 10% off your domain or website. Terms and conditions apply.
Jonathan, I did want to share this with you and our viewers right here. This is from Fox News correspondent Trey Yingst, posting this just now, stating that the Israeli Air Force is now launching a new wave of strikes against Tehran. We had some video that we played out a short time ago of one of those strikes from earlier this morning. But as we continue to take a look at the developments of Operation Epic Fury, I mean, this is not going to let up. President Trump stating that this mission could last days, if not weeks, as we share this new information. Can you talk about, the goals of these military operations, and also on the flip side, Iran continuing to retaliate as well?
Well, I think that's right. I don't think this is going to go away very quickly. First of all, and as far as the strikes are concerned, it's a little unusual that the Israelis are doing strikes. It is roughly 5:30 p.m. In Israel or in Tehran. So it's a little unusual that these strikes would be done at this hour. More of them tend to be done overnight. But what it also tells you is that the Israelis and the Americans have air cover, that they have very little concern over Iranian missile defense systems, surface-to-air missiles. So that's one thing that it tells you, but it also tells you that there's a lot of targets. Both the Americans and the Israelis went in to attack both key personnel, and they're trying to get to all of the rocket launchers because, as we've seen, the Iranians have shot missiles and have connected in Dubai, in the UAE, in Bahrain, in Qatar, in Saudi Arabia. Most of those have caused no damage and have been repelled, but in Dubai they have, and now overnight there was a big attack in Beit Shemesh in Israel, which is about 15 kilometers from Jerusalem. So these attacks are going to continue. This is not something that's going to be over any day, and we don't know yet the full fury of what the Iranian counter response will be.
And let's talk about the goals from the U.S. and Israel. You were talking about these are very targeted strikes. They're taking a look at weaponry. They're taking a look at some of the top leaders. The supreme leader was killed. 40 of the top leaders were also killed in the initial strike. When we take a look at where Iran stands right now in terms of mission accomplished for the United States and Israel, where do we stand with that?
We don't stand anywhere yet. We don't know. It is far too early. If we want regime change, then the protesters or people in Iran are going to need to take control of at least one or two major institutions of government, most likely the army or the IRGC, which is the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. Those are really the hardcore people, so it's unlikely that it'll be the IRGC. But if you can get somebody from the army to come out and perhaps meet with the president, who was not one of the people that were killed, then you have a chance for a civil society afterwards, and perhaps, I know the Americans are talking about bringing the former Shah's son in. We are way too soon to be talking about regime change. We've killed the old guard, but the old guard is still there with the slightly younger guard. Right now, there's no regime change.
So, Jonathan, there's a long way to go when we're talking about a regime change. As we take a look, though, in just the next few days or weeks, what are those immediate next steps in order to get to regime change?
Well, I think you're going to see a lot of this stuff continuing. You're going to see, obviously they need to try to take out as many missile launchers and from both the ballistic missile and the short-term missiles. We have to be very careful about whether or not the Iranians will deploy a dirty bomb. That's a major concern. Out of the country, you also have to worry about whether or not European Iranian sleeper cells will be activated. I don't, from my own discussions with people in the intelligence community, I don't know of any confirmation of sleeper cells in the United States, but I do know of confirmation of sleeper cells in Europe. So we have to be on the lookout for a variety of things. I think we're not ready to negotiate with any individual who might take over the government, and I think that the protesters are going to need to be out in force in Iran, because that also demonstrates to the rest of the world that the people in Iran would like to see regime change as well.
When you talk about the concerns of potentially deploying a dirty bomb, where might they deploy it? Within their own country?
No, most likely Israel. All they have to do is put nuclear. They don't have to detonate a nuclear weapon. They just have to send one over that might hit or even explode in the air, and then creates fallout all over.
All of this has to do with the nuclear program and Iran refusing to meet the United States at the diplomacy table when we're talking about halting the enrichment of uranium. Can you talk about, the significance of
Since adding Forkful meals into my weekly routine, not only have I saved hours on meal prep, I've actually been eating healthier and staying consistent with my nutrition goals. Fuel your body with real food that heat up in just 2 minutes, and they have no preservatives and no seed oils.
Whole foods that actually taste incredible.
I highly recommend prioritizing your health with Forkful.
Sure. Well, the Americans were they did a good job in June in destroying, or at least burying, a good deal of the Iranian nuclear weapons program. I'm not sure that it was obliterated. Most people don't really think that, and they had stuff that they had taken away, and they were trying to reconstitute it. I think the Iranians made a tremendous tactical mistake by not actually being forthcoming and trying to negotiate in bits and pieces. But honestly, I'm not sure that this wasn't the ultimate goal anyway. What we had been looking at during the negotiations with the Iranians on the nuclear weapons program looked remarkably close to what had been negotiated by Obama in the JCPOA that President Trump walked away from in 2018. So I'm not sure that the ultimate goal was really a nuclear negotiation. I think this was probably closer to what the Trump ultimate goal was.
Jonathan, as we continue to look ahead, is there any particular aspect of all of this that you're keeping a very close eye on?
Yes, there are a couple of things. One is what happens outside of the region. As I said, sleeper cells in Europe or other things. Is there going to be larger escalation with the countries, in particular the countries that have U.S. bases, which would be the UAE, Bahrain, and Qatar? And of course, the Saudis. I mean, people sometimes forget the Persian Gulf is kind of like a U or a V, and you have the Iranian on one side, and you have the Saudi Arabia, UAE, Kuwait, and a little bit of Iraq on the other side. So missiles going across that Gulf are the Saudi oil fields, the UAE oil fields are all pretty exposed. Now they're also heavily defended, but they're also pretty exposed. So if things get desperate, will the Iranians, in desperation, try to attack the oil fields of the Saudis and the UAE, Kuwait, and Iraq that are in that area?
All right, Jonathan, we appreciate you joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Did also want to share this. President Trump just taking to social media to say, I have just been informed that we have destroyed and sunk 9 Iranian naval ships, some of them relatively large and important. We are going after the rest. They will soon be floating at the bottom of the sea also. In a different attack, we largely destroyed their naval headquarters. Other than that, their Navy is doing very well. Signed, President Donald J. Trump. Dr. Majid, when you take a look at this very latest information from the president, what does this indicate to you in terms of, a successful ongoing operation?
Right. Well, it tells me the policy of appeasement to the regime is ending. It tells me that the free world's wishes are better aligned now with the wishes and aspirations of the people of Iran. That the appeasement paved the way, unfortunately, for this destructive war, as all wars are destructive and costly. And so the best way would have been to empower the people of Iran and recognize their right to overthrow this regime decades ago. But unfortunately, that did not occur, and be engaged in multiple negotiations and agreements with the regime in Iran, which it was only doing not in good faith, but also to only to buy itself time. But right now, it is isolated, the regime. It is Navy, as the president mentioned, is by all means destroyed. It is facing a restive population. And its backs are against the wall. It's diplomatically isolated, and it's economically incapable of even feeding the Iranian people. And so it has to face the population. That fighting force is ultimately the solution, the overthrow of the regime by the men, women, and young resistance fighters inside Iran. And that infrastructure is already there. We shouldn't heed regime's paranoia or expressions of wishing for diplomacy. The path forward is establishment of a democratic republic. And so to that end, the National Council of Resistance of Iran just yesterday announced the provisional government so that the power can be transferred from the regime to the people of Iran. Mind you, the first iteration of this provisional government was first introduced in 1981, October 1981, by the NCRI. And since then, the NCRI has been working to overthrow this regime in line with the desires and aspirations of the people of Iran.
We're taking a live look at a rally happening right now in New York City in support of the Iranian people. President Trump continues to encourage the people of Iran to rise up to this moment and overthrow the regime. As you take a look at that, from your experience, how realistic is this possibility?
Well, I see in your screen the picture of Reza Pahlavi, the son of a former dictator in Iran, whose only claim to legitimacy is that he's son of a dictator. He has never disavowed the crimes of his father. I remind your audience that most of the prisons that were built in Iran and the regime is using, including Evin, Ghazal Hisar, and other prisons, were built by Reza Pahlavi's father, the former dictator Shah of Iran. And so Iran will never go back to single-party monarchy. Iranian people have already said goodbye to that by overthrowing his father. And certainly he has not shown any level of sacrifice that's necessary to earn leadership. In fact, he was on this very last uprising, on the 6th day of uprising, he was on a beach in South America while the people of Iran were bleeding. And so those who hold his pictures have no pulse of the Iranian people on the streets of Iran. On the other hand, the MEK members who are fighting in the streets of Iran have the pulse, are the pulse of the Iranian people. And so no power from outside can be inserting anybody to replace the government in Iran. At the same time, I do not believe the IRGC will step aside and cede power to the West. But at the same time, I also know that the Iranian people are capable of overthrowing this regime. They have a provisional government that has been in place for decades. It has a well-established plan, the 10-point plan by Mrs. Maryam Rajavi, that has widespread support, not only globally by more than 4,000 parliamentarians, but also by the United States Congress through two different sessions of Congress, both the 118th, 119th Congress, through House Resolution 100, House Resolution 1148, and in this session of Congress, House Resolution 166, a bipartisan majority supporting her 10-point plan for a free, democratic, and non-nuclear republic. And we want, and we think the administration should heed Congress's suggestions and recognize the NCRI.
As we continue to look ahead, while this is happening in Iran, it's also happening in a larger region. With the developments that we continue to monitor and report on, what is the risk of perhaps the region, all of this spilling over into the region and the impact that this might have?
Right. Well, it takes the regime has been a lot of bravado and a lot of showmanship, but the only thing they have done thus far is kill innocent civilians in the streets of Iran. The only way to address this regime is to stand in front of it. The international community, the United States, and all policymakers abroad, outside of Iran, should take their heed from the Iranian people. The Iranian people are standing up to this regime. This regime is run by the IRGC. It was before Khamenei died, and is still being run by the IRGC. Yes, there will be infighting between the regime officials after the death of Ali Khamenei, but this regime's only know-how is to kill and to create chaos and conflict. And the streets of Iran speak for that, because they killed more than 400 people in just the past 2 months alone, in the past month alone, and same in January. That's more than 10 people each day. And so they will continue to do that, and the harm that they will do to their neighbors and to our America's installations obviously will be there as long as this regime is in existence. And so we should support the Iranian people We should empower the Iranian resistance politically so that they can overthrow this regime. The kinetic energy on the ground matters. The capability on the ground matters. The political infrastructure in the NCRI matters. And certainly the plan for a transition period so that elections, nationwide elections, can be held within 6 months matters. And that's why we support the National Council of Resistance of Iran.
As the world continues to watch the developments among the international Iranian community, what is the sense? Is there one of hope? Is there one of concern? What is the mood?
I think hope. I think better engagement and involvement. I think our job and my job here right now is to help inform, but with a hand and a pulse on the streets of Iran, not from democracies of the West. The streets of Iran don't speak, unfortunately, of vibrance that you see. They speak of resistance. They speak of fighting. They speak of people who are rising up even at the mourning of their daughters and children and the grave sites. They are resisting this regime, and this regime needs to be fought with and kicked out of Iran forever. So although these bombs weaken the regime, bringing about secular democracy and a non-nuclear republic in Iran is a job and a responsibility of the Iranian people, and their organized resistance is a task they accepted with honor and are sacrificing to accomplish that. And all we ask our policymakers is to offer them, as the United States Congress has done, to offer them moral and political support.
And do you think that a regime change is within reach?
I think regime change is very much within reach. I think this regime doesn't have much long left. I think it's ideologically, politically, economically, and even militarily is decapitated. I think it is going to, unfortunately, just like a rabid wolf in against the wall, bite. And we need to be aware of it. We need to be cautious and let those people on the ground who know this regime well fight this regime. Offer them support.
Dr. Majid, we appreciate you joining us here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you.
As all of this is unfolding, that knowledge that you have about Hezbollah helps to paint a better picture as to why we're watching some of this focus now shift to that group as well. I do want to put this up, though, some reporting that we just have into our newsroom from Trey Yinks with Fox, saying 2 big explosions just happened over Tel Aviv. And we also have this update as well, saying that Iranian missiles are now targeting areas in northern Israel. I have to ask you, as we're looking at this vantage point and a few others that we have here in our newsroom, how is Israel able to protect itself in a situation like this? We've been watching some of what we've seen with the Iron Dome. Of course, it's been fascinating to see some of these missiles being intercepted over the skyline. But truly, in a moment like this is something Israel has been prepared for, I'm sure, for several decades.
Absolutely. You know, I mean, Israel had to cope for more than a decade with thousands of Hezbollah and Hamas missiles entering its territory and targeting its civilian centers, and with the technological know-how that and the entrepreneurial spirit that I think defines Israel, they were able to develop this Iron Dome technology, which the US is now working on a version of that to defend our homeland. But the Israelis were able to deploy the Iron Dome very effectively. It has a very high rate of interception success. So most of these projectiles coming through get knocked out of the sky before they're able to do any damage. But I don't think the Iron Dome or any missile shield is infallible. There will always be cracks, and you're seeing that now. And I think the Iranians are trying to exploit those cracks and get as many missiles as they can into Israel. They launched 200 yesterday. The sense I'm getting today is that there will have been even more. And I think they want to make sure that, if Israel is pursuing this project of regime change, then the Iranians want to ensure that the Israeli people suffer as much as possible because of that.
And we're still looking at some of these live vantage points, watching the aftermath. And we know it's not only happening there in Israel. The United Arab Emirates also said that they're closing their embassy in Iran. They announced that withdrawal of its diplomatic mission after strikes from the Islamic Republic hit the country. This announcement also comes from the Gulf country's foreign minister, as Iranian retaliatory attacks have been targeting U.S. bases there in the Middle East and have also hit the Dubai airport and other civilian buildings, forcing the closure of the airspace and also disrupting daily life for so many that are affected by all of this. And so, Ben, as we're continuing to watch this unfold, I want to ask you about the announcement that was also made earlier today by CENTCOM, saying that 3 U.S. soldiers had lost their life in some of these attacks that have been playing out there in the Middle East. 5 others were injured. That does remind you kind of the sobering response of what the effects are of war and some of these strikes in the Middle East.
Yeah, and I would say that that was one of the most heartbreaking developments of today is the death of 3 U.S. servicemen and the wounding of 5 more. I'm still waiting to see details from CENTCOM as to exactly how and where that occurred. But it's a reminder that, in wartime situations, even if you're not actually directly in the theater of war, death and injury are a risk. I think that what makes this operation very different from the operations in Iraq and Afghanistan is that there is no commitment to put boots on the ground. So there will be no ground warfare, no IED attacks of the sort that we saw in Afghanistan and Iraq that wounded and injured, many hundreds of our servicemen and women. But yeah, this is absolutely not risk-free. But I think the U.S. military commanders, certainly one of their top priorities is going to be minimizing the exposure of U.S. servicemen and women to lethal situations like this one.
I do want to ask you also about some of the allies there that not only the U.S. has in that region, but we did hear from the French President Emmanuel Macron saying today that the conflict has now prompted France to reinforce its military posture and its defensive support for its allies there in the Middle East. He didn't elaborate at that point, but he did note that a drone hit a hangar today at a French naval base, saying that France needs to, quote, be able to adapt our posture to the evolution of the last few hours. I think this also just points to the wider effects. We keep talking about the main 3 nations that are involved in this, the United States, Iran, and Israel. But this is also having far-reaching effects to other international countries as well.
Absolutely. And I think, you've seen, Christina, a very interesting shift in European countries over the last 24 hours. Right until the eve of this operation, they were very reticent about giving their blessing to it. Yesterday, you were among many channels that broadcast the British Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, talking about the need to prevent escalation and to get to a peaceful solution as quickly as possible. But the UK is also now deploying the Royal Air Force in the region. And I think, in some ways, because of the successes so far in this operation inside Iran, decimating the leadership, targeting the Ministry of Defense, the Ministry of Intelligence, targeting as well the headquarters of the IRGC, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. I think, European countries have no choice but to follow now events on the ground and adjust their positions accordingly. So I think it's encouraging that Macron is taking this position. And I think, again, the Europeans who are scared of the Iranian regime and they don't like the Iranian regime, and the Iranian regime possesses missiles that could actually hit European territory. Iran has carried out several terrorist attacks in European countries, Sweden, Germany, the Netherlands. So there's no love lost between them. And I think, again, Europe may well now evolve to formally endorsing regime change as a position rather than seeking to reform the regime from within.
And so we're watching this just coming down from Reuters, saying that the U.S. military's Central Command says over 1,000 Iranian targets have been struck in this ongoing operation. It's interesting to see. I'm sure we'll continue to find out more information about the specifics as the days and weeks go on. But I also want to take it back here stateside. I'm going to put up this live vantage point that we have there in Austin, Texas. Right now, we do know that the FBI is also investigating right now a link between a mass shooting that happened in the overnight hours in Austin, Texas, and some of the links to the backlash from these strikes that have been happening here, there in the Middle East. It's interesting to see this connection. Is this something that maybe we could have predicted, that there might be folks stepping out to make their own impact or have their own political opinion by carrying out terror events in other locations?
Absolutely predictable, because we've seen it before. There are several US-based individuals, including President Trump himself, who have been targeted, and there's credible intelligence to show this, and even trials of some of the ostensible perpetrators have taken place. So Iran does have sleeper cells in North America, in the United States, in North America more generally, in Europe, even in Australia, which, because of that, designated the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps as a terrorist organization last year. So Iran's terror tentacles, if you like, extend across the globe. And there is a very real risk that they will try to activate sleeper cells. I think we also have to be vigilant in terms of the possibility of attacks on our infrastructure and on cyber attacks. Iran has proven itself over the years to be pretty adept at using the internet as a weapon. And I think we should remember as well that Iran is closely aligned with both China and Russia. And while I don't see either China or Russia rushing to aid Iran militarily, I do think it's eminently conceivable that Russia and China, that also have a lot of experience in mounting cyber warfare and in mounting very dangerous disinformation campaigns, will come to the assistance of the Iranians on that score. So I think vigilance at local level, police forces especially, is absolutely warranted in this situation.
Ben, your expertise and sort of your breakdown of this situation has been so valuable. I appreciate you for continuing to be with us here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to ask you one last question. We're taking this live look there at Mar-a-Lago. We do know that it was reported that President Trump was there at Mar-a-Lago monitoring all of this as it unfolded there, the strikes, the conversations with several world leaders, all taking place here. But I will say, other than an 8-minute video that was released an hour or so after those attacks, we haven't heard from the president yet. When he does finally speak, what do you think will be the center core of his message?
Well, far be it from me to second guess President Trump. A very, very difficult thing to do. I think from what I have heard of him in the last 24 hours, it's clear that he's playing his cards very close to his chest. He gave an interview last night where he talked about, he sort of teased by saying, I know who's in charge in Iran now, but I'm not going to tell you who it is. He also said that he thought there were some good candidates that could take over the leadership of Iran, but it wasn't clear, was he talking about figures from within the regime, or was he talking about figures from the opposition, like Reza Pahlavi, the son of the former Shah of Iran. So I think Trump now is juggling with, do I see regime change through, or do I pull back now and try and negotiate with a more junior thug in that regime? The example of Venezuela is quite instructive here. You might remember, it seems like ancient history now, but just last month, the US unseated the Venezuelan dictator Nicolas Maduro, but left the underlying regime intact and is now negotiating with that regime. So it may be that President Trump is tempted to do something similar here in Iran. I hope he doesn't, because that's a recipe for a Groundhog Day scenario. If we carry on doing business with this regime, if we allow this regime, which is now on life support, if we allow it to survive, I think, Christina, we're going to be having this conversation a year from now, 2 years from now.
And as you said, it is difficult to get into the mind of the president. We have to just wait and see until he speaks for himself. But Ben, as always, your insight is so helpful for us as we're watching all this unfold in real time. No true full answers yet, but just something we have to pay attention to. Thank you so much for joining us once again here on Live Now.
Good to be with you.
Thanks so much.
Launched Operation Epic Fury, one of the largest, most complex, most overwhelming military offensives the world has ever seen. Nobody's seen anything like it. We have hit hundreds of targets in Iran, including Revolutionary Guard facilities, Iranian air defense systems. Just now was announced that we knocked out 9 ships plus their naval building, all in a matter of literally minutes. Iran's formerly supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead. This wretched and vile man had the blood of hundreds and even thousands of Americans on his hands and was responsible for the slaughter of countless thousands of innocent people all across many countries. Last night, all over Iran, the voices of the Iranian people could be heard cheering and celebrating in the streets when his death was announced. The entire military command is gone as well, and many of them want to surrender into saving their lives. They want immunity. They're calling by the thousands. Combat operations continue at this time in full force, and they will continue until all of our objectives are achieved. We have very strong objectives. They could have done something 2 weeks ago, but they just couldn't get there. Earlier today, CENTCOM shared the news that 3 U.S. military service members have been killed in action. As one nation, we grieve for the true American patriots who have made the ultimate sacrifice for our nation, even as we continue the righteous mission for which they gave their lives. We pray for the full recovery of the wounded and send our immense love and eternal gratitude to the families of the fallen. And sadly, there will likely be more. Before it ends, that's the way it is. Likely be more, but we'll do everything possible where that won't be the case. But America will avenge their deaths and deliver the most punishing blow to the terrorists who have waged war against basically civilization. They have waged war against civilization itself. Our resolve, and likewise that of Israel, has never been stronger. America is now, again, the richest, most powerful nation in the world by far. But the only reason we enjoy the quality of life that we do and the freedom and security is we have done things that others are unable to do. But it's because of warriors who are willing to lay down their lives to do battle with our enemies. And they do battle better than anybody. An Iranian regime armed with long-range missiles and nuclear weapons would be a dire threat to every American. We cannot allow a nation that raises terrorist armies to possess such weapons, would allow them to extort the world to their evil will. Not going to let it happen. We're not happening to us, and we're not going to let it happen to others. The United States has the strongest military the world has ever seen. I rebuilt our military in my first term. There's never been a military like we possess. And frankly, there's nobody even close, but we are now using that military for good. We want to have it for good purpose. We're undertaking this massive operation not merely to ensure security for our own time and place, but for our children and their children, just as our ancestors have done for us many, many years ago. This is the duty and the burden of a free people. These actions are right and they are necessary to ensure that Americans will never have to face a radical, bloodthirsty terrorist regime armed with nuclear weapons and lots of threats. For almost 50 years, these wicked extremists have been attacking the United States while chanting the slogan, "Death to America" or "Death to Israel," or both. They are the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. We are the world's greatest and most powerful nation, so we can do something about what they do. These intolerable threats will not continue any longer. I once again urge the Revolutionary Guard, the Iranian military, police, to lay down your arms and receive full immunity or face certain death. It will be certain death. Won't be pretty. I call upon all Iranian patriots who yearn for freedom to seize this moment, to be brave, be bold, be heroic, and take back your country. America is with you. I made a promise to you, and I fulfilled that promise. The rest will be up to you, but we'll be there to help. Thank you. God bless you to our incredible warriors, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Working across teams is tough, but Asana helps you handle it. That's because Asana is where humans and AI coordinate work together. AI can spot roadblocks and assign work in a snap, so everything and everyone stays on track. That's how work gets handled. That's Asana. Visit us at asana.com. That's ASANA.com.
Now we're some 36 hours into this, and a retaliation from Iran is underway at this moment as they threaten the biggest waves yet attack on Israel and U.S. military bases. It also attacked shipping and threatened to close the Strait of Hormuz, obviously so very pivotal there, that energy artery there in the region. You can see this from G Captain saying the Strait of Hormuz is now a war zone. Tankers hit, 3 U.S. troops killed. The shipping giants half halt Gulf transits. A war risk insurance pulled. 20% of global oil supply hangs in the balance. And this is just the first 36 hours of what's going on there. We're going to be joined right now by friend of the program, maritime expert, professor at Campbell University, Sal Mercogliano. Sal, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Iran threatening to close the Strait of Hormuz. Is it closed now at this moment?
It's not closed right now, Andy, but what we're seeing is kind of a shutdown a bit. What happens right now is ships have pulled up on each side of the strait and they're waiting to go in. Because of the potential threat, ships have to reassess their war risk insurance. This is the insurance you get in case you are attacked on the high seas. And so what we're seeing really is a pause in shipping through the straits right now. While Iran has made overtures to closing the strait, they have not officially closed it. And while we have some attacks, we've seen at least 4 ships hit, and we do have a confirmation of a fatality on one ship. Ocean shipping has not really sailed away from the strait yet.
And how are they managing this? Because obviously we're still very early in this conflict. It could go on, as President Trump said, for some weeks. How are the different shipping companies, different nations managing this and watching this?
Well, right now it's kind of sit back and watch attitude. They're really kind of taking a pause. It's almost like, you're going into a neighborhood and there's shots being fired across the street. Everyone's kind of hunkered down right now to wait and see what happens. Unlike what we saw, for example, with the Houthi down in the Red Sea, there was an alternative route. You could head around Africa. You can all of a sudden go that way, and it was actually economically cheaper to go that way because of the escalating war risk insurance. The Strait of Hormuz is a cul-de-sac. You have to get in there to get not just 20% of the world's oil, but 20% of the world's liquefied natural gas. I mean, sooner or later, ships are going to have to go through here. And this is exactly what we saw happen back in the 1980s during the tanker war, when over 400 vessels were hit and several hundred merchant mariners were killed. Unfortunately, economics is going to play a big factor here. And sooner or later, we're going to see ships start heading back through the straits, whether this conflict has stopped or not.
And how quickly does it happen that obviously some of this goes on? 20% of the world supply of oil there goes through this very narrow channel there. How quickly does it disrupt all of those supply chains?
Well, it's going to have a disruption right off the bat. I mean, I can expect Monday you're going to start seeing oil prices begin to spike. But one of the factors we really need to think about is the world supply of crude carriers. These are the large tankers that carry crude oil is already diminished because of so many of those vessels are in the sanctioned or the dark fleet. They can't do operations around the world. They're really restricted. What this means is already we saw the price to charter these very large crude carriers, these super tankers that can carry, over 1 million or 2 million barrels of oil, expand 3 times from $50,000 a day to $150,000 a day. And so what we can expect to see, unfortunately, is the gasoline market, diesel market is going to react to that. And we're going to start seeing prices come up. Big thing to remember is a lot of that oil that comes out of the Persian Gulf heads to East Asia and South Asia. That's really the big claimants for that oil.
Yeah, I was going to ask you exactly where it comes from and where it goes. Can you get into the specifics, just how vital this is and where it starts and where it ultimately ends up?
Sure. I mean, the biggest consumer of it is China. China consumes almost a third of the oil that comes out of the Persian Gulf. And that's a country we're really not talking about a lot here. But they have a massive impact if all of a sudden this oil is choked off from them. You got to throw in there Japan, South Korea, Indonesia, and India in particularly, too, another country that gets a lot of that oil out of that region. Now, several of the countries in the region have some alternatives. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, they have some pipeline systems that allow them to move oil without going through the straits. Iraq can go through their northern pipeline, but the oil in southern Iraq, in Kuwait, in Bahrain, Qatar, and the eastern side of Saudi Arabia and parts of the UAE have to come through the Straits of Hormuz. And really the one country that we need to talk about that's going to be the most impacted by a shutting down of the strait is Iran. Iran absolutely needs this oil to flow to fund their economy.
And when we're talking about this, obviously Iran there, Oman on the other side of it, if we're talking about insurance, talking about protection of the strip, who's in charge in that way? Is it the nation that they fly the flag of? Who potentially could be protecting these? And how much is the U.S. kind of monitoring that, potentially protecting some of these ships moving through?
Well, we know that U.S. Central Command through the combined
Grainger knows that if you're a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility and your machinery isn't working right, you need to understand what's wrong as soon as possible. So when a conveyor motor falters, Grainger offers diagnostic tools like calibration kits and multimeters to help you identify and fix the problem. With Grainger, you can be confident you have everything you need to keep your facility running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Sal, you still with me? We're having a little tech issue right now. All right, it looks like we may have lost Sal, but nope, I think you might be popping back up.
Information Center is having an issue with providing enough assets and security to really escort vessels in. So right now, they're focused on strike missions. They're focused on their ability to attack. Defense of ocean shipping is not really primary yet, and it's really going to depend on how long this operation continues.
Yeah, that is obviously a little bit there of concern. I do want to ask you another component to this, because we're talking about how the U.S. is striking Iran different targets there in the region. They've also said this, according to the president on social media, that they've informed that they've destroyed and sunk 9 Iranian naval vessels. So that was here on social media about this, and we're going after the rest. They will soon be floating at the bottom of the sea. How prominent of a navy does Iran have, and are ships concerned about them potentially being targeted or kind of in the midst of what's going on with this conflict in a war?
So the Iranian Navy is a very small Navy, but they do have some ability to cause threats, and particularly their submarine force, which is a bit outdated with 3 older Russian Kilo submarines. Their smaller vessels are really more toward harassment. You may remember a few weeks ago that a U.S. flagged tanker entering through the Straits of Hormuz came under harassment from the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. That was met immediately by a U.S. destroyer and U.S. aircraft coming overhead. So eliminating the Iranian Navy is a big threat. I think one of the big concerns that if I was concerned about the Iranians closing the straits or interdicting trade is being able to get out there and lay mines. Mines are the ones that are going to be the biggest problem if they ever do that. We saw the use of mines during the very end of the tanker war in the 1980s and led to the damage of a U.S. frigate, the Samuel B. Roberts, and actually led to Operation Praying Mantis, which was the last time the U.S. Navy targeted the Iranian Navy.
I was going to ask you about how Iran would actually close this. And you mentioned kind of those assets that they might put out there. Is there anything else that ships, vessels are monitoring in that area?
Well, I mean, you have shore-based missiles, obviously, is going to be a big issue, so they can do those style of attacks. The mines are really the great interdiction operation that comes out because mines are blind to whoever ships are out there. And it doesn't take actually any mines to create a minefield, just a threat of mines. And then you have to sit there and take the time to get rid of them. And that's a very slow, laborious process. The U.S. and the British have reduced their mine sweeping capabilities. The U.S. have just deployed 3 new littoral combat ships to the area with mine sweeping gear on board. But what the mines would do really is not so much be a threat to shipping as much as slow everything down. And that causes the economic impact to the Western nations and to the, basically the first world, where is very dependent on the export of that oil out of Iran to fuel their economies. And it's a definite last-ditch move by the Iranians to do that. It really depends on how much Iran wants to ratchet this up in terms of the oceanic fight that's taking place right now in the Persian Gulf, the Straits of Hormuz, and out in the Arabian Sea.
How much of it is a priority for the Trump administration, for the United States, for the global world economy to make sure the strait is open? Where does it rank? Obviously, how high of a priority should it be?
I think, in terms of our trade, we don't get as much oil from there, almost any right now. We've become very energy independent, which means we don't do it. But the rest of the world, and I mentioned East Asia, South Asia, also Europe gets it. Whenever you cause disruptions in a global commodity market, doesn't matter where it's located, it has an impact globally, and it's going to resonate across that. And so I think for the U.S., it's extremely important to get that pipeline back open into the Persian Gulf, to get the straits clear, to make sure that ships can begin to pass. I expect Monday morning we're going to see very busy work in London and across the world in the maritime insurance offices, getting new insurance brokered for these ships. And I imagine there'll be some coordination with the U.S. Fifth Fleet and commands in that area to start reopening the strait, start sending ships back through.
What signals are you looking for? Because you mentioned some of these ships are sidelined; they're almost kind of put off on this, parked on the side of the Strait of Hormuz. What signals are you looking for that you'll see to have them go back and start some of the pathways moving to and fro as they might before? Is there anything that you're keeping your eye on in that regard?
Yeah, watching right now the number of basically empty ships inside the Persian Gulf. There are a large number of ships that come into the Persian Gulf and then they kind of sit and wait to fill up in the berths throughout the Persian Gulf. So as those numbers begin to decline, that becomes a bit of an issue because there's only so much shoreside storage areas to do that. They're eventually going to have to start coming out and start bringing in empty vessels into the area. I'm watching actually the Iranians in the Karg Island facility. They are still loading tankers there. So, I mean, that tells you right there that they envision that they're going to be able to move oil tankers out in the near future. So really, I expect here in the beginning of the week to start seeing some ship movements through the straits again. Again, the Iranians have not closed it. It's just literally the shipping companies have decided to kind of take a break, wait a minute, let things kind of settle down. Hopefully there'll be a resolution. But if not, they're going to insure themselves and they're going to head through the straits.
Yeah, they might be back to business as usual, no matter what else is happening. Sal, anything else you're keeping your eye on? It's so fascinating to talk about this. What else are you monitoring right now?
Well, I think the big issue there was that issue I mentioned to you before about the dark fleet. I mean, you're seeing how the energy market, especially in tankers, is being targeted. The U.S. has seized, over 10 tankers from Venezuela. We've just seen several tankers being seized by France and other countries from the dark fleet. This is a very big issue. There was an interesting move by a company called Sinokor out of South Korea, along with Mediterranean Shipping Company, to really corner the market on VLCCs, these very large crude carriers. And I think this is really raising a lot of people's awareness to how important energy distribution is on the high seas, and why, again, goes back into something President Trump has talked about with the recently released Maritime Action Plan, why the United States really needs to start creating its own domestic fleet, shipbuilding, why it's really a huge national security issue when it comes to ocean shipping.
Yeah, and obviously it takes time to kind of turn out some of those boats and make them viable for the high seas. Sal Mercogliano, thank you so much. I appreciate your insight as always here on Live Now.
Does it ever feel like you're a marketing professional just speaking into the void? But with LinkedIn ads, you can know you're reaching the right decision makers, a network of 130 million of them, in fact. You can even target buyers by job title, industry, company, seniority, skills, and Did I say job title? See how you can avoid the void and reach the right buyers with LinkedIn ads. Spend $250 on your first campaign and get a free $250 credit for the next one. Get started at linkedin.com/campaign. Terms and conditions apply.
All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. 36 hours since the United States launched that Operation Epic Fury into Iran. We're looking live right now there in Tel Aviv in Israel, and it looks very quiet. This as Iran saying they are threatened to retaliate in a major way. We're also learning new information here on this Sunday as 3 U.S. service members were killed, at least 5 seriously wounded in this war against Iran. This from the U.S. Central Command, the first American casualties since the U.S. and Israel launched those strikes on Saturday. And of course, the United States also taking out the Iranian supreme leader earlier on, as well as plenty in his inner circle. Let's be joined right now here by friend of the program, FDD Executive Director Jonathan Schanzer. Jonathan, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. What can you tell us at this point? What are you monitoring? What's key to this retaliation and how the United States, as they say, will achieve all of their objectives? What are you watching?
Well, a couple things I'm watching right now. I think first is that it appears that Israel and the United States have achieved air superiority inside Iran. That means that the air defenses of the Islamic Republic are really no longer. This is what happened during the 12-day war last year when Israel was dominating the skies over Iran. I think we're seeing this pretty much again. And I think that's important because it just means that the Israelis and the United States are going to be able to go hunting for the top leaders, for the missiles, for some of the other, military infrastructure that they're looking to dismantle. So I think that's number one. Number two is, of course, the complete disarray within the upper echelons of the Islamic Republic. It's not just the supreme leader, but he had a replacement that I don't think lasted more than 6-7 hours before he was killed. The defense minister gone. The number that we heard yesterday was something like 40 different senior officials, all liquidated within the first 24 hours of the conflict. So it does raise questions about how much longer the regime can hang on for. As far as the division of labor, I think that's also been interesting. I mean, it looks like the Israelis were going after the top leaders and hunting for missiles. The United States was looking for nuclear infrastructure and apparently now also underground infrastructure, including some of those missile silos. Obviously, the regime has been able to squeeze off some shots. And we've seen some pretty significant strikes in Israel, a number of people killed, a number of people injured. The same now that we've learned where sadly 3 U.S. service members and another 4 or 5 U.S. service members were injured after the 3 were killed. So we're learning a lot right now about the kind of the pace of this battle. Everybody on the U.S. and the Israeli side seem to think things are going well. And I think the regime is hanging on for dear life, but I do get a sense also that we could be in for a full month or more of this, according to folks that I'm talking to. And of course, that's going to be a grueling thing for American service members out in the Middle East, and it'll be a grueling thing for Israelis. And don't forget also all these other Arab countries that are coming under fire by the Islamic Republic. This is, this is no joke. This is a real war in the Middle East, and it may last for a month or more.
Yeah, Trump kind of reiterating that, saying 4 weeks it might last with this until all those objectives are achieved. You mentioned the supreme leader as the United States, Israel taking him out and several around him. Is there a power vacuum right now? Who's in charge necessarily of the IRGC?
Well, so there's a guy named Ali Larijani who is the secretary of the Supreme National Security Council. He was actually tapped by the now deceased supreme leader to be the man who would be in charge. We're also seeing a pretty significant role being played by Araghchi, the foreign minister. So there are individuals that are stepping up into the breach. Although I've got to say, I'm not sure how long they're going to be around for, because the Israelis are clearly hunting for those top leaders, and they're taking them out one after the next. They don't see the difference between pragmatic and radical leaders within the Islamic Republic. It's their assessment that if you're part of the Islamic Republic, then you are part of the problem. This is, I think, it's a broad brush that they're painting everyone with right now. But I think ultimately the Israelis and the Iranian people are probably on the same page here, which is that you don't want to see remnants of the regime taking over and making deals, let's say cutting down their nuclear stockpile by half or their missiles by half. At this point, from the Israeli perspective, I think from the Iranian perspective, probably from the United States perspective too, this is binary. Either the regime is in power or it's not, and they would prefer that it not. There are questions, though, about who comes after. And that, I think, is probably the thing that is the most befuddling to analysts and, the news, the news outlets that are covering this. A lot of people have been talking about Reza Shah Pahlavi, the crown prince, so-called crown prince in waiting or crown prince in exile of the former Shah. The idea that he would take over or that we would install him is not sitting well with a lot of people. I think for obvious reasons. As a democracy trying to bring stability to the region, the idea that we would install a monarch does not sit well with some. There are others. There's a group called the MEK, Mujahideen al-Khalq. They are a Marxist radical organization that's been designated as a terrorist organization here in the United States. They're trying to make a play for power. So I think there's a vacuum that folks are seeing that is likely to open up. And I think we've got days and weeks ahead where there will be some confusion about who steps in. It'll be important that we pick the right people for this role.
And you mentioned this might not be binary, or this might be binary. It's either one way, the IRGC, or a entirely different path. But is there any potential possibility for diplomacy that they can say that, hey, they're not going to try to access any nuclear weapons? Is that window closed entirely?
Look, I don't want to say that it's closed. I do actually see maybe some room for what we would call the Venezuela option, right? Where the United States could be on the horn with folks from within the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, from within the IRGC. They're several rungs down from the top leaders. Maybe they're more pragmatic. Maybe they're afraid of American weaponry. Maybe they just don't want to see their country get destroyed from weeks of war. And so there's the possibility that they're doing outreach to the Trump administration, the CIA, the DIA. Maybe those conversations are happening right now. But again, I think, there's going to be some friction. The Israelis don't want anybody from the IRGC taking over, nor do the people of Iran, who truly hate the regime that has kept them poverty-stricken and devoid of rights for decades now. There will be, I think, some friction over this. It doesn't mean that we can't potentially move forward if you find the right people. But, I think the important thing to remember here is in Venezuela, it was a kleptocracy, but ideologically, it was pretty bankrupt. There was really not much there. With the Islamic Republic, people have been brought up on this radical ideology. They are true believers. And it's for that reason, I think there will be concern about allowing for any remnants of this regime to hold on to power. People will be concerned about the resurrection of the Islamic Republic's revolutionary ideology. That's what we don't want to see after all the munitions that we've spent, the immense effort leading up to the war. Remember, we've been in the Persian Gulf and the Mediterranean now. Our soldiers have been there for almost 5 weeks. And now there's a war that's underway. We don't want to make a deal with the wrong people. And I think that's something to watch here. I'm not saying the president is going in that direction. I don't even know if he's tempted. But I mean, these are the sorts of things, the conversations that are starting to happen about, oh, what does the future hold for the Islamic Republic? And how do we find that off ramp from this war? We just need to be careful here that we're not making deals with the wrong people and that we're putting the Islamic Republic on the right path. This isn't necessarily engineering a regime or a regime change. At least that's not where we are now, but it could be where we steer things in another couple of days or a couple of weeks.
And that will take some time. And also another interesting note from President Trump's his most recent comments. He also said it again several days ago, talking about immunity for some of those that probably try to get out of that. Is that the olive branch from President Trump to say, hey, you can no longer be a part of this. We will kind of grant you that immunity?
Well, look, I mean, we've seen these sorts of things before. De-Baathification, if you remember that from the Iraq War of 2003, 2004. What happened afterwards is, we were trying to make sure that there wasn't a complete brain drain, that people who knew how to run the country could continue to run it. There was also this question of, trying to entice people to step away from the regime that we were trying to bring down. So this is not surprising. I think the big question that a lot of folks are going to ask is, at what level do you offer that amnesty? In other words, if you are a senior cleric or a senior IRGC official with blood on your hands, should you get immunity? Should you be given that olive branch? And I think, again, there will be some friction over this, given how horrible this regime was to its own people, given how horrible this regime was and to the entire region, not just the Israelis, but the Saudis, the Emiratis, the Bahrainis. They've all suffered at the hands of this regime, including just over the last 24 hours or so, right? A lot of these countries have been hit with missiles and drones fired by the regime. There will be a long memory here of the way that this regime treated the surrounding neighbors, and neighbors may not be willing to allow for that olive branch.
That's what I was going to ask you, because you mentioned how the United States, how Israel, they're hunting some of the leaders and also kind of the missile silos or bases there. In terms of what Iran is doing in their attacks on Israel and other neighboring countries in that region, does that strategy signal anything to you, and why potentially they are doing this?
Look, let me just say, I think there is a strategy right now of the United States and Israel doing what needs to be done to remove this threat. That's the foremost strategy here, right? It's nuclear, it's missiles, it's the leaders of the regime, it's the military infrastructure that has propped them up. That is the primary strategy. There is, I think, kind of a broader question, which is, now that the entire region is enjoying the defensive architecture provided by the United States and Central Command, and that we're watching CENTCOM provide intelligence and provide missile defense, not just to the Israelis, but to everyone in the region that is part of that American-led alliance structure, what does this do? Does this start to forge new relationships? Is there an understanding that being part of the U.S.-led alliance means letting go of ancient grievances and letting go of, some of these long and nasty memories that have kept the Palestinian-Israeli conflict, the Arab-Israeli conflict alive in the region? I think we could be watching a reorientation, if you will, but I think so much of this is going to hinge on success. In other words, do they topple the regime? Can they maintain a certain amount of stability in Iran after the regime has been toppled? And if the answer is yes, then I think there is a wider strategy, a diplomatic strategy that feeds into that military strategy that appears to be working so far. But let me just say, Andy, there is still a lot of fighting to be done. Air defenses are not hermetic. You're seeing some of those air defenses let some missiles through. That means damage in the Arab world. It means damage in Israel. It means damage to American, vessels. There will be setbacks. There will be steps backward in this war. But I think that if the Israelis and the United States stick to what appears to be a pretty solid war plan right now, and the Arabs have patience to allow for this to play out, I see some potentially very positive outcomes here, and that's obviously what I'm cheering for.
Yeah, but patience is another key with this could last 4 weeks. And President Trump also saying there are likely going to be more casualties. Already 3 U.S. service members losing their lives in terms of this. You mentioned the nature of this. The net is very wide. The Iron Dome is very strong, but it's not perfect. There have already been strikes in Israel and other nations as well. In terms of what we're seeing there, last year it felt like the response from Iran, it lacked sophistication. It lacked any power. Are we seeing a different tone? Are they showing a little bit more strength than they did potentially last year?
Actually, as I'm hearing it right now, so far they look weaker and less organized. And that's interesting to me because they've had a lot of time to prepare. But as I understand it, some 20 hours into the war yesterday, they had only been able to squeeze off about 180 missiles. I think we're probably up to maybe 200 or maybe even a little bit more now that went into Israeli airspace. Of course, there have been other attacks that we've seen in the Arab world. And this is really, in many cases, the first time that we're watching this integrated air defense system, kick into high gear. I think it's working. But I think that the Iranian strategy seems to be somewhat blunt. They don't appear to be getting close to the strategic targets in Israel that they probably were aiming for. So far, it looks like they're hitting civilian infrastructure. In other words, war crimes. But they don't appear to be able to penetrate Israeli defenses in places that matter most to them, at least so far. And so I think what they're finding is that they have to go into some of these civilian areas. And that's where they're focusing, at least for the moment. I'm hearing, though, that in some cases, the Israelis are able to target the missiles before they're launched. I'm hearing that the Israelis are targeting missile launchers. These are more static, and there are far fewer of them. And the more that are removed from the battlefield, the harder it's going to be for the regime to fire missiles. I'm hearing that in some cases, they need to fuel the missiles before they're able to fire them. The liquid fuel missiles can take 2 to 3 hours, and that leaves them as sitting ducks out in the middle of the desert in western Iran, and the Israelis have been able to strike. So, overall, at least for now, I'm not seeing an impressive showing by the Islamic Republic. Again, I think the Israelis and the United States have air superiority, which means they can, there's barely, if any, air defenses, which means that they can go around hunting for whatever they want, in close proximity to population centers and to military bases without real fear of getting hit. So I think the Iranian regime is reeling. It doesn't mean that they're gone. It means that they're in trouble. And I think they're trying to find their footing again with new leaders. I think what the thing that I would maybe just observe here is that they do appear to be more durable than anybody thought. After the rounds of strikes that we've seen, it was an enormous number of strikes yesterday, 1,000 plus by the United States, 500-600 from the Israelis. And that was just on day one. And the regime is still holding, at least for now.
Yeah, the patience, the persistence of all of this, because the United States also launching those B-2 bombers with 2,000-pound bombs, taking out some of those missile kind of bases for Iran. I do want to ask you about what's going on there, because you mentioned that it's going to take some time. They're durable for this time being. They kind of put the window at 4 weeks, and then there's obviously a rough timeline of things. If we're kind of moving forward over the next several days, what signals are you looking that it might be moving in the right direction, that the shift might have been felt in Iran?
Well, I mean, I'm definitely watching the people of Iran. They just suffered immense tragedy. 30, 40,000 people slaughtered in the streets for the crime of coming out to protest their oppressive regime. They went back inside and they didn't want to come back out again. I think we're starting to see some additional protests. But I mean, I think the big question, and Donald Trump has called upon the people of Iran to come out and reclaim their country. I'm watching to see the signs of that, because I think they felt abandoned at one point. They felt like we had left them out to dry. Now I think they're probably really feeling like, we're absolutely in their corner, and it will be up to them to retake the initiative. So I'm watching that. But I think the one thing that I just want to counsel here is, there's a sense in the United States and maybe around the world that, we're the most powerful military. The United States military is second to none. And so it should just be easy to do this. I think what folks need to understand is there is no handbook for taking out a rogue state. There is no step-by-step process through which you are guaranteed success. The president has taken a risk. The Israelis have taken a risk. And right now they're working together with some of the best intelligence services in the world, trying to figure out where the weak spots are within the regime that can be exploited, and ultimately that will enable the U.S. and Israel to bring about the downfall of this regime. But it is a risk still, and it will be trial and error. There is no guaranteed path forward. They're doing the best that they can with the capabilities that they can and the limitations that they have. And that, I think, is that's the guidance that I think we all need to understand. There will undoubtedly be moments where the American public will lose patience. Certainly when we see fallen soldiers, that is going to, I'm sure, stoke frustration and maybe some high emotions. But I think we need to just understand that this is a regime that has done an enormous amount of damage. It has wreaked havoc across the Middle East for nearly 50 years, a half a century. This is undoing that right now. If it goes the way that Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu hope that it does, this is, I think, the first step that we've taken over the last 24, 36 hours in what will be several steps and a process that plays out that hopefully brings down this regime and enables a certain amount of stability to come back to the Middle East. I got to tell you, I've not been alive at a time when the Middle East has been stable. Donald Trump has a vision for it. So do the Israelis. I'd love to see it play out in a positive way. No guarantees here, but they're taking the risks and they're doing whatever they can to try to bring about that outcome.
Yeah, lots of risk, and obviously 3 U.S. service members losing their lives. And he said there likely will be more in terms of this. I also want to ask you an interesting note, because it feels like intelligence is so very important and vital in this circumstance with what he took out with the Ayatollah. I want to ask you, because we saw what happened in Austin, Texas, back here at home, and they said it's a nexus of terrorism, and there's no real indication that they're tied together, but there's also concern about that. Are you wary in that regard at all that Iran can pull something like that off, that they're are militarizing other people around the globe? Is that a concern for you? Should people be worried of that?
Look, it's a concern, but whether we should be worried about it or not, I mean, let me just say, I think we should be leaving that to the FBI to be worried about it, and the CIA and the National Security Council to be thinking about those things. We have seen the regime in Iran deploy contractors to try to kill the Saudi ambassador, the Israeli ambassador. We've seen plots against Masih Alinejad, a prominent activist on behalf of the Iranian people, trying to bring down the regime. We've seen plots against Brian Hook and Mike Pompeo and Donald Trump himself. I mean, officials that were pretty outspoken as it related to the regime and its status here in the United States as a state sponsor of terrorism, and some of the efforts that we've had underway here to isolate them economically or to bring them down, through subterfuge, through intelligence methods, or now by military force. So I would expect that the regime could try to do this. My hope, of course, is that the FBI is all over this. And I'm going to expect that they are. I think they have seen the writing on the wall about a possible confrontation between the Islamic Republic and the Trump administration. For the last year, we have watched this the tension build. And so I think the Bureau is ready. But obviously there's a lot that maybe they can't see, but I think as far as goalies go, they're doing pretty well so far. They've got a shutout going against the Islamic Republic, and we're going to hope that they continue to block every shot that the regime tries to put on net.
Yeah, we're only 36 hours into what could be a 4-week ordeal as the strike's happening early Saturday morning. All right, Jonathan, thank you so much. I appreciate your time, your insight. Always so valuable here on Live Now. Welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. We are learning the latest as 3 U.S. service members, 5 others seriously injured in a war against Iran. This according to U.S. Central Command, as that Operation Epic Fury starting early in the morning hours back on Saturday. A live picture or a picture from Central Command talking about this Iranian regime reckless use, proliferation of ballistic missiles have been a dangerous threat for decades now. At the president's direction, the use of forces are eliminating the threat. And President Trump, in a post, saying that they will continue until all objectives are achieved, saying potentially they were going after containing those missile programs and eliminating threats. A live picture right there in Tel Aviv here is Iran retaliating. It's been quiet so far, so we're seeing kind of the capabilities of Iran at this moment, but we'll continue to follow it some 36 hours into this situation. Let's be joined right now by the ranking Democrat on the House Armed Services Committee, Representative Adam Smith from Washington. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. And a lot has unfolded over the last 36 hours. Take me back, though. Were you informed, were you given any information about what was about to unfold there in Iran early on Saturday?
We were not, and we still haven't, for that matter. We have not heard from the Department of Defense as we normally would during a conflict like this, the Armed Services Committee, House and Senate. None of us have heard from anyone at the Department of Defense yet. Now, tomorrow, supposedly, we're going to have a brief with Secretary Rubio, Secretary Hegseth, General Kane, and CIA Director Radcliffe. That's supposed to happen at 1 o'clock. But to date, we have not heard anything directly from the administration.
What do you want to know? Because obviously there's questions about the objective, the off-ramp for this. What questions are top of mind for you?
I think that's the biggest problem. What are we trying to accomplish, and what is the path to accomplishing that? President Trump has been far from clear on that point. He talks about regime change, then he talks about negotiating, talks about their nuclear program, talks about their missile capability, but there's no clear objective at this point. Even when they say, as they have repeatedly, this will go on until we meet our objectives, they rather pointedly have not said what those objectives are. And I think that's a major problem. It sort of seems like he launched this war hoping that the Iranian regime would collapse without any particular clear plan for accomplishing that objective. And given that American service members have already died and tens of thousands remain at risk, that's really not an acceptable position from the commander-in-chief.
And we know that they took out the Ayatollah there, the supreme leader of Iran. And I guess my question to you is, we can all agree that that potentially is for the betterment of the United States, of the world. Are you on the kind of side with that?
Yeah, well, yes, with a caveat. I mean, the Ayatollah Khamenei was a horrible, horrible human being who just recently killed well over 10,000 of his own people. Brutally murdered them. He has launched wars throughout the Middle East region, was absolutely complicit in Assad killing some 600,000 of his own people in Syria. Brutal, awful, terrible leader of a brutal, awful, terrible regime. But he's 86 years old, so we killed him. He was going to die pretty soon anyway. Is what's coming after him better? Has it accomplished something in terms of undermining that evilness, or is it simply, changed who's in charge of it? That's what's not answered here. I mean, Khamenei was going to die probably pretty soon. What does that mean in terms of who replaces him? Have we really accomplished anything in terms of reducing the likelihood that Iran is going to continue to be able to do that, those awful things that we just talked about?
Do you think regime change, whether it be the supreme leader, whoever's next, do you think that potentially is a possible path forward? Do you think that is an objective that is willing to try for?
Yeah, well, that's where it gets confusing and unclear. If you simply, as I said, replace one bad leader with another, when you think about the cost of this operation already, haven't even talked about the numerous civilian deaths that have happened in Iran and in several other countries as well. Have you accomplished something significant if you just move from one leader to another? It seems like what President Trump had wanted to see was this regime gone and a popular uprising of people who would move towards a more of a democratic, people-focused country was where we wanted to go. I don't see any evidence today that we are any closer to that objective than we were when this war started 2 days ago.
And you mentioned civilian casualties, and we've already seen the first U.S. service member lose their life, 3 losing their lives, 5 seriously wounded. We heard President Trump saying they're going to avenge those losses. And a lot of people asking, is it worth the risk of American lives to have this region? Does that change the complexion for you, knowing that 3 service members lost their life and President Trump saying likely more might lose their lives as well?
Well, yes, but we knew this going in. I mean, anyone who analyzed this, if you say publicly you'd like to see the regime in Iran change and then start bombing them in a war that most would interpret as a regime change operation, we knew Iran, faced with an existential crisis, would throw everything they had back at us, and casualties would be the result. Yeah, I think the fact that they have actually happened now should change it. I haven't seen any change from President Trump yet. But certainly it should change that calculation. Again, I really want to emphasize the point. Anyone who knows exactly what we're trying to accomplish, please go ahead and speak up, because that has not been made clear by this administration. Yes, they have a lot of different goals, but what that specific goal is and what our path to achieving it, that has not been made clear.
Yeah, that being the off-ramp. And I do want to ask you, because we talk about this, what is the best case scenario in your eyes that this happens? What do you hope happens over the next week or several weeks?
Yeah, I mean, look, the best case scenario when this started was that the regime would quickly collapse. This was predicted by President Trump and a lot of other people supporting this war. It was frankly predicted by a lot of Iranian Americans, many of whom have lobbied me to support precisely this war. I know they've lobbied my colleagues as well. And they all told me that, the people of Iran were just waiting for the opportunity to rise up and overthrow this regime. And I don't doubt that the people of Iran are very unhappy with this regime. What I doubt is the pathway from that to it being replaced. Because the sad truth is the regime has the guns. They have the military control. And if you don't have boots on the ground in the country from somebody, I'm not saying it has to be a foreign invading force, it could be a domestic group that rises up to challenge them, what's the path, to actually having that regime go away? As bad and awful and terrible as they are, you can't fix every problem in the world at the point of a gun.
Is there concern in your eyes, because President Trump's saying this could last 4+ weeks? Is your concern that it spans beyond that? The American people lose patience, that we're in another war there in the Middle East. Is that a concern of yours?
Well, yes, but understand the American people don't support this now. They didn't support it when it got launched. They didn't have any patience before it started. I don't think they have any patience to lose. I mean, polls show that somewhere in the mid 20% of people in this country support this operation. So there's never been any support. I mean, from a practical standpoint, the concern of it dragging on is more casualties, more of a disrupted, the Middle East disrupt, chaos descends, and also we begin to run low on critical munitions that are necessary, certainly to be able to continue to fight this war, but also to meet our other national security needs. So that's what's concerning about this dragging on.
And you mentioned support or lack thereof with the American people in terms of this attack. Is there support from Congress? Is there other that Republican members of Congress can do? Because we know that the Congress, that body, is in place for kind of the war powers. Is there more your Republican colleagues, Democratic colleagues can do there talking about this?
Yeah, sure. I mean, but look, again, that's a point. Sorry, I haven't really made this point yet. We've never gone to war like this before. The president did not make the case to the American people. He didn't even really try. I mean, he did the State of the Union speech 5 days ago. He talked about Iran for 3 minutes in a nearly 2-hour speech, and he didn't mention a military option. He has not even tried to make the case on this, didn't come to Congress, didn't make the case to Congress. He just did it. He did it because he's the president. And as he has said, he doesn't think there are any checks on his power. I strongly disagree with him on that point, but he seems to be acting out that belief to the detriment of our country. And it seems like Republicans in Congress are willing to just go, sure, whatever you say, we're not going to do our job. At a minimum, we should have a vote in Congress as to whether or not to support this war. And Republicans have been blocking that for months now, just to give us the chance to vote to say, if we go to war in Iran, it must have congressional approval. If you support this, go on record supporting it. And they haven't even done that. So yeah, there's a lot more that the Republican-led Congress could do to have some accountability for the use of our military in this war.
If by chance that vote comes up, do you expect Republican colleagues to kind of be on the same page with Democrats against a war with Iran?
I think that they seem to have simply acquiesced, despite the fact that, President Trump ran for office saying he was adamantly opposed to exactly this type of war. No more, America first. We're going to focus on the needs here in America. We're not going to go try to fix all the world's problems. We're not going to get dragged into forever wars, specifically in the Middle East. And however awful the Iranian regime is, and it is awful, is it the responsibility of the United States of America at considerable cost to fix that? I don't think it is. I think we can work with partners and allies in the region to try to deal with it. But President Trump's basically said, hate the regime in Iran, we're going to use our military to go fix it. I don't think that's what the American people wanted. But again, the Republican Congress seems to be like, whatever Trump says, we're in favor of. He says one thing, we're in favor of that. He says the exact opposite thing an hour later, we're in favor of that too. That's not the type of leadership I think we need from Congress. You should have principles, have an opinion, a position. Trump may be right, he may be wrong, but just because he's talking, it doesn't mean that you have to say, oh yeah, whatever he says.
All right, very good. I just want to get your take on that. And obviously a long shot that potentially gets brought up, but we'll see what happens this week and hopefully some more information that you learn in some of these meetings with some of that military brass there in Capitol Hill. Thanks again for joining us. Welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. We are hearing from different lawmakers, including here on Live Now from Fox, the congressman from Washington, Adam Smith, saying he has not heard any information about what was involved in Epic Fury, and he's going to have to wait another several days to hear potentially what is involved, as we are expecting this here on Live Now from Fox. I want to put up a post on social media from one of our Reuters reporters, Phil Stewart, saying Rubio, Secretary of State, Secretary of Defense Hegseth, others will brief the full membership of chambers of that Congress on Iran on Tuesday. So they have to wait not just to Monday, but until Tuesday to see what is unfolding there. Let's be joined right now by congressional reporter with the Washington Examiner, Lauren Green. Lauren, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. And obviously, lots of pressing questions from lawmakers. What are you hearing about this at this hour? What potentially information could be shared at that meeting?
So there's a lot of moving parts. House Republicans had a meeting today at 4 o'clock. House Democrats have a meeting at 8 p.m. tonight. We are seeing that these lawmakers are going to get briefed Tuesday. The Senate is going to get briefed earlier in the afternoon, and then the House is going to get briefed later Tuesday night. We are hearing that there's going to be a war powers vote up Thursday. The House right now is out of session until Wednesday, and they're only in this week, Wednesday, Thursday. House Democrats have pledged previously, before this weekend, before all of the chaos is kind of unfolded in Iran, that they would bring up a war powers resolution in relation to Iran. And now that everything is unfolded in Iran, they have intensified that push and saying that they are calling Speaker Johnson to bring the House back even earlier on Monday, whenever they're supposed to be in recess. I am anticipating to hear what those Democratic members have to say on this 8 p.m. call. I think it'll be a very close vote on Thursday if they do vote on this war powers resolution. We saw the war powers resolution on Venezuela narrowly fail the House on a 215 to 215 vote. House Republican leadership today and their meeting has really emphasized how important attendance is going to be for this vote. We have seen Democrat Representative Greg Landsman from Ohio, who said that he would oppose the War Power Act, but we also have seen Republican Representative Warren Davidson, who said he would be for the War Powers Act. And in a super narrow House majority, this is going to be a very closely watched vote this week if it comes up.
Yeah, before we get into that, I want to get into what we heard tonight. Are we hearing any rumblings from that Republican meeting? What came of it? What potentially leaked from that meeting?
A lot of things to do with DHS funding. We know that there's a lot more pressure for DHS funding to pass. We are in a partial government shutdown right now. They passed 11 of the 12 appropriations bills, but they did not pass the DHS appropriations bill in time to meet that government funding deadline from the short-term continuing resolution. I think that right now with the conflict in the Middle East, that will put a lot more pressure on the House and the Senate to get DHS reopened. The House is planning on bringing back, and Republican leadership is telling their members that they want to bring up the House passed DHS bill that did not pass the Senate to come back up for a vote this week to kind of put pressure on the Senate to open up DHS. But it is yet to see on if any Senate Democrats will be willing to vote for this bill because it does need to reach that 60 vote threshold in the Senate.
Yeah, and you mentioned the War Powers resolution as well, and the ultra thin margin that the Republicans hold in that. What do we see unfolding, and what lawmakers are you keeping your eye on in terms of this? Because we mentioned Venezuela, and despite their similarities, there are some gaping differences to what happened there and what's happening right now. What are you keeping your eye on? Who are you watching for their votes on this potential resolution?
I think that I'm really watching, obviously, Warren Davidson, who said that he would vote for the War Powers resolution. That's a pretty big loss for Republicans. Speaker Johnson, without any Democratic support, has a 1-vote margin. It is a super small margin now that Houston Democrat Christian Menefee was sworn in earlier in January. The House margins narrowed even smaller. We've seen some moderate Democrats like Rep. Gottheimer say that he came out and opposed the War Powers resolution, but that was earlier before the conflict in Iran this weekend. And I'm going to be watching him to see where he does on that vote, but I do think that it is going to be a very close vote, as was Venezuela.
How much frustration is there from lawmakers about the lack of information leading into this? Because this entanglement potentially could last 4 weeks, even longer. How much concern, how much frustration is there on Capitol Hill from lawmakers that they didn't know anything going into this?
I think that this is a reoccurring frustration from lawmakers. We've seen the White House use a ton of executive power since President Trump took office over a year ago. I think that Democrats have been more outspoken about this frustration and this lack of coming to Congress. We saw that frustration really boil over whenever it came to the tariffs, and the House voted to repeal some of President Trump's tariffs. I think that there has been some frustration among Republicans, especially behind closed doors, that Congress isn't being allowed to do the job that they were elected to be done, as some have said. But I do think that while a lot of them do wish that the White House would come to Congress and ask for the approval, I do think that a lot of them are still expressing that trust in President Trump, whereas Democrats are very frustrated that they are not getting the details that we need, as we have heard from Congressman Adam Smith, like you said earlier.
Yeah, and if we do see this War Powers resolution go through, if it happens to pass, what kind of power does that have? Is that just symbolic?
I would say that it is more symbolic. That's kind of what some of the Democrats and Republicans have been echoing. I saw that some congressman from California was talking about, Congressman Swalwell, he was talking about how they need to do more than just, a lot of people call a War Powers resolution, in quotes, a slap on the wrist. They need to do more than just these small policy things. They need to actually fight against it, and they need more information. So like you said, it is more of a symbolic vote, but it is yet to be seen because War Powers resolutions haven't passed in a while.
You also mentioned that there is that ongoing partial government shutdown relating to funding over the Department of Homeland Security. Early this morning, we saw a mass shooting in Austin, Texas, as they are saying, investigating it as a potential nexus of terrorism. How much pressure is there on lawmakers to get this done as people are wary of the next terrorist threat, just given the light of what's going on in the kind of world?
I do think that this has put a lot more pressure on these lawmakers. Like we said, this is a partial government shutdown. Whenever there's a full government shutdown, lawmakers really feel the effects because a lot of their constituents are federal workers, and they're seeing a lot of people go without pay. But whenever it's 1 out of 12 bills, it really affects a much smaller constituency, which really takes back that pressure on lawmakers. But I do think, I'm in San Antonio, Texas right now, covering some campaigns, and I've heard a great deal of concern with this partial government shutdown from both voters and lawmakers that I've been interacting with. And so I do think that while it does intensify and increase pressure on these lawmakers, I do think Democrats are standing pretty firm on their stance given the situation in Minneapolis and the fatal shootings of Alex Preddy and Renee Good. I don't think that they will necessarily fully back down on their negotiations with ICE, but I do think that this will increase pressure to reopen DHS. We have kind of seen those stalled. It's been closed for some time now, to the point where I think that a lot of people have forgotten that there is a partial government shutdown going on right now. I think that this will definitely increase pressure and get some ball rolling, like we've seen with the House Republican leadership wanting to bring up this bill again.
Yeah, and since you're in Texas and there's a key Texas primary coming up in just several days and then several months away from that general election come November, and the midterms are so very crucial, how much are they keeping an eye on this, and how much might the strikes in Iran be fuel for what's to come in this campaign cycle heading into the midterms?
Yeah, I was at a Congressman Wesley Hunt rally. He's running in a tough Senate primary against Senator John Cornyn and Attorney General Ken Paxton. And he brought up Iran and he brought up Venezuela, and his supporters were all for it. Whereas I talked to some voters at a James Talarico rally who's running to be the Democratic candidate against Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett in another tough primary. These are highly watched primaries, highly big spent primaries. I think that a lot of them are toss-ups, but a lot of them are talking about these conflicts and it's talking about the president's war powers. And I think that their constituents are asking about it. Yesterday during the rally, a lot of constituents and voters were asking Congressman Hunt about these conflicts in the Middle East. And he was touching on them. He was touting President Trump. Whereas today, I think that a lot at the Talarico rally, a lot of those constituents were really concerned, especially being so close to Austin, having concerns for those around them and just really wanting to know what's going on.
Yeah, obviously those lawmakers, incumbent John Cornyn, they're amongst those that likely will legally get briefed this week. Lauren, anything else you're keeping your eye on? Anything else in terms of this with Iran, but also what's going on the primary? What else do you have on your mind?
Lots of things. I will be keeping a close eye on these briefings from Texas as I am here on Election Day. I'm going to be watching Congressman Tony Gonzalez's race closely. We've seen a lot unfold with his alleged affair with a staffer last year. I'm going to be keeping a close eye on Congressman Al Green's race in Houston, who's running against the newest member of Congress, Christian Menefee, and that's going to be a tough primary due to redistricting. I think that we aren't going to get the necessary results of the first redistricting push in a Texas primary, but this is the first race of the year since there has been a redistricting war erupting around the country, and I do think that it'll provide some answers on where voters are at and where voter turnout is at for the 2026 midterms.
Yeah, a very interesting one to really start us, to get us rolling in terms of this election cycle. But I appreciate your time. As if there wasn't enough to cover, plenty more on our plate. Lauren Green, thank you so much with the Washington Examiner. All right, welcome back in here too, live now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. Just about 8:30 on the East Coast, we did see President Trump return to the White House following what he was unfolding there, Operation Epic Fury, the U.S. and Israel's strike on Iran, toppling the Ayatollah, the Iranian supreme leader, and a couple live now looks, including there in Washington, D.C. at the White House here on this Sunday evening. Let's continue to discuss the latest because obviously people are curious what President Trump is thinking, what he's saying, the objectives. As they say, this will go until, and it will continue until all objectives are achieved. Let's bring in the conversation right now with the Associated Press, friend of the program, Will Weiser. Will, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We did have a brief video on social media from President Trump talking about this, saying they will avenge the loss of those 3 service members. Are we surprised we haven't heard from him more about this major conflict in the Middle East?
I think we are a little bit surprised. Obviously this is a president who likes to talk to the media. He talks to reporters, several times a week, sometimes multiple times a day. After the strike in Venezuela in early January, there was a press conference at Mar-a-Lago the next day where he took questions and talked about what happened there. In this case, he was talking to world leaders from around the Middle East. He was also briefed on the shooting in Austin, the White House said, but he didn't have any sort of press conference. The only sort of contact that we had was, as you mentioned, the online videos, and also some reporters called him on his cell phone, and he picked up and sort of talked about this in the sort of sporadic, short conversations. But there's also no word on whether we'll get any kind of national address, right? Like now that he's back in Washington, he could go to the Oval Office and set up and do a sort of an address to the nation. But that's not on the schedule yet, and not been scheduled from what we hear. Doesn't mean it won't happen, but so far there hasn't really been as much sort of public discussion of this, at least from the president himself, as we might have expected.
Yeah, and obviously with the supreme leader being taken out by the U.S., you might have expected that. You also noted Venezuela with Maduro when the United States captured that, how he held a press conference. Does it speak to anything, the complicated nature of this, that President Trump focused on this subject rather than addressing the American public? Can you just dissect some of the similarities, but also differences between the two?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the similarities are that that was an operation where they were able to remove President Maduro very quickly. It was very sort of successful, and he was able to sort of detail it quickly after it happened. In this case, as you mentioned, the supreme leader was taken out, was killed, and that was also potentially something that the president could have celebrated. But there are more complicated sort of dynamics. That the conflict is still going on. And sort of what happens now in Iran is very much still an open question, right? In terms of where the leadership will be and the responses. Iran has launched retaliatory strikes in response, right? We've had attacks on Israel and other drone issues and other things around the Middle East. The other piece of this is that the president he just was coming off the State of the Union, where he focused on the economy and sort of affordability and talking about how his policies had really made people's lives better. Well, what's going on now here, war and conflict aside, is the price of oil has started to go up, right? It's up more than 8%, up near 10%. And in the short term, that might be an issue, and that will continue to be an issue because markets, especially oil market, that like stability, right? And we sort of anything but things are sort of anything but stable right now in Iran. All of this could still be very much a win for the White House, right? It's not necessarily just because we haven't seen them doesn't mean that they're not sort of happy with the outcome. We've been in contact with Israeli officials who are really sort of ecstatic about what happened. They feel like it was really sort of the most successful outcome that they could have imagined. And I think that there's a lot of people in the White House that feel the same way. But we have 3 American service members that were killed. The president has said in his messages, since the beginning of the strikes, that there could be more civilian casualties, more American soldiers killed, and that's sort of the price of war. That's obviously a sort of very somber and serious fact as well. So I think there's a lot to sort of process here, and we're still in very early days before we know exactly where this will go.
Yeah, obviously a lot to digest, and this could be just the beginning, as President Trump alluded to, the fact that it could last some 4 weeks. I want to get to that note because this is the first American casualties involved in this. 3 U.S. service members losing their lives, several others severely wounded. In terms of what President Trump is thinking, what the American people are thinking, the fact that American lives were lost, you put into question, is this worth it? How does that change this complication, this conflict?
Well, I think it certainly complicates matters. Obviously getting embroiled in conflicts in the Middle East is something that's that the United States and the American public has always been unhappy about. I think every country sort of is. You don't want to see the soldiers killed and families mourning the loss of young people. But this is also specifically to President Trump, something that he campaigned on, right? He was going to end forever wars. He wasn't a regime change guy. He would scoff at folks like Dick Cheney.
Reparations
and the
isn't a remedy for
sort of trying to insist on regime change in places like Iran, right? And places around the Middle East. So, the politics of this are very complicated anyway. And, the human toll of this also is quite significant. But the U.S. aside, there are major questions for the Middle East too, right? We could see a destabilization. Iran was in a lot of ways sort of one of the pillars of the region, and the way things work there was because Iran was sort of supporting different things and pulling strings, not always for good, right? Sometimes for bad too, depending on your sort of perspective. But no matter what's likely to come forward is going to be serious changes, and we don't know exactly how that's going to play out quite yet. The one other thing I wanted to say was, you mentioned that the president talked about how this could be like a 4-week, entanglement, because and one of the points he made in some of the interviews he's given was that Iran was such a big country that he felt like it would be 4 weeks. In 2003, when we went into Iraq and ran into Baghdad in a matter of days, right? It looked like it was going to be a successful operation and we'd be in and out, remember mission accomplished and all that stuff. No one really knows how long this is going to last, right? Obviously, there could be a movement towards a ceasefire and we could wrap it up pretty quickly, or you could have a situation where it becomes a quagmire and there's a lot of doubts around in violence around the rest of the Middle East, and all of a sudden we're in a conflict that takes a lot longer with no end in sight.
Yeah, the regime changes are always a little complicated, always a little messy. Back here at home, though, we know that obviously Congress frustrated by the fact that they don't get information in regards to this. There might be a war powers resolution later on this week, potentially largely symbolic. How much weight would that have, and how much are lawmakers concerned about President Trump just going about and doing this on his own without Congress?
Well, I think there is concern. Obviously, Democrats are quite concerned. They tend to be very opposed to a lot of what the president does, and this is an issue where they have expressed concerns. But this has also been an issue among some Republicans, right? I mean, they basically say that the White House and the president, can't act unilaterally, doesn't have the power to sort of go to war, without prior authorization. And we saw lawmakers stand up in the past, as you say, was largely sort of symbolic, but kind of rebuke Trump, right, for overseas actions that they felt like that where Congress wasn't consulted enough. I think we will get some of that. They promised that they're going to brief lawmakers on the Hill, I think on Tuesday, rightly starting on Tuesday, and then throughout the week. There'll be more sort of communication, but these are all things after the fact, right? The bombings have already had, the airstrikes have already happened, and in fact, the fighting continues. And so I do think that will also be a point of contention, going forward with lawmakers. The other thing that I'm really interested to see is, the president with the midterms coming up was really stressing about how his policies we're really going to start lowering kitchen table issues, right? And he said, well, affordability is a Democratic word. They're making it up, but we're helping to make, prices come down for everybody. Gas prices are a big part of that. And they've acknowledged, for months that they were really working hard on bringing gas prices down. It's hard to see the prices can go up and down, the market can be volatile, but the longer this goes on, the more sort of easy it is to see higher gas prices, and that really is going to sort of send an economic message that the White House does not want.
That's why I wanted to ask you about the pressure of it, because as the energy sector is so volatile with what's going on there, 8% already up heading into Monday, and you can imagine with the stock market, they live and die by certainty and uncertainty as well. How much pressure, how much is the White House keeping their eye not only on the stock market, but those inflation numbers from last week, SCOTUS striking down tariffs, feels to be piling up? How much pressure is there on them in terms of those kind of factors in the economy?
Right. I think there's a lot of pressure, right? I mean, I think that the last couple of weeks, the message that's really emerged when poll after poll sort of showed people thought that the prices were too high and that, the Trump really wasn't doing a lot to sort of improve the sort of kitchen table issues and to make the cost of living more affordable. They would say, well, look at the stock market, right? Look at your 401k. That both are doing really well. And he tells stories about, riding past gas stations in his motorcade when he goes to campaign in different states and seeing gas prices come down. All of that is potentially a jeopardy, as you mentioned. Volatility in the oil market could very well affect the stock market as well. And the longer this conflict goes on, like I say, we don't know what's going to happen, right? And there could be a ceasefire relatively quickly, and maybe this all is behind us. But if this turns into a sort of projected fight in Iran and across the region, that's more instability, and that could certainly send sort of shockwaves through all kinds of markets. Not the kind of thing you want to campaign on going into the midterm for your Republicans.
The longer it takes is kind of the term that maybe we're leading on, because 4 weeks is just the timeline, because you have no idea the indefinite nature of this as he campaigned so fervently on no forever wars. If we're sitting in a similar position in 2 weeks, how much is President Trump sweating about this? How much concern is there looking back on the decision that was made?
Right. Well, and the reporting that we have and others have gotten as well is that there really was not a lot of discussion about sort of what happens next, right? I mean, I think that they were very concerned about the possibility of Iran obtaining a nuclear weapon. They wanted to sort of send a decisive message to end that, and also to have Iran take the talks more seriously, right? There were talks going on, but the president didn't feel like they were sort of the sense of urgency that needed to be. I don't think they expected to take out the Supreme Leader as quickly as they did. That was certainly a, if you're from the White House perspective, that was an unexpected but a big victory. But it's a question of, as you point out, this could just be the beginning, and I think that there will be more questions, and frankly, they're not going to be easy to answer as we go forward.
I want to ask you, because now we know Operation Epic Fury underway, but potentially there is the objective of this is to get rid of that nuclear program, to never have that. They obliterated it last year, now potentially considering it again. Is negotiation, is a deal potentially still in the possibility for President Trump? Would the White House be open to that still, or is that window closed?
Oh, well, I think they are open. I mean, President Trump has made clear in the comments when he's picked up his cell phone, right, that he says that he's willing to talk to the new leadership, even though we don't know exactly what the leadership of Iran looks like. Even though we don't know who ultimately might end up in power, it is at least possible to imagine that new person or that new regime or a group of people maybe backing off, right, and capitulating to demand and saying, look, we're going to abandon the enrichment part of this, and nuclear power for civil purposes, we can maybe obtain through other means, and we don't need to sort of work towards a weapon. That's certainly a possibility. That that would be a positive outcome for the White House for sure. But that's a lot of steps that we just talked about. And right now we've still got active fighting, right? So even if there's a discussion, the discussions are ongoing. They're certainly not going to be easy, and they're going to be more complicated than they were before.
The levers of pressure might be more on Iran right now, but if we're talking 2 weeks down the road, it might be on the White House to try to make a deal. So this is not one of those extended wars. Will, anything else you're keeping your eye on? Obviously heading into a new week. This happened all early on Saturday. Now we're 36 hours later. What are we looking at this week? Anything on Trump's schedule? Anything else you want to know?
Yeah, I mean, he's got a Medal of Honor ceremony that was previously scheduled for tomorrow, right? And so we might get comments about the service members who were killed and wounded in this particular action there. He's also supposed to meet with the German Chancellor on Wednesday. And, he's a lot of sort of private policy meetings already scheduled. This is certainly going to be a continued topic of conversation. And I'll be really interested to see if he does come out and speak to reporters and answer questions, or if we get an address to the nation. Because, even looking back to the State of the Union, a couple days before that, he also kept a low profile, and then he kept a low profile sort of last week. We had the event in Texas, and he spoke to reporters on the lawn before he left, took some questions about like Iran and Cuba and Ukraine and a couple other issues. But, they've been very careful to simply just talk about this in video messages where he can control the narrative. The longer we get into this, the harder that's going to be controlled. And the other thing is we'll start to see, more reliable polling, right, on what people feel on how this is going. And he'll probably want to address that as well.
Yeah, not really that public, which is not unlike presidents, but very unlike or unusual for this president, President Trump, not being in the public spotlight, especially after such a high-profile event and incident there in the Middle East. Will Weiser, thank you so much. I appreciate your time reporting on Live Now.
Recruiters are charging you 25% per hire, and you're still getting bad candidates. Here's 5 reasons why.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Shauna Kalafi, and we are continuing to follow the impacts of the U.S. and Israeli strikes on Iran over the weekend and the retaliatory strikes that have followed. These strikes on Iran, as well as the retaliation, have also